Naruto had slept for 16 hours straight, which was normal after he had trained a lot for a week with minimal sleep. But Naruto being in Konoha for a week without a single mission had bored him and he was hungry for some action. With that thought he headed towards the Hokage Tower. It was currently very early in the morning, only old people and party people that had not gone to sleep yet was up at this time. When Naruto arrived at Hiruzen's office he saw Hiruzen sitting on his chair sleeping with his head on the desk. To his right in the corner of the room was Kakashi sleeping in a way that looked as if he had been knocked out. In the other corner and to his left was Jiraiya sleeping in the same way. What the fuck did they do yesterday? Naruto thought, taking in the sight. After a loud snore from Hiruzen he woke up and stared at Naruto, who had taken a seat in front of his desk. "Good morning, shitty brat," Hiruzen said in a low voice as he stood up and stretched his arms above his head. "Morning, monkey, I need a mission." Naruto got right to the point. "Need a mission, huh?" Hiruzen said before his eyebrow twitched. "You don't realize how much problems you have caused for me." "Problems? Explain." "See those two?" Hiruzen said, referring to Jiraiya and Kakashi. "They came here yesterday together with one other Jounin sensei demanding changes to the team rosters." Naruto nodded. "Yes, I understand. They want all of their genins to quit being ninja and get new genins, right?" Hiruzen grabbed his hair and pulled it. "No, they want you on their team," Hiruzen yelled while thinking, why would anyone want to be his teacher? Before he continued explaining, "As for Jiraiya, he wants you to become his apprentice and stay teamless. That would be fine, except I need you on a team for the reason I explained yesterday." "I don't get it. Speak sense," Naruto demanded. "I told you they want you on your team and they are fighting over it," Hiruzen said with a sigh. "And I told you to speak sense. What does that have to do with me? I ain't joining their loser teams anyway, and I sure as hell ain't becoming Ero Sennin's apprentice." Hiruzen smiled at that. "That's what I wanted to hear. So you want a mission?" Naruto nodded. "I need to move around or I get bored." Hiruzen thought for a while, then asked, "How about I let you lead a squad of genins on a C-ranked mission?" "C-ranked?" Naruto asked. "Is that a mission suitable for my skills?" "Well," Hiruzen said, scratching his beard, "C ranks are not the hardest of missions, but it is a good start. You just joined the village after all, and I am letting you lead a squad already." "Okay, I accept," Naruto said, then asked, "What is the mission details?" "I will tell you about that later. First you need to gather your squad. You will need to pick 2 genins of your choice and the last one will be this person," Hiruzen said, and handed Naruto a file with a picture of someone Naruto saw yesterday. Naruto read the name out loud. "Uchiha Midori." Hiruzen nodded. "Yes, she is still an academy student, but I have decided to let her graduate early and become a member of your future team." "Cut the crap," Naruto said with his hands shaking in anger before he threw the file back to Hiruzen. "I can agree to not hunt them, but I won't work with them. What about we make a little deal?" Hiruzen said with a grin. 10 minutes later at the Uchiha clan compound, not many people was awake yet as it was still early in the morning. But around here there was never a lot of people anyway, since that day Itaki had slaughtered almost the whole clan. So there was not many that saw the odd sight of the Hokage and Naruto walking into the Uchiha clan compound, both with big grins and knocking on the front door to Sasuke's home. "What idiot would be up this early?" they heard a woman's voice from inside say in a somewhat angry tone. Uchiha Mikoto opened the door, and the 2 people that stood outside would not be her first guess if she had one. Sarutobi Hiruzen, the Sandaime Hokage, rarely made home visits, and the other one had to be her friend's son who disappeared 3 years ago. "Hokage-sama," she said, surprised. "Did Sasuke do something bad?" Hiruzen chuckled. No, it's not like that. I'm here for Midori. Could you get her?" "Midori?" Mikoto questioned. Why would he want to meet Midori? She never gets in trouble, she thought before she went to get her, after saying, "Sure, I will get her, and nice to see you again." Naruto, still sounding a bit confused. "Who is that?" Naruto said as she had disappeared from their view. "How does she know my name?" "Let's just say she was a friend of your parents," Hiruzen said. "Oh," Naruto said, raising an eyebrow. "Some poor woman my useless dad nailed once." Hiruzen narrowed his eye at Naruto after hearing that. What did you just say? "Do you know who your dad is?" Naruto nodded. "Sure I do," then looked at Hiruzen oddly. "Do you know which one of your testicles is your left?" "The left one, obviously," Hiruzen answered. "Obviously," Naruto repeated with a grin. "Why, you little," Hiruzen began and was ready to bonk him on the head when Mikoto returned with Midori, who looked as if she had just woken up. She bowed and said, "You wanted to see me, Hokage-sama?" Naruto snickered at that and Hiruzen waved her up. "No need for that, young lady," he said, and Midori stopped bowing. Hiruzen grabbed something from his coat which they soon saw was a Konoha forehead protector. "Uchiha Midori, I have decided to let you graduate early and become a genin as of today. Do you accept?" Midori developed a huge smile after she got over her shock. "Really? Of course I accept," she said cheerfully, taking the forehead protector and hugging it. "Sasuke is going to be so mad when he finds out," she said to Mikoto, who sighed and nodded. Hiruzen then coughed into his handy hem. "Let me introduce you to your teammate, Uzumaki Naruto," he finished with pushing Naruto forward and saying, "Introduce yourself, brat. I am Senju, your Oshiku." Naruto had thrown his face into hers and he looked more like a delinquent bullying someone than a ninja. "This is the guy Sasuke told me to stay away from," Midori thought as she stared at Naruto, but she was too shy to say anything in response. Hiruzen on the other hand bonked Naruto on the head. "Don't forget about what we agreed on earlier." "Whatever, I was just having some fun," Naruto said, sitting with crossed arms looking the other way, pouting. This had Midori loosen up a bit as she laughed at what she saw. Maybe that guy was not so bad after all. "So Midori, are you ready for your first mission? You will be leaving this morning with this idiot being in charge," Hiruzen asked. "Hi, Hokage-sama," she answered with a salute. "Okay, meet me in my office in an hour. Naruto, you get the other two and meet me there as well," Hiruzen said. "Che," Naruto responded. "Whatever you say, old monkey," and jumped out of the Uchiha clan compound. Now all Naruto had to do was figure out who the last member of the temporary squad would be. He had already found the third from the start, which was Kiba, of course, considering that was the only one whose name he could remember. He was considering the lazy bastard because he was fun to hang with from what he could remember, but he needed to balance the team. And by balancing a team he means not having too many guys, so he would need to find a female. "Do I even know any girls?" Naruto thought, sitting on a rooftop nearby Ichiraku Ramen that had yet to open. "I could always have a clone Henjin Tsuheim. That way I will always have something nice to look at," he thought with a perverted smile, "but I doubt the monkey would fall for that." Naruto yelled, "Of course Kiba should be able to help." He then sprinted towards Kiba's home. After arriving he stormed to the front door and banged on it with his fists. "Kiba! Oi Kiba! You awake? Kiba Dadabia!" He stopped yelling and knocking on the door when he heard footsteps. A girl who looked like she was maybe 2 years older than himself, with brown hair and black eyes and 2 big red triangle markings on each cheek, opened the door. She was only wearing a towel as she had rushed out from the shower to open the door. Hannah is 15 in this story instead of 18. "What is wrong with you? It's 6 in the morning, Hannah said after she had thrown the door open in an angry tone. "Hey, is Kiba?" Naruto saw just who he spoke to and shot backwards with blood exploding from his nose. Hannah laughed at that while Kiba arrived wearing his pajamas. "What's going on? Who's the bastard causing all the noise?" He then saw Naruto on the ground outside the door with a dumb smile and blood all over his face. "Naruto?" Kiba sniggering as he picked up stick and poked him. "Is that you, Naruto?" Haha, Naruto laughed. "Kiba, there is a total babe in your doorway." "What, where?" Kiba said, looking at the door. "I don't see any babes, just my sister Hannah." "That's who I meant, dumbass," Naruto said, wiping of the blood and jumping in front of Hannah. "Yo." "Hi," she said, responded, not very interested. "It seems that fate wanted me to find you here," he said, taking her hand. "I was looking for someone just like you to take the last spot in my squad, just like me." She asked, confused. "What do you mean by that?" "I will explain later," he said, and then looked over at Kiba, who was somewhat angry at Naruto because he gotten excited for no reason. There was no babe nearby. "Kiba, you are also going, with you and Hannah?" "No way, pal," Kiba said, waving him away. "Why would I spend any more time than I need with that witch, Kiba?" Hannah said slowly and threateningly. "Alright, I'm sorry," Kiba said, backing away. "So are you planning on leaving like that, or are you going to get some clothes on?" Hannah sighed. "Well, I will come with you, Naruto, was it? But only to see how Kiba acts on a real mission," she said with a smile. Naruto nodded. "Let's go then, you look just fine to me. No need for clothes," holding up his thumb and winking. "Pervert," she said, and closed the door in his face. At 7 in the morning the group had gathered in Hiruzen's office where Kakashi and Jiraiya was still passed out. "Ah, good, you found the people," Hiruzen acknowledged. Then he looked at Hannah, then back to Naruto. "Hannah is a chuunin. I told you genin only." "Yes, I know, but all the genin I know were busy, so I had no other choice," Naruto said, scratching the back of his head. No other choice, Hana said as she snapped her head towards him. What are you implying? Naruto quickly jumped over to her and whispered, just play along. I can't stand the other genins, Hana giggled. Alright. What a weird guy. Hiruzen shrugged. Good enough. He then threw Naruto a paper that contained the mission details. Naruto, you will be the captain and Midori will be the vice captain. Naruto has the same authority as your Jounin senseis, so what he says goes. Hi, Hana, Midori, and Kiba said with a salute, but Naruto on the other hand grinned and walked over to Hana. The first order is for you to present yourself in the same way as when I first saw you. Naruto was then assaulted in a way that would be too painful to write out. Not the balls, Naruto cried out as he had just taken a kick to the groin. Why always the balls? He whined. Kiba leaned down and said, it's a mystery, Captain. With the longest sigh of this morning, Hiruzen ordered, get going already. Getting up while holding his balls, Naruto slowly made his way out of the office with a half-assed yes sir. 5 minutes later, outside of the eastern Konoha gate. So where are we heading, Captain? Kiba asked. We are heading to a village named Oita within the land of hot water, Naruto said, reading from the paper. We are going to get some kind of item there. Naruto hung his head in disappointment. Kiba put a hand on his back. Cheer up, Captain, this is C-ranked after all. The others are going to be so jealous that I got to go on another one so soon after the last one, but... Naruto whined, it's a baby mission, Ano. Captain Naruto, we are only genin and we are already going on a C-ranked for our first mission. I don't think that has ever happened before, Midori said, trying to cheer her captain and future teammate up. Naruto was about to tell her that she was not allowed to speak within his presence and that it was most likely her fault that they were going on this kind of joke mission. But he could not bring himself to do it. She was just too damn cute, even if she was an Uchiha. So he chose to mumble for himself and get going. Follow me, team, and speed it up already, he ordered as he jumped into a tree and then jumped from tree branch to tree branch. He quickly noticed that the only one that was even close to keeping up with him was Hana, so he had to slow down. I hate that monkey, Naruto thought with a tick mark above his eye as he let the others catch up to him. Why didn't the monkey just give him a simple mission like assassinating some traitor or something like that? 2 days later, the mission had gone well as could have been expected. They had arrived at Oita village at the north border of the land of hot water and picked up the item. The only trouble they had was a fight, or more like a misunderstanding within the squad. Flashback: 1 day ago, Naruto was leading the group as they walked on a dirt road for a change instead of jumping from tree to tree. This was due to the others' constant complaining about, we need to rest, or, we haven't slept in a day, slow down. Something like this was new to Naruto as he never really traveled with anyone before. But Naruto knew how he could take advantage of the situation. He turned around and looked at Hana. Hana, I need you to take the lead for a while. Hana raised an eyebrow. Hi, are we still walking for a while? Naruto nodded and let Hana get in front. As she did, Naruto's eyes dropped downwards as he stared at Hana's back. Yeah, now we talkin', Naruto thought with a perverted smile which everyone noticed. Did you tell me to get in front just so you could stare at my ass? Hana growled. Naruto nodded. Of course, that is the reason I brought you in the first place. Hana gritted her teeth. So that is the reason. Captain, might I remind you that that is my sister? Kiba said with a low voice. Midori was slowly backing away from them as she did not want to get caught in the fight. Hana looked really pissed off, would attack her funny captain at any second now. I'm going to kick your ass, then I will take charge. I don't understand why the Hokage let you lead the squad instead of me in the first place, Hana said. Yeah, why would he? Naruto asked. He gripped his sword. Maybe the old monkey is dumb. Do you think he is dumb, Hana-chan? I think he is dumb, Naruto thought before she could answer. No, Hana said with anger, but she was still going to beat him up for his perverseness and stupidity. But she gave up on that as she stared at Naruto, and as she did so she felt like she was going to die. She saw a small flash, an illusion or something of Naruto unsheathing his sword and cutting her in half before she could even move. All Naruto had done though was to grip his sword and ready himself for a fight. Hana fell down on the ground, sweating and panting. Hey, what happened? Are you okay? Naruto asked as he went up to her. I'm fine, she managed to say. Forgive me, Naruto, let's continue the mission, alright? Naruto said cheerfully. End flashback. After that, you would think that Hana would be distancing herself from Naruto, or at least be more on guard around him, but she was the opposite. She followed his every move instead and didn't complain about Naruto's perverted comments or actions, such as when he reads his Ika Ika in front of them. He had yet to make more perverted comments about her which she was thankful for, but deep down that was starting to irritate her. Was she no good anymore? The mission was completed and all they had to do now was bring the item back to Konoha. It turned out the item was a custom-made pipe that the Hokage had ordered for himself. The squad was happy that they could complete the mission easily and did not find it strange that the item was ordered by the Hokage. Naruto, however, was furious and vowed that he would get Hiruzen back for this. Just as they had started leaving Oita village, trouble seemed to have found Naruto once again, or maybe it is Naruto finding trouble. They were now witnesses to some kind of kidnap attempt or hostage situation as they saw two big men with black cloaks with red clouds on them stand beside a blonde girl who wore black and purple clothes. The girl, who looked to be around Naruto's age, had been tied with ropes around her legs and arms. The tied-up girl was Nii Yujito, a Jinchuriki of Kumo. She contained the two tails. She is way older in the manga, but in my story she is 14, same as Teiwa, both 1 year older than Naruto. The others had no idea what was going on, but Naruto had his suspicions. He had heard of these guys. He did not know who these two were, but he knew what organization they belonged to. He had gotten this information the same way he found out about who his father was, which was Jiraiya, who liked to tell things he shouldn't when he is drunk. They were still a safe distance away from them, so they wouldn't notice them anytime soon unless they make some huge noises. What should we do, Captain? Kiba asked. Are we saving the girl? Hana asked. Naruto was about to answer as he did a hand sign hidden from their view. Those two are S-ranked criminals, Naruto said in a low tone as everyone's eyes widened in surprise. What? No way. How do you know that? Kiba asked. I have a very good source of information, Naruto explained as he did another hand sign again, hiding it from the others. Naruto, you are strong, right? Hana said. Can you save her? Naruto shook his head and said, no, we can't do anything about this. We are heading back to Konoha, but Captain. Midori said, not wanting to leave that girl here with those criminals. I said we are returning, that is an order. Naruto said in a serious tone. 5 minutes later, Naruto had earlier created a shadow clone that he switched places with and then hid himself and stayed back. The shadow clone was now leading his squad back to Konoha while keeping a fast pace. Naruto needed them to get back to Konoha as fast as possible, so there would be no rest for them this time. Naruto only wished that Ero Sennin had decided to stalk him this one time when he needed him. He knew he could not win this fight, but he just had to save that girl. She was like him after all. I'm going to need your help, Naruto spoke inwardly without getting any answer as he walked onto the rather large grass field area where the Akatsuki were still standing. I told you to cut her legs of, Kakuzu scolded his partner Haiden, since she had managed to run away from them earlier before they captured her again this far away from Kumo. Jashin-sama does not accept beating little girls, Haiden growled. Do it yourself, I told you to do it, Kakuzu yelled back, but both of them stopped arguing and instead focused on the person that had walked into the grass field. They took in his appearance. He walked closer to them. He was wearing almost only dark blue clothes. He had blonde short spiky hair and had a sword hanging down next to his leg as it was attached to a belt on his waist. Kakuzu focused on two things, the blonde hair and the whisker marks, while Haiden focused on the sword. When Naruto was close to enough that they could speak to him without yelling, Haiden asked Kakuzu, should I kill him? Just who? Naruto said, slowly grabbing his sword, grinning with a sick smile. Are you going to kill? He quickly used a shunshin, making it look like he teleported next to Haiden and cut with his sword, holding it straight with the pointy front going straight through Haiden's throat. Shunshingiri, teleportation slash, a similar technique to Hiraishingiri, flying thunder god slash, the latter is way faster. The strength of the attack was enough to part Haiden's head from the rest of his body, and Naruto was actually surprised that this supposed S-class ninja didn't dodge his attack. Haiden, you fool, Kakuzu said, kicking his body. Come on, cut it out, I am hurting enough with my head being cut off. Naruto heard the cut off head speak, then laugh at him. You think you can kill me? Haiden, take a closer look at that kid, Kakuzu said with a scowl. I already figured out he is that bounty hunter you hate, Haiden said, talking about the rumored Senju bounty hunter, which was Naruto, but that was not what Kakuzu meant. No, the blonde hair, the whisker marks and the age. How many people do you think fit that profile? Kakuzu explained. Get to it already, Kakuzu, and sew me back to my body. He is the Kyuubi Jinchuriki, Kakuzu said as he looked at Naruto. Since you walked right into us, we will gladly take you with us along with the two tails. Naruto did not answer. Instead he focused on his plan. First he needed to get the girl away from the two of them. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, Naruto said, and formed the hand sign to create 10 clones of himself. Naruto and his clones all threw smoke bombs around Kakuzu and Hiden, and then the clones, who also was armed with swords, attacked Kakuzu at the same time to give Naruto the time he needed to carry Yujito away from there. Just as Naruto thought his clones had not managed to do anything to Kakuzu and all of them had been defeated as he had gotten out from the grassy area and hiding behind a tree. He created another clone and had it run away while carrying Yujito. Naruto then walked back into the grassy area. Meanwhile, with Naruto's squad, who had just entered Fire Country, Midoriya Jo, Naruto's clone, said, gaining her attention and kind of pissing her off at the same time. She hated that nickname. The old monkey told us you are the vice captain, so as the captain I am giving you the last order, which is to get this squad back to Konoha, he finished before disappearing in a puff of smoke. Hi, Midori answered. A clone? Hana said in surprise. When did he? Don't tell me that bastard. Kiba said angrily, looking back the way they came. There is nothing we can do. We can't refuse an order from a superior officer. Remember, Hokage-sama told us he had the same authority as a jounin. Hana said that, but she really wanted to go back and drag Naruto back. She was starting to like the little knucklehead. Midori nodded to Hana. We should go. Kiba stomped his foot on the ground in anger and yelled, if he dies I am going to kill him. With Naruto's clone heading towards the land of frost. Who are you and why are you helping me? Yujito asked as Naruto's clone ran at max speed. He had thrown her over his shoulder earlier the same way he had carried Kurane and her team a week ago. I'm nobody and I saved you for no reason, Naruto answered in a whisper. Where are you taking me? Yujito asked, fearing for the worst. Kyumo, Naruto answered quickly, looking at her. Kyumo forehead protector, you are from Kyumo, right? Yujito nodded and Naruto smiled at that, and they kept going northeast towards the land of frost, which you had to pass through to get to the land of lightning and then Kyumigaku. Now with Yujito out of the way, Naruto was free to let go without risking her getting hit by his techniques. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, Naruto said, creating around 500 solid clones that took up all the space in the grassy area surrounding the two Akatsuki. Kakuzu had sewed Hiden's head back to his body during the time Naruto was hiding. They were both now using taijutsu to get rid of some of the clones as they kicked and punched through them. Bunshin Debakaha, Naruto's clones had all charged the two and exploded while surrounding them. Meanwhile, the real Naruto stood in the back. It took almost a minute for the smoke to disappear that the huge explosion had caused. Standing in the middle where the two Akatsuki members had been before was now 4 dark, shadowy looking creatures surrounded by fire that had lit on the grassy ground. Hiden stood at the same spot he had been before, but this time he did not have a single scratch on him. His partner Kakuzu was not shirtless, but his appearance had changed a lot. He did not look human anymore. His whole body was connected by something that looked like wire or thread. The thread stuck out from his mouth and other body parts. I'm going to kill him, Hiden said, swinging his red triple-blade scythe above his head with a maniacal laugh. This is my kill, Kakuzu said in his stern voice, don't get in my way. Meanwhile, Naruto was gathering Kurama's chakra and soon had red-orange chakra surrounding him with one tail. Naruto had a crazy expression as he smiled at them, then yelled, let's make it a beautiful death. And charged right at Hiden, swinging his sword at him repeatedly while Hiden blocked with his scythe. The 4 shadow-looking creatures attacked them with water, fire, lightning, and wind attacks, which they dodged as they kept trying to hit each other with their weapons. This went on for another 20 minutes before Naruto gained the memories from the clone that was carrying Yujito. The clone had brought her close to the border between the land of hot water and land of frost. Naruto had once again unknowingly healed Yujito enough that she could travel the rest by herself without problem. All Naruto had to do now was to stall these two enough to give Yujito the time to get to the land of lightning. After jumping high up the air to dodge a fire attack coming from one of the shadows and then a replacement technique to dodge a lightning attack from another, Naruto bit his thumb. Cookie Yos no Jutsu, Naruto said, and after that summoned 2 huge toads, which was Gamabunta and Gamaken. I need your help, guys, Naruto said, standing above Gamaken. I will do my best, but I might screw up. I am bit ungraceful, Gamaken said. Gamabunta scowled more than usual. You will have to buy me tons of sake for this. Brat, sure thing boss, Naruto agreed quickly while thinking, if I am able. Gamabunta and Gameiken got to work right away as they focused on the 4 shadow creatures, giving Naruto the chance to put his focus on Hiden and Kakuzu. "I'm going to kill him," Kakuzu said, having had enough of Naruto's stalling. "No, he is mine," Hiden immediately fought back. "Not only is he in Jinchuriki, he is also that half-assed wannabe bounty hunter I hate. This is my kill," Kakuzu growled. "Let's see who kills him first then," Hiden taunted. Naruto grinned with a sick smile. He had accepted that he was going to die, but at least he had completed the mission he was ordered to do and kept his squad safe. But his real mission was to save Yujito. Call him a chivalrous bastard, he just couldn't leave that girl with these guys. Naruto's features started changing as his teeth and nails grew and his whiskers darkened as the second chakra tail formed behind him. Naruto charged right at Kakuzu with high speed and did a two-handed slam of his sword into Kakuzu's shoulder with the goal of cutting Kakuzu into two. Dei Shinken, Great Dragon Shot. Kakuzu had hardened himself with a stone technique and blocked the whole attack except for the shock wave that it had caused. The ground around them had split from the shock wave, but even so Kakuzu stood there smirking without having taken any damage at all. Wasting no time, Hiden charged at Naruto once again, giving him no other option than keep dodging his constant scythe attacks. Gameiken and Gamabunta had attempted and succeeded in hitting the shadowy creatures many times now, but every time it would appear as if they took no damage and get right back into attacking them. The shadowy creatures had also attacked them in return, and the toads, actually being living things that are not immortal with one weak point, had taken damage and could not keep this up for too much longer. After Kakuzu had hardened his whole right arm and slammed Naruto down into the ground with a powerful punch, Hiden had kicked him in his jaw and sent him flying up the air. The shadowy creatures with lightning and fire attacks had attacked him at the same time as he was midair. After that, Naruto had started giving up and 5 more tails quickly formed around him and his whole appearance changed. He now looked more like a mini version of the Kyuubi than himself. That was the time Gamabunta and Gameiken decided to take their leave. Once they got back, they quickly sent word to Konoha via a messenger toad to tell them what was going on. Meanwhile in Konoha, Hokage office, are they ever going to stop? Hiruzen thought with a big sigh as he looked over the ninjas arguing in his office. One was Jiraiya, who wanted Naruto to become his apprentice. The other was Kakashi, who wanted to kick Sasuke out of his team and have Naruto replace him. These two kept fighting about this and had knocked each other out several times already and not left the Hokage office for a few days. The third person was Sarutobi Asuma, who had told them that he was happy about his team but demanded the fourth person to reconsider her request. The fourth person was Yui Kurane, who had demanded that the teams needed to change. She had thought it was unfair that Kakashi had gotten the genius Uchiha Sasuke as well as Uzumaki Tewa, who she wanted for her squad. But the biggest reason was now Kakashi even wanted Naruto on his team, and that was the breaking point. Naruto would be on her team or no team at all. "Enough, Jiraiya-sama, you will take Sasuke and I will have Naruto on my team," Kakashi yelled. "Who the fuck is Sasuke, you disrespectful little brat?" Jiraiya yelled back. "Kurane, please reconsider. I don't think anything good would come out of a roster change," Asuma pleaded. "Shut up, Asuma," Kurane answered with a tick mark formed above her eye. "I'm getting too old for this shit," Hiruzen thought with a sigh looking out of the window. "Now where is that pipe I ordered?" Back with Naruto, who had entered his mindscape. "Good, keep going, give into your anger," Kurama cheered as Naruto walked closer to the cage and the seal. "Rip the seal apart and let me take care of those two outside," Kurama said with a grin as Naruto was finally going to let him free. Naruto, no longer caring about anything, did as he was told, ripped the seal apart. The next thing Naruto expected to happen was the fox jumping out of the seal and kill him, but instead he felt a hand on his shoulder and he looked up to see his father staring down at him. Minato had restored the seal as he smiled at Naruto and was about to speak when Kurama yelled, "Get in here so I can rip you to shreds, Minato." "Always so unpleasant," Minato said, then turned to Naruto. "Let's go somewhere we can talk." After he said that, the background changed and Kurama was no longer there. "Dad?" Naruto asked, still not really understanding what was going on. Minato nodded with a smile. "Yes, Naruto." "Where the fuck did you come from?" Minato laughed and let Naruto punch him in the stomach. Ouch. He held his stomach as he explained, "I sealed some of my chakra inside you after I sealed the Kyuubi so I could explain a few things." "Get to it then," Naruto ordered. Minato sweat dropped. "What a loving son I have." There was someone that was behind that attack 13 years ago controlling the Kyuubi. Minato began telling the story of how the masked Uchiha had attacked them 13 years ago. He told him what he knew about his appearance and techniques. "I promise Oyoji, I will defeat this Uchiha and avenge you and Mom." Minato smiled at that, then said, "Come here for a second," and Naruto did just that, and when he was close enough, Minato put his hand on Naruto's head. Outside Naruto's mindscape, the fox chakra disappeared and Naruto's body turned back to normal with his clothes damaged and his skin looking burned everywhere. "There is something different about him," Kakuzu said as he had noticed a change in chakra. "Be on guard." "Seriously Kakuzu, stop worrying about that brat already," Hayden yelled. "Let's just take him out for good." Then ran at Naruto. Minato had taken charge over Naruto's body and he smiled a little as he used Hiraishin to get in front of Hayden and smash a Rasengan into his gut, which sent him flying away. "I will call that the father-son flying thunder god super Rasengan technique," Minato chuckled, staring at Hayden who kept flying. Naruto, who was able to witness the whole thing, thought, "Badass. I need to learn that. What are you?" Kakuzu asked in a serious tone. "Sorry, I don't have time to talk," Minato said and focused. "Good, it's still there," he thought, and used Hiraishin once again, but this time he teleported away longer distance. Killer B thought this was the perfect day for some relaxation as he wrote some new lyrics for his rap songs. What he did not expect was for a younger Namikaze Minato look-alike who was also the Kyuubi Jinchuriki to fly into his home right at him. Minato was no longer in control of Naruto's body and instead Naruto had passed out from exhaustion. Inside Naruto's mindscape, "Wow, you're badass," Naruto complimented his father. Minato scratched his head and smiled thanks, then his face changed into a serious expression. "Now Naruto, you and I need to talk about something important." 5 minutes later, "I'm out of time. Always remember that no matter what you do, me and your mother will always love you and be proud of you," Minato said, hugging Naruto, who told him to get off. What Minato had told him was that he should always be nice to girls and treat them with respect. He also told him that he should try to get one girlfriend who he liked very much instead of several. This did not make sense to Naruto since it was the opposite to what he had learned by being around Jiraiya and other guys. The one with the most girls was the biggest badass, right? Ero Sennin must be right. Dad was a genius when it came to being a ninja but an idiot when it came to women, Naruto thought before he fell asleep. 3 days had passed since Naruto fought against the Akatsuki and gave Yujito enough time to return home to Kumo. Naruto's squad had immediately reported to the Hokage after returning to Konoha about Naruto staying behind to fight against S-rank criminals. Hiruzen had told them to not utter a word to anyone that Naruto was missing. He had also ordered the strongest Konoha had to offer to look for him. They were Kakashi, Guy and Tenzo, Yamato. Anumbu had been sent to tell Jiraiya about the search, which he also joined. So where was Naruto? He was currently sleeping in a bed in a house in the middle of nowhere, same as he had done for the last 3 days. He had been teleported to B's location via Minato's Hiraishin. B had then let him rest. The only reason B had not taken Naruto to a doctor was because when B enjoyed some sake during the evenings, Naruto would join him in his sleep, taking his sake bottle from him and chug it until it was empty and then throw it on the wall before going back to bed. There was one difference this morning, however, as Naruto was no longer alone in the small room where B had let him sleep. There was a blonde girl sitting on a chair beside the bed staring at him. Meanwhile, B had gotten a visitor, which was another blonde girl. B's visitor at the door was Yujito, who begged B to help her find her savior, who was actually sleeping in B's guest room. B had told her earlier that she should forget about that so-called savior and instead focus on getting stronger so they can begin training her and controlling her Jinchuriki powers. While B and Yujito argued at the door, Naruto had woken up and put the tip of his sword on Samui's neck after she had decided to lean over and take a closer look at Naruto's face. Naruto had asked who she was in a threatening voice and Samui just smiled and said, "You are cool enough." "Cool enough for what?" Naruto asked her, raising an eyebrow and still pointing his sword at her. "To be my husband," Samui said, and lifted the tip of the sword away from her and then jumped into the bed and laid behind Naruto. "Let's snuggle now." If anyone saw this, they would be very surprised since Samui was someone who never had a crush on anyone and never gave any guy a moment of her time. Naruto, however, was terrified. He had read about this marriage thing. There was nothing good written about it. Be together with one woman for the rest of his life. That is the kind of nonsense his father was spouting. "Get the fuck away from me," Naruto yelled after jumping out of the bed. Yujito and B heard his yell and both ran into the room, B because Naruto had finally woken up and Yujito because she was afraid that Samui had been caught. Samui was to sneak into B's home and find any scrolls or books on how to control Jinchuriki powers or scrolls with a lot of strong jutsu. Once they got into the room they both got shocked enough for their jaws to drop as Naruto stood with his eyebrows twitching with Samui hugging his arm to herself. Who are these people? Naruto thought as he saw them. Sorry Yujito, I failed the mission, Samui said with a big smile hugging Naruto's arm tighter. Yujito looked at B with an angry expression. He has been here the whole time, B-sensei. What are you saying little nii? That is a new face to Mr. B. Oh yeah. Get off me Naruto said and threw Samui so she landed on the bed. He then did a one-handed hand sign and held his sword with his other hand. Who are you people and what do you want with me? Naruto asked. Relax little nine, everything's gonna be just fine, B said and gave him the nice guy pose. Naruto narrowed his eyes at B. You know way too much, you must be annihilated. Yujito looked at B with pleading expression. B-sensei. She did not want her savior to be hurt. B sighed, raggedy assnum case. He said and shook his head, I'm a Jinchuriki as well and the one that has taken care of you for 3 days after you crashed into my home. I see Naruto said and sheathed his sword. He then walked over to B and held out his hand. You have my thanks, Mr. Bean. Ain't no thing B said and shook his hand. Naruto stared at Yujito for a moment. Had he seen her before? What was her name again? Hello. Yujito said having had enough of his staring and gained a small blush as it was starting to get embarrassing. Samui on the other hand was getting jealous. Yujito must stay away from her man. As Samui snuck next to Naruto and hugged his arm again Naruto looked really concentrated. Did we meet? He asked. B laughed loudly. Nigga you gone fucked up. This caught Naruto's attention. Speak sense he demanded. Get the fuck away from here before you get caught up into something that even I can't save you from, Kurama warned him with what sounded like a scared voice. Yujito looked a little sad after hearing that he did not remember her, but what annoyed her was Samui and how she was acting. Samui never showed any interest in any guy and Yujito knew about it since they were best friends. Did she have to start showing interest to the only guy Yujito herself was interested in? Samui, can you get off him? Yujito said with a sweet smile. I got things to do, B said and ran out of the room. Are you jealous? Samui said teasingly. Not cool, this is fun and all, Naruto said throwing Samui onto the bed again, but I have to leave. Naruto began walking out of the room and heading towards the front door of the house. Yujito ran after him and said wait. Naruto turned around and she said, thanks for saving me, and gave him a hug. No problem Naruto said confused, what the hell was going on? Yujito turned around as she was going to walk back to the guest room and start the argument with Samui, and that was when Naruto saw her back and more importantly her ass and legs. Ah, you're that girl, Naruto said with a big smile. He had carried her over his shoulder and because of that her legs and ass was pretty much all he could see, and that is how he remembered her. So now you remember? Yujito asked. Yeah, good thing everything worked out. Anyway see ya. Naruto said and did a shunshin to get away from there before he got caught up in that terrible thing that the fox warned him about. One of the first things Naruto did after gaining a bit of distance from the land of lighting was to send a messenger toad to Hiruzen saying that he went fishing and was not going to return anytime soon. Naruto did just that for the next week and drank a lot of booze. He played pirate for a while and when he got bored of that he started training. After training for another 2 weeks he decided to return to Konoha. After a week of searching for Konoha and the third time he walked past this mountain area in some kind of desert, Naruto had realized he had a problem. Naruto had never stopped drinking, so he was constantly drunk. Kuki Yos no Jutsu, Naruto summoned his drinking buddy Gamaken and told him to take him to Konoha in exchange for sake. One day later Naruto walked into the Hokage's office. I'm here to request some changes to the newly formed Genin teams, Hokage-sama. We have discussed this already, Hiruzen said with a sigh. He noticed that something was off about Naruto. Yeah, so you will put me on Kurane-chan's squad and also make a rule concerning me. Hiruzen had already figured out what was going on, but he wanted to find out what the rule was. What rule? Whenever I disrespect my elders or do anything not fitting for someone my age, I need to be punished by Kurane-chan, Kai Hiruzen said and released the genjutsu that Kurane had put on him, a simple one that she had used several times already to get Hiruzen to change his mind about the squads. You need to stop that Kurane, Hiruzen said, sounding like he scolded a kid. Kurane pouted, but come on, I'm done fishing, old monkey. Naruto yelled as he stormed into the office. Hiruzen quickly noticed what was off about Naruto in the genjutsu. This Naruto was drunk. Hello Naruto-kun, Kurane, who sat in a chair in front of Hiruzen's desk, said with a wave. Naruto mumbled something and sat down next to her with a pout. Got any booze, old man? Before Kurane could scold Naruto about his drinking, Hiruzen told her to leave them as they needed to talk in private. On her way out of the office she heard, so what happened? Not much really, monkey. I just caught 2 fishes that was too much for me to handle. Naruto had told Hiruzen what had happened during the fight with Akatsuki and afterwards. Naruto had however left out a lot of details that he refused to tell Hiruzen, such as the girl he saved being a Jinchuriki from Kyumo and how he escaped and where he escaped to. Hiruzen was not buying all of it, but he would let it go for now. Now it was time for Hiruzen to finally tell Naruto about his newly formed team. So I found you a 3rd member for your team, Hiruzen began as they had moved on from talking about the encounter with Akatsuki. Okay, good, anyone I know? I doubt it. Her name is Hyuga Hanabi and the younger sister of Hyuga Hinata. She's 11 and the best student of that age group, similar to your other teammate, and Hanabi is older than in the manga in this story. Wanted to use her for the 3rd teammate instead of Sai, who I thought of at first. I see, Naruto said, uninterested. And our sensei? Yes, Hiruzen said and gave Naruto a file. This will be your sensei. Naruto read the name out loudly, Meatball Dango. Hiruzen laughed at that. It's Mitarashi Anko. Naruto looked at the picture attached and then put the file on Hiruzen's desk and stood up with a snort. Are you some kind of feminist? They were the most suited for this team. Gender does not matter, Hiruzen explained with a sigh. You know, Naruto began as he was starting to walk out of the office, I'm really starting to regret my decision to stay in this village. Well then, before you leave let me show you something, Hiruzen said and grabbed a letter as Naruto turned around and listened. This is a letter from the Raikage demanding to know why one of his kunoichis is ordering him to arrange for an arranged marriage between herself and one Senju. Naruto's eyes widened. I know nothing, he screamed and decided to not take the door as he once again jumped through a window and destroyed it as he did so. Be in my office at 9 tomorrow morning, Hiruzen yelled out the window. Naruto was now heading towards the place he pretty much visited daily when he was in Konoha, which was Ichiraku Ramen. Part of the deal of Naruto being in a team together with an Uchiha and not killing them off when he was bored, was that he could buy alcoholic beverages again. This time when he arrived at the stand, both Ayam and Tuki was working for the first time since he had gotten back. Yo old man, Ayam get me 15 bowls of beef ramen and 10 beers. Tuki accepted the order and got to work while Ayam began scolding Naruto about his drinking. Just as Naruto began eating when he had received his first bowl, Teiwa and Ino, who were walking together, walked past the stand and immediately noticed Naruto. They looked at each other and nodded before running into the ramen stand and sitting next to Naruto, Teiwa to his right and Ino to his left. Teiwa and Ino was trying to get his attention by staring at him and nudging him, but Naruto just kept eating while looking at Ayam, who was still talking. You need to stop eating so much ramen. We appreciate that you buy so much, but you need to eat more healthy food. Ayam continued on like that as Naruto half listened while downing a beer. Do you serve whiskey here? No/yes, Ayam and Tuki answered at the same time. As Naruto began eating his 10th bowl of ramen and had already drank all of his beer, Teiwa and Ino was starting to lose the patience and showed it. Teiwa mostly as she jumped into Naruto's lap and stared at him. Naruto lifted the bowl over her head and continued to eat as Ayam had stopped talking due to her being a bit surprised by Teiwa's actions and a bit jealous. Ino on the other hand was furious that she had not thought of doing that herself before Teiwa. Hello shithead. Teiwa yelled. Naruto said, taking his face out of the bowl and took a peek on who the person was that sat on his lap before quickly going back to eating. Normally Naruto would have told her to get the fuck off him, but he was kind of enjoying this. Another minute or so later Naruto had ate all of what he ordered and was about to leave. He lifted Teiwa off of him and began walking away after paying. Great job as always, old man. I'll be back tomorrow. Yeah, thanks Naruto. Tuki shouted with a wave. Naruto walked down the road and then quickly took a turn to the left with Teiwa and Ino following him. As soon as he had turned left he turned around and looked at them. So what do you two want? I have already told you I want some answers about who the fuck you are, Teiwa answered. I wanted to ask if you maybe wanted to do something sometime, maybe train together. Ino said, smiling. Naruto sighed. I should have ordered more beers. Or maybe a sake bottle to go, he thought before saying, alright, follow me. Naruto led them to the training grounds he had used before going on the recent C-ranked mission. He sat down and the girls did the same. I am Uzumaki Namikaze Naruto, also known as Senju, Naruto said, looking at Teiwa since he had already told Ino this. The Namikaze name was new to Teiwa and her facial expression showed her surprise. My dad was Namikaze Minato and my mother was Uzumaki Kushina. Both of them are dead, Naruto continued while Teiwa listened and waited for him to continue, but after a minute Naruto just said, that is who the fuck I am. Teiwa's sweat dropped at that while Naruto focused on Ino. I am going to train now, you are free to join me. Great. So what kind of training? I am practicing a new one-sword style assassinate technique. You can be the practice target. Ino looked terrified. Seriously? She asked. Naruto laughed. No. Seriously though, just do what you usually do and maybe I can help you if I see something you can improve on. Okay, sounds good, Ino said, smiling at Naruto before doing some stretches. Teiwa wanted to know more about Naruto and demanded to know things such as where he has been for the last 3 years, are they family? How does he know Ero Sennin and on and on? Naruto just told her, I will tell you another time, for now how about you join us? Teiwa agreed since this was a good opportunity to get some extra training with some help, especially since Kakashi rarely trained them. Naruto just did what he always did, first practicing some new sword techniques, then began a spar with Gamahiro, both of them taking small breaks to empty a sake bottle during the spar. Ino and Teiwa spent pretty much the whole time dodging them as they jumped and ran around the whole training ground. The day ended with Gamahiro knocking out Naruto once again and Teiwa and Ino having to carry him back to his home. Since they did not have the keys, they figured they would let him sleep on Teiwa's couch since they were neighbors. Ino decided that she would sleep over as well since she didn't want Teiwa to be alone with her Naruto, which Teiwa kindly answered back to with a fuck you, but nonetheless let her stay in her room. The next day Teiwa was woken up by someone knocking on the window to her bedroom from outside. Kakashi was outside reading his Ika as Teiwa opened the window. Kakashi-sensei? What the fuck are you doing here this early? She asked with a yawn since it was still very early, around 6 in the morning. Kakashi smiled, I have gotten us another C-ranked mission since you guys have complained so much about the D-ranked ones. We leave soon. Meet me at the southern gate in 20 minutes, hi, Teiwa said and closed the window in Kakashi's face. Teiwa quickly dressed herself, then got something to eat before packing everything she would need on the mission. As she was running around her apartment, she suddenly halted as she saw the couch where Naruto was sleeping, the reason for that being that Ino was sleeping on it as well. Ino, like last time, had snuck into Naruto's bed and hugged him in her sleep. She was not aware that she was doing it since she was sleepwalking. Normally Naruto is on alert even in his sleep and would not let anything get close to him, but for some reason that does not apply to Ino. Teiwa was well aware of Ino's love interest having changed from Sasuke to Naruto since she pretty much let everyone know about it and made no effort to hide it around Naruto either. But she was not okay with it. This was the first time she had found anyone that was interesting in Konoha since she came here, so there was only one thing to do now. Teiwa ran to the kitchen and filled up a bucket with water and then ran back to the couch and threw the water over them, at least one of them. Naruto had jumped and was now standing on the ceiling upside down, channeling chakra to keep him from falling. He was laughing at Ino's expense. Ino, however, was not as cheerful. She was pissed off and glaring at Teiwa. Why did you do that, bitch? Ino yelled. We had an agreement, Teiwa responded and was silent for a second before adding horror. Teiwa looked at her watch and her eyes widened. I have to go on a mission. You two get the fuck out of my apartment as soon as possible, she said and left to meet her team. Naruto, still on the ceiling, shook his head and looked at Ino. Looks like Teiwa made you wet, he said and did a hand sign before using a shunshin to get to his own apartment next door. Ino was red-faced from both anger and embarrassment and vowed that she would get Teiwa back for this, Naruto as well for the last comment. Naruto had spent the next 3 hours sleeping on top of the Hokage Tower since he would be meeting his new team here at 9 anyway. Anko, Midori, and Hanabi arrived at Hiruzen's office a few minutes before 9. Hiruzen decided to take them up to the top of the tower since he knew Naruto was sleeping there. And like expected, at the edge of the tower, almost falling off, was Naruto sleeping. but they did not expect to see two toads that looked to be guarding him. Both were small young toads, one orange with purple markings around his eyes, the other was yellow with orange marking around his eyes. Both wore blue vests. They were Gamekaki and Gamatsu, Naruto's personal bodyguards and scouts. Intruders. Gamekaki yelled and jumped high up in the air. Give him the booze, Gamatsu screamed with panic. I'm on it. Gamekaki yelled, then threw a sake bottle towards Naruto, who caught it with one hand and took a sip. Naruto sighed loudly after enjoying his sip of sake and said, "This is the second time today that I have been woken up in an unpleasant way." Hiruzen ignored Naruto for the moment and focused on the others. For those of you who haven't met him already, this is your final teammate, Uzumaki Naruto. "Hi Hokage-sama," Hanabi said with a serious expression as she stared at Naruto. Anko laughed watching Naruto. "He is a bit odd, isn't he?" she asked Hiruzen, who just shook his head and thought, "You are one to talk." Gamekaki and Gamatsu disappeared in a puff of smoke at the same time as Midori ran up to Naruto and smiled as she greeted him. "Naruto Teiku, I'm glad you are okay." Naruto scratched the back of his head and said, Thanks, Mito Ujo." Midori got a tick mark above her eye as she corrected him, "It's Midori, just Midori." She hated that Naruto called her Ujo as if she was some kind of princess from a royal family, and that he forgot hers and everyone's name. "Well, good luck with your team," Hiruzen said and disappeared quickly before Anko could complain and try to change his mind. Anko sweat dropped at Hiruzen's actions before walking towards Naruto and Midori with Hanabi following after her. "Okay team, let's have a seat and introduce ourselves," Anko said as she sat down, and Midori and Hanabi did the same, taking one side each next to Naruto so they faced Anko. "So this is Dango and Hyuga Imuto, an Imuto, little sister, I think." No one talked and Naruto was even drinking his sake bottle again, so Anko decided to go first. "I will go first. I'm Mitarashi Anko, also known as Konoha's most sexy and dangerous chuunin." As she said that, Naruto looked up from his sake bottle and paid attention. "That is all." "Wait a minute," Naruto said, "who are the one that decides that?" "Decides what?" Anko asked. "Which chuunin is the sexiest and most dangerous? I demand to know how you got that title," Naruto said with a serious face. Anko's sweat dropped. "I decided it." "Oh," Naruto said with a raised eyebrow. "So you were lying then?" "I don't think you are fit to be a leader if you are a liar lying," Anko asked with a smile, then pressed her tits together to show more of them, trying to get a reaction out of Naruto. Naruto, however, just pointed a finger at her and said, "Your tits got nothing on Senju, huh?" was Anko's confused response. Naruto stood up and walked up to Anko and poked her left boob with the same finger he was pointing with before. "I said your tits got nothing on Senjutsunade ones." Poor Midori and Hanabi never got a chance to introduce themselves because Anko spent the rest of the day chasing Naruto, trying to castrate him, and Naruto was just laughing and dodging her until she gave up. The next day Naruto had once again called for his bodyguards to guard him while he slept in his apartment, this time just in case Anko decided to attack him once again. When Naruto woke up, he heard a knock on his door and feared for the worst. He was happy to find that Umbu woman with the nice ass that had brought him to the Hokage Tower the first time he got back to Konoha. She told him that he was needed for a mission and should go to the Hokage Tower immediately. Naruto's happiness disappeared quickly once he arrived at Hiruzen's office because he was once again going to go on a mission with a temporary team. This time his squad leader was Uchiha Mikoto and his teammates Mitarashi Anko and Yui Kurane. Something had gone very wrong for Team 7 during their latest C-ranked mission. Kakashi had been cut by a very skilled enemy and was in no shape to continue the mission. Sakura had been captured by that very same enemy who seemed to be working alone. This team's mission was to save Haruno Sakura, and labeled in a rank. Senju Itama was not a man that was as skilled in ninjutsu such as his older brother Hashirama or a strategic genius like Tobirama. What Itama was good at was deceiving others, and two less important skills for a ninja, womanizing and drinking. Itama had created a jutsu that would create a dead clone of himself that he managed to deceive his brothers and his father, faking his own death. It was his way to get out of the war with the Uchiha clan and escape an early death. His hatred for the Uchiha clan remained, however. As time passed, his brothers moved on to become the first and second Hokage of the village that Hashirama and Madara created, Konohagakure. Itama kept away from ninja matters and pretty much spent his whole life doing one thing: partying. One day during the time Tobirama was in charge of the village, Itama met with someone who he had no idea who she was at the time. She were Senju Tsunade, the most beautiful woman he had ever seen. She also happened to be Hashirama's granddaughter. The way they met was just in a bar where Tsunade and her teammates Jiraiya and Orochimaru was drinking and relaxing. Itama talked to her for a while and then never saw her again. Tsunade was given a title from Itama that he later told Naruto about. She was the winning prize of the Senju, Naruto's goal. Itama knew that there would be problems with Naruto being almost 40 years younger, but Itama was a crafty man and had created another jutsu that would solve that. The day before Itama died, he transferred almost all of his chakra to Naruto in a way that he would keep it forever as a third chakra reserve. This was the reason for Naruto sometimes healing others just by touching them. After Hiruzen had told the squad the mission details, they had immediately left towards the direction of Takigakuer. Team 7's original mission was to deliver a message to the leader of Takigakuer, but they were attacked before they had reached their destination. Naruto was in a bad mood and did not say a word during the whole trip there. There were many reasons for that, but mainly it was due to his teammates. His squad leader was an Uchiha, and not just any Uchiha, she was the mother of the other Uchihas. His teammates were the devil, Kurane, who spent the whole trip trying to start a conversation with him. The third teammate was his Jounin sensei, who he pissed off yesterday, and she would most likely get payback at first chance. Her expression showed that as she smiled in a sick way and kept licking on a kunao with her crazy long tongue. They arrived at the place where 3 of the 4 members of Team 7 had taken a rest due to Kakashi's injuries. Kakashi had been stabbed in his right shoulder with a katana, almost cutting it in half. "Mom," Sasuke said in surprise when he saw them arriving. "Finally, took you long enough, fuckers," Teiwa said with relief at seeing the backup arriving, but she was also a bit surprised at seeing Naruto with them. "Where is Kakashi?" Mikoto asked, and Teiwa pointed to a large tree that Kakashi rested his back on. Mikoto, who had become something of a medical ninja in recent years, rushed to Kakashi's side and started treating him. Naruto walked past Teiwa and Sasuke after greeting them. Teiwa, Uchiha runt, then walked towards Kakashi and sat down next to him and Mikoto, watching her treat him. Naruto focused on Kakashi's wound and then asked, "Can you tell me something about the one that did this?" Kakashi was still well enough to be awake and speak, so he told Naruto and the others what he remembered. The attacker was a young woman with long red hair, maybe 2 or 3 years older than Naruto. She had turned up in front of them out of nowhere and kissed Kakashi, who saw no reason to stop it. During the kiss, Kakashi soon noticed that she was somehow sucking out all of his chakra, and soon after that she had cut him with a katana in his shoulder and then knocked out his students before leaving with Sakura. Naruto narrowed his eyes as he heard that, "Red hair, katana." He repeated what Kakashi said, "Are you sure it was a woman?" Kakashi nodded. "That's for sure." Naruto looked at the ground as he spoke. "It almost sounded like you described someone I worked with for a while in the past, only difference being that the one I worked with was a guy." "I see," Kakashi said before coughing up some blood. "Don't talk anymore for a while," Mikoto said as she kept healing him with a medical jutsu. "Just one last question," Naruto said as he moved closer and put his hand near Kakashi's wound, almost looking as if he was inspecting it. "Did you catch the name of the sword technique?" As soon as Kakashi spoke the word Dei Shinken, 2 things happened immediately. The wound healed at an impossible fast rate until it was completely healed and Naruto had disappeared. Naruto had channeled a lot of chakra as soon as he heard the name of the sword technique. It was his own technique, Dei Shinken, Great Dragon Shot, and he had unknowingly healed Kakashi at the same time as he had used a Shunshin to leave. Naruto summoned an army of small toads and an even bigger army of shadow clones to scout the area and find the attacker and kidnapper. It seemed like even though it had been around 5 hours since Sakura was taken, the attacker had not gotten very far away from where Kakashi and the others was, since one of Naruto's toads found Sakura's location in 40 minutes. 10 minutes later, when Naruto finally got there, he heard a voice that he recognized. "It's been a while." Senju, a woman with long red hair, just as Kakashi described her, was standing outside of a small house where she was most likely holding Sakura. She wore a white kimono with pink markings on it. "I don't think we have met," Naruto said as he walked towards her with one hand reaching for his sword. "That's rude," the woman said and pouted. "It's me, Fuka." Naruto stopped moving and his jaw dropped to the ground and he pointed at her. "What? But you're a... You used to be guy? What's going on, Databia? What did you say?" Fuka yelled with a red face. "I have always been a girl, you idiot." "Oh. Naruto said, recovering from the surprise from earlier. So you have tricked me, he said and smiled in a sick way. Fuka used to be wearing clothes that guys usually wore. She also always covered her hair with something such as a hat or a hood. Naruto, who probably would not have seen the difference anyway, always thought Fuka was a guy. I admit that I might have changed a little bit, but I have never given you reason to believe that I was a man, Fuka said, and she was starting to lose her patience. Okay then, Naruto said and pointed at her chest. You grew a lot, I see. You used to be flat as a board, even more flat than the pink-haired girl you have kidnapped. That is why I thought you were a guy, a natural mistake. Hey! Sakura yelled from inside the house. Shit, she heard me, Naruto mumbled. Oh well, Fuka said and picked up a katana that was leaning against the wall of the house. I was wondering if I should let you go considering our past, but now I have changed my mind. Naruto and Fuka were not close friends or something like that. They had done a few jobs together in the past. Most of the jobs were bounty hunter jobs. The reason they stopped doing jobs together was due to how Fuka had changed as time went on. She started taking on jobs that Naruto would never accept doing, such as killing or capturing civilians or ninjas that were not criminals. So Naruto decided to stay away from Fuka and hoped that they would never meet again. Can I ask one thing before we start? Naruto asked as he prepared himself to either get killed or to kill his old friend. Go ahead, why did you take the girl? Her. Fuka said with her thumb pointing at the house. I am selling her to some slavers. Easy money, I see, Naruto said with anger showing from his expression. You have kidnapped one of my comrades and you have also used my own technique on another one. Enough talking, Fuka said and sprinted towards Naruto. I have missed your chakra, she said, yelled with a laugh. Fuka used to be the stronger of the two of them due to her being older than Naruto, but in speed they were pretty evenly matched. That was 2 years ago and Naruto had grown a lot since then. Mostly he had become much taller and gained more body strength. When two swordsmen had the same speed and around the same skill, it was almost always decided by who had the most body strength. Shishi Sunsen! Naruto yelled as he almost flew towards Fuka and slashed down with his sword trying to cut her. Fuka had quickly moved out of the way and was now standing behind Naruto and attempted to pierce her katana through his back, but Naruto got away by quickly substituting with a wooden log. Naruto wasted no time to attack as he shot a Sunjiraku Pondo Ho. Sword slash towards Fuka, who barely managed to dodge it as part of her kimono covering her left arm had been destroyed. A new technique. How naughty, Fuka said and held her left arm. Naruto did not answer. Instead he created 5 shadow clones, Ninpo, Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. Fuka hated it when Naruto would use the few ninjutsu that he knew when they sparred back in the day. Naruto knew about that and had decided to use ninjutsu for a while to anger Fuka and make her lose focus. Naruto held up a regular shuriken and threw it at Fuka. Ninpo, Shuriken Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. He created a massive amount of clones of the shuriken, all flying at high speed in Fuka's direction. Fuka smiled a bit because she realized that she could just get out of the way quickly and let Naruto keep throwing jutsu at her until he runs out of chakra. But that plan was quickly stopped when she saw that Naruto's clones had surrounded her and she had nowhere to run except straight ahead into the flying shurikens. Ninpo, Katon, Indan. Naruto's clone standing behind Fuka shot a large bullet of fire the size of 3 chujis at her. This was one of the new techniques Naruto had learned while training during his fishing trip. Fuka only saw one way to get out of this situation, and it was to use her fastest technique to quickly get over to the real Naruto's position and end the fight immediately. It looked almost as she teleported next to Naruto, but before she even managed to register where she was, she found herself laying on the ground with Naruto's sword pierced through her shoulder, holding her stuck down to the ground. Hee, Naruto chuckled as that smile returned that he always got when he was about to kill someone. Such a shame, he said, and drew the sword out of her body and then aimed it at her heart. Just as he was about to connect, Fuka disappeared from the ground and now stood next to the house once again holding her shoulder. I will not forget about this, Fuka said and disappeared once again, but this time she must have teleported further because he could not see her. Naruto could have chased after her but chose not to. The mission was to save Sakura, not kill Fuka, and since Sakura was still in the house he had completed the mission and redeemed himself from his failure on the last mission. I will never understand women, Naruto mumbled as he walked into the house and saw Sakura sitting on the floor with her hands and legs tied up. Naruto? Sakura said, a bit surprised. Did you defeat her? Naruto nodded and cut the ropes, allowing Sakura to move again. Sakura stood up and hugged Naruto. "Thanks Naruto," she said and started crying into his chest. Meanwhile Naruto just stared at the top of her head with his eyebrows twitching. He did not know what else to do. He had never been in this situation before. A minute or so later Sakura had calmed down a bit and Naruto told her that they should get back to the others who were probably looking for them. This was something Naruto did know how to do. Naruto threw Sakura over his shoulder so that her upper body was hanging out behind him and her legs flying around in front of him, and then ran back to where they met Team 7. Naruto said as he was currently jumping from branch to branch in the forest heading back to the others while carrying Sakura. "What is it?" A somewhat irritated Sakura answered as she was not exalted about the way Naruto carried her. "When we arrive I want you to do something for me." "Okay, what do you want me to do?" 20 minutes later Naruto arrived at the big tree where Kakashi was still resting. The others that was there was gathered around Kakashi with the exception of Anko, who had headed out looking for Naruto. Naruto put Sakura down on the ground. She then walked up to the others and spoke while trying to change her voice to sound more like Naruto. "The mission." She took a long pause as completed. Dagazuru Kakashi sighed a sigh of relief as he saw Sakura was okay. Kurane was currently glaring at Naruto and that was making his eyes twitch as well as the "Dagazuru" comment Sakura added that was totally unnecessary. "Good job Naruto," Mikoto said walking over to him and putting a hand on his shoulder, "but next time, please follow my orders and don't do things on your own, okay?" She added with a smile. Sakura then looked a bit uncomfortable before she spoke again with the changed voice. "I don't see any reason to stay with you lot. I will take my leave and report to Monkey Dagazuru." Naruto stuck out his tongue as he did hand sign and disappeared using a shunshin. What an odd guy he turned out to be, Mikoto spoke to herself before she left the others to find Anko so they all could return to Konoha. Kurane, who was now glaring at Sakura instead of Naruto as soon as he was gone, told her yes. Sakura said a little bit uncomfortable. "Don't think it means anything just because he carried you, Kurane," and then stopped glaring at her before looking back at her adding HMPF before leaving herself, most likely running after Naruto. "The bitch." Teiwa yelled and ran after Kurane while Sakura just stood there with her jaw dropped thinking, what the hell is going on? "HN. Stop standing there with your mouth open," Sasuke said to Sakura and pointed to Kakashi. "Help me carry him back." Sakura did as she was told but thought Naruto would never let me carry anyone. "Wait, what am I thinking?" When Mikoto came back with Anko she asked, "Where are Kurane and Teiwa?" "They left," Sasuke answered. "Left where?" "Most likely they went after the idiot." "Which idiot?" "Naruto, I think his name was." I see. Mikoto sighed before looking around and noticed that Anko was now gone, not her too. A few hours later, Hiruzen's office. Hiruzen was relaxing, enjoying a smoke while reading another masterpiece written by his former student Jiraiya while he heard a sound from outside. It sounded almost as if a cannonball had been shot nearby and was flying right at him. Naruto soon flew through his window, destroying it before landing on his feet in front of his desk and running to his trash can and then puked into it. "That's ugh. The last time I drink and run." Hiruzen scrunched his nose and said, "I take it you finished the mission." "It is done," Naruto said and sat down on a chair in front of Hiruzen's desk while the old man himself went back to reading the Ika and refilling his pipe. It took another hour before Hiruzen had noticed that Naruto had fallen asleep in the chair, and another 2 hours before Kurane, Teiwa, and Anko arrived at his office. Where are the others?" Hiruzen asked as soon as they entered. "They will come later since Kakashi can't travel at max speed due to the damage he took," Kurane answered. "I see. Why aren't you all traveling together?" "I returned as soon as I could to hand out some punishment to a genin who has been misbehaving," Kurane answered once again while Anko nodded. "Yes, same reason for me. What about you, Teiwa-chan?" Hiruzen asked her. "The bitch left so I had to get back so she would not do anything to the shithead," she explained. "The shithead?" Hiruzen repeated with a confused face before going back to his Ika. "You girls may leave." All three of them got a twitch mark above their eyebrows as they saw that book and that he just started reading it in front of them. Kurane was about to walk up and grab Naruto. "I will just take leave," Hiruzen commanded before laughing. "The shithead is resting, stingy old man," Teiwa shouted as she ran out of the office with Anko and Kurane following. Hiruzen sighed once again and was about to go back to the Ika world when he heard Naruto speak in his sleep. "Tits. Yes, Hiruzen answered with a laugh. Tsunadeheim Naruto added a second later and then snored loudly before falling of the chair. Ha ha ha. Hiruzen laughed as he slammed his hands on his desk. Hiruzen then summoned Inma and had him carry Naruto back to his apartment so he could sleep in his bed. Mikoto and Team 7 with the exception of Teiwa arrived another hour later and gave their report. Kakashi was taken to the hospital just to be safe while Sakura was told to go home and get some rest before the team would meet up tomorrow. The next day Naruto woke up and thought, this has to stop, as he saw that Teiwa was sleeping in his bed. She did not want Ino to have one-up-on her, but little did she know Ino had already slept in the same bed with Naruto twice. After Naruto had done what anyone would in this situation, run out of his apartment in haste, Naruto had been stopped right outside his door by Kurenai and Anko, who stood outside blocking his path. NGH, Naruto exclaimed with his eyebrow twitching, what do you want? Our team are doing some D-ranked missions today, so you need to come with me and meet up with the girls, Anko answered as Teiwa, who had woken up from all of the noise, ran out to them only wearing her pajamas. Fucker, where are you going? She yelled. Haha, I think you are my favorite student already, Anko said and laughed before adding, meet me at training grounds 12 in 10 minutes. And then disappeared in a shunshin. Kurenai was red with anger as she pointed at Teiwa. What is this? She asked Naruto, who just raised an eyebrow. That is Teiwa, my neighbor, Naruto answered as if Kurenai did not know who she was. Fuck you bitch, Teiwa said and closed the door, adding, I'm making myself breakfast then meeting up with my team. Yeah, good luck with that, Naruto mumbled since he did not have any food at all. I won't stand for this, Naruto, Kurenai continued and crossed her arms above her chest. Now listen here, woman, Naruto scowling, it is not my fault that all these girls keep showing up in my bed, there are others. Kurenai yelled, and I told you to call me Kurenai-chan. Sure there is, Naruto answered calmly before raising his voice, however I fail to see how that is your problem, it is my bed. Wait a minute, you didn't know about them sleeping there? Kurenai asked. Naruto shook his head, I usually have my trusted companions guarding me while I sleep when I am in some kind of danger, but these girls keep showing up when I am knocked or passed out. I see that is a problem we must address, Kurenai said, nodding her head. Agreed, I have an idea, how about I move in with you and keep them away? Kurenai suggested and added, I can cook food and do the laundry as well, in a way to make it sound like a better deal. How does that solve anything? Naruto yelled, then I will be stuck with the devil in my apartment. Naruto-kun, what have I told you about that? Screw you, Naruto said before disappearing in a shunshin heading towards training grounds 12. Right, Kurenai said with a blush. Someday Naruto had noticed something while he moved away from his apartment. Those two idiots, the fake Uchiha and Ero Sennin, were hiding nearby, most likely spying on him. Ero Sennin was even taking notes. Naruto wondered if the monkey had set them up for this. He needs to get some answers soon. When Naruto arrived at training grounds 12, the others was already there. Naruto was known to be a polite and nice gentleman, so he greeted his team, hello, Dango, Uchiha Ujo, Hyuga Imuto, with a nod to all of them. Hanabi scowled as she slowly walked up to Naruto. You shall address me as Hanabi-chan, okay, I will make sure to remember that, Naruto said and walked past her, sitting down next to Midori. Morning, Teiko, Midori said in a low voice as she was trying not to laugh at Naruto's comment. Well then, now that the playboy has arrived, how about we let the girls introduce themselves since they didn't get the chance last time, Anko suggested, and the others just got confused by the playboy comment, especially Naruto. Hi Hanabi begun, I am Hyuga Hanabi, you may call me Hanabi-sama, Midori said, interrupting her. Except for him you shall address me with A-chan at all times, Hanabi continued looking at Naruto. I am 11 and graduated 1 year earlier than the Uchiha, so show me the respect I deserve. How humble, Anko said with a smile. Okay, next. Midori was not happy about that comment, as if Hanabi was somehow better than herself. She calmed herself before she began. Ano. My name is Uchiha Midori. I like my family with one exception, and I hope I can be of help to our team. You forgot about something, Naruto said. Right. Ano. I am 12 and I like reading. She began before Naruto interrupted her. No, you're supposed to tell us all to get down on the ground and lick your feet. We are not worthy to even breathe the same air as Midori Ujo, we're peasants. Stop it, Teiko. Midori yelled, red-faced from embarrassment. Meanwhile with Team 7 who was just meeting up for a short meeting where Kakashi would tell them they had the day off due to him having to rest for some more time. When Teiwa who was the last to arrive got there, Kakashi closed the Ika book he was reading and I smiled. Now that everyone is here I have something important to tell you. All three students got a bit excited and nervous at the same time. Today is a special day. Kakashi continued and giggled, isn't it Teiwa-chan? What? Teiwa yelled, what is so fucking special about today? Kakashi head snapped towards her, scaring the shit out of her. It would appear, he spoke quickly, that one of my students have engaged in nightly activities with someone of the other gender, HN. That crush didn't last long, Sasuke said to Sakura who sweat dropped. I have no idea what he is talking about, so what? Teiwa said with a red face, I am not the only one that's been sleeping with him. That whore Ino and someone named Tsunade has most likely done it as well. Kakashi's feet could not hold him up anymore as fell down on the ground. Minato-sensei, Kakashi said with a tear dropping from his eye, I think your legacy is going to be just fine. Am I the only one that wished we got another Jounin-sensei? Sasuke asked Teiwa and Sakura pointing a thumb at Kakashi. Kakashi jumped up on his feet, you have today and tomorrow off. Dismissed. Kakashi did a hand sign. Just before he left with a shunshin he smiled and said, Teiwa make sure to use condoms. What the fuck is a condom and why would I need it? Teiwa mumbled to herself with her hand to her chin while Sakura blushed and answered, we learned about that during the academy. It is how guys protect themselves during sex. I didn't need to fucking hear that right now. Teiwa said, why did you bring that up? Wait a fucking minute. Teiwa yelled as she realized what was going. I am going to kill that creepy one-eyed scarecrow. And then ran away angry as hell trying to find Kakashi. Sakura Sasuke said once they were alone. Yes Sasuke-kun. HN. Sasuke readied himself for a hard question. Would it make you happy if I told you that you were the most normal on our team? Of course Sasuke-kun, how sweet of you. Happy enough to leave me alone? No HN. Sasuke then left the training grounds without any word while Sakura thought back on what she had heard this morning. She was now heading towards Ino to find out who the guy was that both she and her teammate had nightly activities with. Naruto spent the day getting introduced to D-ranked missions. After that he decided to drink more than he has ever done before and passed out in his bathroom. This time he made sure to summon his bodyguards. One boring week passed where Naruto did more D-ranked missions with his team. For the whole week he was able to sleep normally and had not heard anything from the Toad brothers about any intruders trying to get into his bed. Naruto as usual spent the free time after the missions drinking sake and training. Katon, Indan, and Bunshin Daibakaha was two jutsu that Naruto had learned early on in his training. He had also learned Katon, Hosenkan no Jutsu, Fire Release, Phoenix Sage Fire Technique, and most recently started practicing on two water techniques being Mizudepo no Jutsu, Water Pistol Technique, and Suten, Hahanryu, Water Release, Tearing Torrent. Hiruzen had left the village for a while because he was having a rather important meeting with the Raikage. The Genin squads had been told to focus on training and working on their teamwork for the time that their Hokage would be gone instead of doing D-ranked missions handed out by his advisors. Hiruzen left the village yesterday and the Genins had not been told about it yet. When Naruto arrived at Training Grounds 12, the last one to arrive as usual, Anko told them what the Hokage had suggested. Naruto saw no problem with training, but working on their teamwork was something that bugged him. Teamwork? Naruto questioned just after Anko was done explaining the situation. To find teamwork, he continued. Well, how you three can work together to finish the task you have been given. This should be obvious, Anko answered. Okay, I think I get it, Naruto said, then turned to Midori and Hanabi Ujo. Emuto-san. I need you two to practice your Shunshin Haiteiku, Midori answered while Hanabi just responded with a TCH. Due to Naruto adding san after instead of chan. What for? Midori asked. If we ever get into a battle with enemy ninjas, I need you two too. Naruto said slowly, and both of the girls and Anko listened intently. Get out of there as quickly as possible so you won't be in my way as I dispose of the enemy. Midori and Hanabi fell back on their bums in surprise after hearing that while Anko just laughed. Okay then, Hanabi-chan and Midori-chan, you two come with me and we will begin going over some strategies we can use during missions. Hi, they both answered. Naruto, since you won't cooperate, I have found something else you can do for today, Anko said and gained a huge grin. Go to training ground 8 and report to the Jounin sensei of team 8. Yes ma'am, Naruto said and walked straight ahead. It's that way, Anko yelled and pointed to her right, and Naruto turned and walked to Anko's left instead, the other way. God damn it. It took 4 hours for Naruto to find training ground 10, which was only 1 kilometer away from training grounds 12. Once he got there, he saw something that amused him. It was a girl with rather short blue hair with the same eyes as his teammate. She also turned red immediately as he got there, the same way that Midori does when she is embarrassed. Hyuga Hinata was using her Byakugan to scout the forest around the grassy field that she stood on, trying to locate Kiba and Shino when she saw her crush coming her way. Yo Hanabi-chan, I am here to report to the Jounin sensei of team 8, Naruto said, and then got a bit confused since Hinata seemed to have fainted as soon as he spoke. Naruto also had that feeling that he had met this girl before, but he just could not remember when. Databia, Naruto said as he poked Hinata on her back with the back of his sword, trying to wake her up. Kiba had decided to stop hiding and return to see what was up with Hinata since she was slower than usual in finding them. What the fuck, Naruto? What did you do to Hinata? Kiba yelled once he saw Naruto sitting next to Hinata, still poking her with his sword. She died, Naruto said slowly. Naruto? Kiba said with a glare, but stopped when Hinata had moved closer to Naruto in her sleep and hugged the arm that he used to poke her with the sword. Kiba's sweat dropped and asked, did she fall asleep? Greetings Uzumaki Naruto, Naruto heard a low voice say, and he looked around the area trying to find the source of it. Standing right in front of him, leaning on a tree, was Shino with his regular outfit. Yo, Naruto said as he saw him, then focused on Kiba. You know where I can find the sensei of team 8? Yeah sure, but first I want to know what happened to Hinata. I arrived here. Then she fell to the ground, Naruto said, taking a long time between words. Come on, who would believe that? What did you do? Just after Kiba asked that, Hinata opened her eyes and said with a big smile, I had a wonderful dream, Erera. Naruto leaned down and put his face right in front of hers, care to tell. They could literally see her face going from pale to red within seconds as Hinata fainted once again. See, what did I tell ya? Naruto said, jumping back, resheathing his sword. If your sensei is not around, then I am done here. She fainted. Kiba stammered comically. That is odd, but it has happened before, Shino reminded Kiba. That's because 3 years ago. Kiba ignored Shino when he explained that the last time Hinata had fainted was when she was sitting next to Naruto in class over 3 years ago. Instead of listening, Kiba told Naruto, she should be around here somewhere. Your sensei should know that I don't like when people waste my time. Naruto was losing his patience, he had more important things to do. Listen guys, there is. What now, Shino? Kiba yelled. Kurane sensei is here. That's because there is a tree behind Naruto, Shino said, pointing at a small tree that had appeared out of nowhere behind Naruto. One of its branches was getting bigger and bigger until it captured Naruto, so he could not use his arms, and hugged him towards the tree, making it impossible for him to escape. Magen, Chubaku, Demonic Illusion, Tree Binding. Kurane announced the name of the jutsu after her upper body emerged from the tree above Naruto. I'm stuck, Naruto exclaimed with a scowl. Hey sensei, do you know what's wrong with Hinata? Kiba asked, not really caring at all that Kurane had used one of her strongest techniques to bind his genin friend. She is fine. You two can take her home as you have the rest of the day off, Kurane said, and Kiba and Shino did as they were told and carried Hinata out of the field. And Akamura was on Kiba's head all the time, sleeping. I have not forgotten about him, no way. Guys. Naruto yelled. I will let you go as soon as you agree not to run away, Kurane whispered into Naruto's ear. I was told to report to the Jounin sensei of Team 7, so, what do you want? Naruto asked. You are going to help me as punishment for misbehaving in the past. Okay, sounds easy enough, Naruto agreed quickly, but had no intentions of actually helping her. As soon as she let him go, he was out of there. Good. I actually expected you to refuse, Kurane smiled as she released the genjutsu, allowing Naruto to move again. So what is it you need me to do? Naruto asked out of curiosity as they were now facing each other. Just come with me and help me carry some stuff I have to buy, she answered and smiled a little as she did. Naruto was going over scenarios of how this would turn out and how it would end up with Kurane screwing him, not literally. If I do this, Naruto said slowly with his arms crossed and his eyes closed. Would you, perhaps, show me your panties? Naruto opened one eye slowly just in time to see Kurene's leg connect with his head as she had kicked him. Arg. Why did you do that for you witch? Naruto screamed as he held his head. He was soon unable to even hold his head as Kurene had her legs around his neck within a leg lock. What was that? Naruto-kun. She purred into his ear. I'm sorry Kurene-chan. Kurene let go of him as she jumped off then said, now let's go, we don't have all day. Naruto followed Kurene without saying anything with a big scowl on his face for about 2 steps before Kurene stopped and bent down to hold her leg. I hurt my leg when I kicked you, Kurene said and winced a little as she nursed her leg. You will have to carry me. Naruto's eyes twitched as he picked her up and carried her bridal style like last time. I hate you, Naruto growled, then ran towards the village with Kurene giggling. Kurene of course was not hurt at all and only used it as an excuse to have Naruto carry her. Kurene gave him the directions to one of many clothing stores that they visited. Naruto spent the whole day walking behind Kurene with his hands full of bags with Kurene's newly bought clothes. Before what Kurene saw as a date and Naruto as torture was over, they visited Ichiraku's to order a bowl of ramen each. When Naruto had carried Kurene and his clone had carried the bags back to her apartment, Kurene had thanked him for the help and said, I hope we can do this again, sometime. Naruto had smiled a foxy smile and answered yeah sure. When Naruto got home that night he drank all the sake he had left, which was not that much since he did not have that much money left considering Hiruzen had yet to pay him for any of the missions. Thinking fast, Naruto grabbed his sword and walked into his bedroom. He then looked at the wall that was connected to Teiwa's apartment and cut a big hole in the wall before entering Teiwa's bedroom. Teiwa was doing something that looked hilarious to Naruto. She was jumping around hitting a dummy of what had to be that Kate Kakashi sensei of hers, only wearing an orange t-shirt with the Uzumaki swirl on it and underwear. I'm out of sake, can I have some? Naruto asked, standing behind Teiwa, who had not realized yet that Naruto had cut a hole in her wall and walked into her bedroom as she was busy practicing. Kaiaiaiai! Teiwa exclaimed in surprise as she jumped up the air before turning around and facing Naruto with a big blush. What the fuck are you doing here, shithead? Sake. Naruto said slowly while Teiwa noticed the big hole in her wall. What did you do to my fucking wall? She yelled and then looked around to find her pants. I had to ask. If you had any sake. So I cut it, Naruto said with a grin. Are you stupid? Teiwa asked. Why didn't you just knock on my front door? She asked as she put on pair of black pants. A good question indeed, Naruto said as he sat down on Teiwa's bed and crossed his arms. Why did you put on your pants? Before Teiwa could respond, they both heard the sound of someone knocking on the front door. Naruto went to open Teiwa's door while Teiwa attempted to stop him as she tried to drag him back to the bedroom, but Naruto would not budge and just kept going. When Naruto opened the door, he expected a person to be standing outside. Instead he saw 2 small creatures that both carried something. Konoha and Udon was going to prank their boss Teiwa in a way to get her respect. The intent to do that was to throw a bucket of white paint and feathers at her. Naruto just raised an eyebrow at the creatures and waited for them to move or say anything. Who are you, Kore? Konoha asked, pointing at him. Maybe he heard our boss, Udon added with a frightened expression. Naruto grinned in a way that scared the shit out of Konoha and Udon before he answered Senju. Wanting to get the fuck out of here as soon as possible, Konoha threw the bucket with paint at Naruto and after Udon threw the feathers and they both ran away screaming. Naruto just stood there outside Teiwa's door scratching his head in confusion with the paint and feathers covering him. Teiwa, who was standing far enough behind Naruto not to get any paint on her, laughed at him. You look like a fucking chicken, shithead. Naruto looked at the paint and feathers covering his arms and most of his clothes, opening his mouth wide in surprise before getting angry. Teiwa, who were those 2? Just Konoha and Udon, 2 annoying little kids, Teiwa answered, still laughing at him. I see, Naruto answered, appearing pretty calm. Then he smiled and scratched the back of his head. So did you have any sake? No, I don't drink that stuff, I'm 14. Teiwa yelled. Okay, good night neighbor, Naruto said before closing the door, going back to his apartment, all the time thinking about how he was going to cut down the 2 creatures the next time he met them. Naruto should have foreseen what would happen the next morning. Maybe giving Teiwa another and quicker route into his bed was not the best decision he had made yesterday. However, he had also realized that most likely Teiwa was not out to kill him in his sleep, as this was the second time he had woken up with her next to him. Naruto decided that he would tell the Toad brothers, Gamakaki, Gamatatsu, that they would not need to guard him at nights when he is sleeping in his apartment anymore, because if Teiwa just wanted to sleep in his bed, she was welcome to do so. Without waking up Teiwa, Naruto got out of his apartment and met up with his team. Anko had told Midori and Hanabi to keep working on their teamwork like she had told them yesterday, which annoyed both of the girls since they kind of disliked each other. Naruto, however, was told to spar with Anko, and this was a way for Anko to get payback for their first meeting, where Naruto had commented on how her breasts was not on par with Tsunade's and then poked her breasts with his finger, leading to Anko chasing him around in anger while Naruto just laughed at her and dodged her every move. The spar this time was no different from the chase last time, as Naruto had once again just jumped around and dodged, not taking it seriously at all. The next 2 days Naruto had woken up alone in his bed and figured that Teiwa must have been out on a mission with Team 7. That meant that Naruto would probably be called out to save them in the near future, since they had a habit of running into missing nins on their C ranks. Hiruzen had returned to Konoha yesterday in a sour mood. The meeting with the Raikage had gone pretty well, but what made him a bit irritated was that he learned that Naruto had lied to him about what happened after the fight with Akatsuki. The Raikage, A, had been told by his brother Killer B that, "I took care of a cool little dude. His name was Senju, and apart from being a drunk he was a prude." A had never been told Naruto's real name, as both B and Hiruzen had only used the name Senju when speaking about him, while Yujito and Samui had only used pet names. What the Kages discussed during their meeting was the possibility of both their villages taking part in each other's chuunin exams. Hiruzen had agreed to let Kumo take a part in the upcoming chuunin exam in Konoha, but only with one team as a test run. Konoha and Kumo did not have the best of history, so Hiruzen wanted to be on the safe side. A had agreed to that on the condition that Konoha would only be able to send one team as well when it was time for Kumo to hold their own chuunin exams. Konoha and Kumo did not become allies in the same way as Konoha and Suna are allies after this meeting, but it was a start. If everything went smooth with the upcoming chuunin exams, the next 2 years they would meet for another meeting and see if they would further cooperate. Back in his office, the first thing Hiruzen did was to find the most boring C-rank mission that was available and then have one of his subordinates call for Team 12. Anko was a bit confused as she arrived with her students soon after that they had been called there. They had barely been able to finish up their first D rank for the day when they were called. Hokage-sama. Anko, just a minute, Hiruzen said, staring at Naruto, who was staring back at him. They started glaring at each other before Hiruzen handed Anko a paper with information of a C-ranked mission. At first Anko was happy because normally a team would not be sent out for a C-ranked this early after its creation, but as she continued to read the details she went from happy to upset. "Really? What have we done to deserve this?" Anko almost yelled. This was the type of C-ranked mission that every ninja hated. It was pretty much a D-ranked, except that it was in another village far away, so with the possibility of running into either bandits or others that could be a threat on the way to the mission, it was treated as a C-rank. Hiruzen did not answer. Instead he continued to stare down Naruto, who did the same. "You wanna go, monkey?" Naruto threatened with a wide foxy grin. The next few seconds scared the shit out of Hanabi and Midori as they saw something both terrifying and also, in their minds, incredible. Hiruzen had almost flew out of his seat, launching himself towards Naruto, who had taken a hit to his head before he disappeared in a puff of smoke. Appearing behind Hiruzen, he had used his favorite sword technique, Shishi Sunsen, and attempted to cut Hiruzen's left arm off from his shoulder, but instead he cut into a log before Hiruzen had reappeared behind Naruto and slammed his fist down on the top of his head, ending the fight. All of this happened in a few seconds, and the killing intent and speed was what scared the both girls. "What the hell did I do?" Naruto whined as he held his head. "Apart from visiting other hidden villages and not telling me about it? How about stealing all of my sake when I was gone, or tying my grandson and his friend on a cow and have it run around the village?" Anko sighed and said, "So he is the reason we get this boring mission then?" Naruto sat up and stared at Hiruzen and asked, "Do you have any proof? Are you going to deny it?" Hiruzen asked, "And lie to me once again?" Naruto shook his head. "No, I did it all, but I don't understand why you are mad about it." Naruto then explained that Hiruzen's sake deserved to be drank by him and that it tasted like shit anyway. The grandson and his friend must have been the two creatures he was hunting. They had it coming. Naruto being in another village was none of Hiruzen's business. Hiruzen had dropped the subject after hearing that since he figured Naruto would not listen to anything he had to say anyways. After telling them to get going, Hiruzen had stopped them for a second and held up a file. "Look at this shitty brat, this is the team that Kyumo will participate in the upcoming chuunin exams with," he said, holding up the file with a picture of Amwa, Samui, and Yujito. Naruto, as he saw the picture, started sweating and lost all color in his face with his mouth open, looking terrified. He just stammered and pointed at the file, and his team had to drag him out of the office so they could finally get going. As they walked through the village heading towards the western gate, Anko explained the mission details. They were heading to the Tanzaki quarters, a town well known for its gambling opportunities, festivals, and parties. Tanzaki quarters was the second home of Naruto's deceased mentor Senju Itama. Their objective was to clean in a casino, and that included every poker chip. After walking for a while on the dirt road outside of the village, Midori asked Naruto a question about something she had had on her mind for a while. "En Naruto Keiku Teiku, is it true that you are sleeping with Teiwa and Ino?" She barely managed to ask as she was very embarrassed after asking such a question, but she had to know. Hanabi immediately stopped walking and snapped her head towards Naruto, eager to hear the answer. Anko was interested as well, but did not show it in the same obvious way that Hanabi did. Instead, she just smiled and waited for the answer. "Yes," Naruto answered, raising his eyebrow. "How do you know of this?" "I overheard Sakura and Ino talking the other day," Midori stuttered out, backing away a little, almost hiding behind Anko due to the way Naruto was staring at her. Anko laughed. "Wow, you are one lucky guy to have two girlfriends, huh?" Naruto's confused expression told them that he had no idea what she was talking about. "You said you were sleeping with them and they both know of it, so I just assumed." Anko began explaining. "What of it?" Naruto interrupted her. "If they want to sleep in my bed, they are free to do so. So long as they don't have any ulterior motives." "Oh no, I misunderstood the situation and now Teiku is going to be mad at me," Midori thought sadly. "Just sleep." Anko slapped her hand to her head. "How boring. I don't understand what is so special about them sleeping with him in the first place," Hanabi said and held up a finger. "I have slept with him for years already, eeh." Midori screeched. "Nonsense," Naruto said and began walking again. "It's true," Hanabi yelled before telling her story. It started when her big sister Hinata was saved by Naruto from a couple of bullies when they were a lot younger. Hinata had gained a huge crush on Naruto after that, and some years later acquired a mini stuffed version of Naruto. Hanabi had been jealous and had received on as well, and she always had it with her in bed. After hearing that story, Naruto walked faster than before while Midori laughed at Hanabi and Anko petted her on the head. "That's so cute." "Yes, it is," Hanabi said with a huge smile. "Who knew I would find a real one?" And ran after Naruto, hugging him from behind. Midori ran after them with a yell of "Get off him!" Soon after that they started running. Then a few hours later they arrived at the Tanzaki quarters and the casino they were going to help with the cleaning it. Very soon after arriving, something happened with Anko as she held her neck on her left side and screamed out in pain. "Anko-sensei!" The girls screamed and ran up to her. "Dango!" Naruto whispered and then snapped his head to a window. Outside stood a pale man with long dark hair that looked almost more snake than human. He was doing a hand sign, and that was all Naruto needed to hold the stranger responsible. Outside, was this really necessary, Orochimaru-sama? Kabuto asked, adjusting his glasses. "I'm just saying hello to my old apprentice," Orochimaru answered with a chuckle. "Shunshingiri, teleportation slash," Naruto screamed as he put his sword through Orochimaru's stomach. Orochimaru did not even bother to dodge it, even if he easily could. Instead he chose to use his body replacement technique, Orochimaru Ryu no Kawarami no Jutsu, Orochimaru style body replacement technique. While getting out of his old body like a snake shedding its skin, Orochimaru laughed. Kukyuka then said, "It seems my apprentice has an interesting student." Kabuto had already left the area because if he was around when someone from Konoha got there they would have to change their whole plan. In the chuunin exams, since Kabuto had an important part, Naruto chose not to answer. Instead he threw a shuriken, ninpo, shuriken kage bunshin no jutsu, shuriken shadow clone technique. He created a mass of shurikens all flying towards Orochimaru, who chose to get out of the way this time, jumping up into a tree. 1 second later one of Naruto's clone was standing behind Orochimaru, aiming his right index finger at the back of Orochimaru's head. Ninpo, Mizudepo no Jutsu, water pistol technique. Naruto shot a small condensed bullet of water that would have gone straight through Orochimaru's head if he had not once again gotten out of the way. Such power, Orochimaru said, standing below the tree staring up at Naruto. Before Naruto answered, he was covered in red-orange chakra and his whiskers darkened as he was borrowing Kurama's chakra. Moving faster than he would using a shunshin, he jumped down towards Orochimaru with his sword in hand. Shishi Sunsen. Naruto shouted as he slammed his sword down at the ground as he had missed Orochimaru again. Orochimaru chuckled as he walked out from behind a tree. "We will meet again, Uzumaki Naruto," he said before sinking into the ground and leaving the area. Naruto wasted no time as he used Ninpo, Kukiyos no Jutsu, summoning technique, to summon Gamekaki and Gamatsu. "I need you two to help me find a snake," Naruto told them and hung into Orochimaru to show them exactly what he meant. The three of them then ran out of the Tanzaki quarters searching for Orochimaru. After a while, Naruto took out his bingo book and opened the page with Orochimaru's information. Orochimaru, one of the three Chuunins, former teammate of Senju Tsunade and Jiraiya. Naruto read out loud with a big grin. Then he thought, "This mission just got interesting. Thanks, monkey." With Anko and the rest of Team 12 a minute or so after Orochimaru had stopped the jutsu, the pain Anko was feeling from her curse mark disappeared. "Anko-sensei, are you okay?" Midori asked, seeing the panicked look on Anko's face. "I'm okay, but we need to get back to Konoha as fast as possible," Anko answered. Then she took a look around the casino. Where did Naruto go? Hanabi, who was standing near the window, was a bit shaky as she answered, "He was fighting with something that looked human, but I'm not sure if it was, what?" Anko screamed, "Come on, we have no time to waste. We are heading back to Konoha right away," and ran out of the casino. "Yes, sensei." Both girls ran after her. Anko created a shadow clone which would take Midori and Hanabi back to Konoha while she went to look for Naruto. With Naruto heading northwest after leaving the Tanzaki quarters, "This is so exciting," Naruto thought as he jumped from branch in a forest that was pretty close to Konoha. Naruto and the Toad brothers had split up earlier to quicken the search. Naruto saw Gamekaki approach him as the Toad jumped up and sat on his head. The snake and his partner split up some ways ahead. His partner headed towards the direction of Konoha. Naruto stopped jumping and Gamekaki jumped down to the ground and transformed into Kabuto. "Henge, this is what he looked like. Good job, Kichi," Naruto said, and then unsealed a chocolate bar from a scroll that he threw to the Toad. "Thanks, boss. I'm heading back to MT Mayaboku now." While Gamatsu continues to trail the snake, Gamekaki disappeared in a puff of smoke after that before Naruto could tell him otherwise. Gamekaki had heard the name Orochimaru before and was going to report to Gamabunta about what was going on. "Don't abandon your mission before it's completed, Baka," Naruto yelled to no one since Gamekaki was already gone. Naruto then kept going after Orochimaru. It was not that surprising that Orochimaru traveled at a higher speed than himself. Still, Naruto managed to trail him all the way to the Valley of the End. At Valley of the End, Orochimaru met up with another sound ninja, Kimimaro. "Good to see you up and running, Kimimaro-kun," Orochimaru hissed. "Thanks, Orochimaru-sama. Did everything go as planned?" "Yes, apart from one thing that might be my fault. But now that you are here, you can fix it for me. There is an interesting young fellow following me and will arrive here soon. Take care of him." Orochimaru was well aware of Naruto and his summons trailing him. "As you wish, Orochimaru-sama," Kimimaro saluted as Orochimaru walked towards Otagakure with a smile and thinking it was a waste to have Kimimaro kill Naruto off, but it had to be done or he would ruin the whole invasion plan. Kimimaro waited around 5 minutes before Naruto showed up with Gamatsu sitting on his head. "That him?" Naruto asked the Toad as Gamatsu had reported earlier that Orochimaru had continued on while a new guy had arrived and was blocking the way. "Yes, boss, that's him." "Okay, you can return now," Naruto said, and Gamatsu immediately asked, "May I have a snack?" Naruto unsealed another snack and gave it to Gamatsu before he disappeared in a puff of smoke. "Those two are going to ruin me." Kimimaro was tired of waiting. "It's unfortunate, but I'll have you die here." Naruto chuckled with a big grin. "We'll see about that." Naruto wasted no time as he charged forward, unsheathing his sword Shishi Sunsen. Naruto slammed his sword down on Kimimaro's left shoulder. Kimimaro had quickly used his left arm to take the hit and then removed the bone from his arm, shocking Naruto as he saw it. Naruto had no time to be surprised, however, as Kimimaro counter-attacked with the bone that looked like a small sword. "Tsubaki no Mai, Dance of the Camellia, Kimimaro slashed Naruto in the stomach, leaving a big open wound with blood leaking out of it. Naruto jumped back and faced Kimimaro. I better get serious, Naruto thought as he had acknowledged that Kimimaro was strong. Just before Naruto moved once again, Kimimaro had noticed that the wound on Naruto's stomach had healed completely. Naruto's wound healed thanks to the Senju chakra from Itama and Kyuubi's healing power. When Naruto heals this fast, it takes the most from his Senju chakra, which is his reserve with the least amount of chakra. Naruto would only be able to heal a similar wound twice more before the Senju chakra reserve would be empty. Jumping high up in the air, Naruto threw a kunao towards Kimimaro, Ninpo, Kunao Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, creating a mass of clones of the kunao all flying towards Kimimaro. Kimimaro simply used his bone sword to reflect the kunaos that was going to hit him, but he was not prepared for what happened next. What Naruto had actually done was creating a shadow clone that transformed Henge into the kunao that he threw. Naruto then created a mass of shadow clones all transformed into a kunao. The kunaos quickly changed into shadow clones, all doing the same hand sign. Ninpo, Bunshin Debakaha, clone great explosion. All the clones exploded, creating a large fire that Kimimaro was stuck in. After a minute or so, the fire had calmed down and Naruto was able to see that Kimimaro had been able to lessen the damage by going under the ground to avoid the fire. But what shocked Naruto was Kimimaro's new appearance. He did not look human anymore, as Kimimaro had activated the second stage of the Cursed Earth Seal. I see now why Orochimaru-sama wanted you dealt with, Kimimaro said as the smoke surrounding him slowly disappeared, giving Naruto a better view of his new form. A young Konoha shinboy with so much power, you could be a problem for our future plans, Kimimaro said, and then ran at Naruto at an extremely fast, leaving after images behind him. Naruto had no time to reply to what Kimimaro just said as he was running at him. Naruto quickly used Shunshin to get away from Kimimaro, but that was no help since Kimimaro ran even faster and caught up to him. Tsubaki no Mai, Kimimaro exclaimed, doing the same sword attack but this time faster and stronger, slashing Naruto over his stomach and sending him flying. The wound this time was bigger and would be fatal for any normal person. But once again Naruto healed it quickly, but now his Senju chakra reserve was empty and he had to rely solely on the Kyuubi for any healing powers. After healing the wound, Naruto stood up and saw Kimimaro removing what must be his spine and then regrowing it. This was the ability of the Kagaya clan, their Kekkei Genkai, bloodline limit. The spine grew in size and length and looked more like a bone whip now than a spine. Tessenka no Mai, Tsuru, Dance of the Clematis, Vine, Kimimaro used his bone whip to hold down Naruto, immobilizing him. Naruto had no chance to dodge it since healing two large wounds twice in such a short amount of time had made it impossible for him to move fast for a while. Kimimaro then used another technique to grow a large sharp bone lance covering his left arm. The lance is as long as Kimimaro himself. Tessenka no Mai, Hana, Dance of the Clematis, Flower, Kimimaro threw the lance with the sharp edge aimed at Naruto's head. You sure have grown soft and useless, brat, Kurama spoke to Naruto before giving him chakra enough for two tails to form behind Naruto. When the lance connected, the fox chakra had formed a shield that broke the lance into countless of small bone pieces. I appreciate the help and kind words, Fox, Naruto replied to Kurama as he prepared his next move. Ninpo, Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, Shadow Clone Technique, Naruto created one clone that stood next to him. Kimimaro had used Tessenka no Mai, Hana, Dance of the Clematis, Flower, to create another bone lance to cover his left arm and then charged Naruto and his clone. Naruto's clone had an evil as he jumped forward, almost rocketing himself towards Kimimaro, who was running at an insane speed himself. Dei Shinken, Great Dragon Shot, Naruto's clone slammed his sword down with both hands on Kimimaro's left shoulder. The sword cut down to just above Kimimaro's heart. Kimimaro, who already was sick due to an incurable illness, was not able to fight much longer in this shape. A bone with the shape of a small sword similar to his earlier Tsubaki no Mai shot out from his right arm and dispelled Naruto's clone. Kimimaro let the lance on his left arm fall to the ground. Kimimaro then pointed both hands and all of his fingers towards Naruto. All of the bones in his fingertips hardened before Kimimaro sent them at Naruto. Teshi Senden, 10-finger drilling bullets. The attack was no threat for Naruto at all since he was now even faster after receiving this much chakra from Kurama. Naruto had instead immediately counterattacked Shunshingiri, teleportation slash, Naruto was not able to connect with the pointy edge of his sword that he aimed at Kimimura's forehead due to Kimimaro being more ready this time. 6 small swords shot out of his arms and legs, this time all cutting Naruto in his arms, stomach, and legs. Kimimaro grabbed one of the bone swords from his left leg and let the others fall to the ground before quickly slashing Naruto once again in the stomach. Tsubaki no Mai. Naruto jumped back and held his stomach. The wound healed but slower than before. It was still healing inhumanly fast thanks to the fox chakra speeding it up even more now that it was covering him. I can't go on, Kimimaro thought as he coughed up some blood. Trying to end the fight quickly, Kimimaro ran at Naruto once again with his bone sword. Hanata Sancho. Naruto gave him no time to attack as he flew past Kimimaro at a higher speed than Kimimaro was running. Yahazogiri. 3-verse humming, arrow notch slash, Naruto yelled as he sheathed his sword while blood shot out from the wound covering Kimimaro's whole torso. Forgive me Orochimaru-sama. Kimimaro thought as he sank down into the ground. Meanwhile the fox chakra covering Naruto disappeared. Naruto was panting as this fight had taken a lot out of him while he looked around waiting for Kimimaro to appear again. After a minute of waiting, Naruto reached for his shirt's pocket to grab the scroll where he had sealed some sake bottles. Just as Naruto did that, the ground fell apart and countless of huge bones covered the whole area. Naruto jumped far up in the air and instead of taking the sake scroll he unsealed another scroll, the one holding the Raijin no Ken. Naruto threw down his regular sword into one of the bones and then stood on it. When Kimimaro appeared from another bone right next to him with another lance covering his left arm ready to attack him, Naruto yelled, "Why won't you die?" and then slashed the Raijin no Ken into the air, Sunjiraku Pondo Ho. His flying slash attack was combined with electricity coming from the Raijin no Ken and connected with Kimimaro, who was sent flying back from the force and did not get back up again. Naruto breathed out a sigh of relief as he noticed Kimimaro had finally died. Naruto then grabbed his sword and used Shunshin to get away from the bone field. Naruto was low on chakra now and very tired as he walked to a tree in the forest surrounding the Valley of the End and sat down leaning his back on it. He unsealed a sake bottle and took a sip. "I'm coming for you next, Snake Bounty," he thought just before he fell asleep hugging his sake bottle. 5 hours after Naruto passed out, Renji, a sound chuunin, and his friend Yatsuko, a sound jounin, were patrolling around Otogakure. "Did you hear about that bounty hunter?" Renji asked. "What did he do now?" Yatsuko asked with a sigh. Renji laughed a little as he brought up a poster. "His underground bounty has gone way up. Someone really wants him dead." Renji waited for a response from Yatsuko as he still read the poster. When he looked to see what his friend was doing, he saw him kneeling on the ground with a sword being pierced through from his back to his stomach and a young blonde man standing behind him with a grin. "Senju," the blonde whispered before cutting off Renji's head as he screamed in fear. "Now where did that snake go?" Naruto said to himself as he continued his search. These last 2 he had killed made the count 350 sound ninjas already. 1 hour earlier Naruto had been woken up by his sensei Anko as she had finally found him after hours of searching for him. "There you are. You and I are going back to Konoha, now," Anko said as Naruto tried his hardest not to fall asleep again. "I'm heading out to find my bounty, Dango-sensei," Naruto said as he stood up but was then forced to sit down again as Anko slammed her fist down on his head. "It's Anko," she yelled and then calmed down and ordered, "You will not go after Orochimaru, that is an order." "You don't know how strong he is," Naruto immediately argued, and then Anko explained how strong Orochimaru was and that Jiraiya and Hiruzen were probably the only Konoha ninjas that would have a chance to fight evenly with him. Even after hearing that, Naruto was still not convinced, so Anko told him her story of her past and the curse mark she had received. "So the snake," Naruto said, and Anko finally thought he had seen reason. "Did all that to you?" Anko raised an eyebrow and nodded yes. He Naruto chuckled a little and Anko was about to ask what was so funny but could not since she fell down on the ground after Naruto knocked her out with a hit to the back of her head with the hilt of his sword. "Forgive me Dango-chan, but you just gave me more reason to go after the snake." Naruto would not let anyone that has harmed or hurt his friends, Nakama, get away with it. Naruto created a shadow clone and had it carry Anko back to Konoha. Konoha was close enough so it would not dispel. Naruto then emptied a bottle of sake before heading towards the direction of Otogakure. End flashback. Naruto had not just gone and killed sound ninjas without knowing who they were working for. Naruto had even remembered Hiruzen telling him that the Sound Village in Konoha was allies when he explained how the chuunin exams worked. But when Naruto tried to cross the border, he was met by a squad of 100 sound ninjas that had surrounded him. This squad had been ordered by Orochimaru to find Kimimaro and bring him back to Otogakure, and if they found a blonde young man with whisker marks they were to kill him. What this 100-man squad did not expect was that Naruto was a one-man army. Well, a two-man army if you count Gameiken, who he had summoned to blast toad oil everywhere before Naruto had lit it up. Most of the squad had died just from the fire attack, while the rest had been taken care of by Naruto's clones jumping to each one of them before cutting their heads off or piercing them in the stomach. So for Naruto, the Sound Ninjas was his enemies and was in the way for him to find his bounty. His precious record bounty that would give him enough money to buy sake that would last for a long time. Naruto had also decided to interrogate one of the Sound Jounins before killing him. He had found out about Sound and Sans, Suna, planned to invade Konoha after torturing the poor Sound Ninja. Very soon after Naruto had encountered Kenji and Yatsuko, Naruto had found a gate that had a staircase going underground. It looked more like an opening to a cave than a main gate to a hidden village. Naruto was about to run down the stairs when he noticed the presence of 4 people. One was jumping down from a tree and he had to jump away to avoid taking a big fist to his head as a fat man came flying. Naruto could now see all 4 of them, as the other 3 had jumped down as well and stood in front of him. They all wore similar outfits with exception of the lone female. The 3 men wore brown tunics and skin-tight black shorts with purple ropes tied around their waists. The female wore a green dress with a long left sleeve and a short right one, a red turtleneck which has a white, fluffy collar and brown gloves. Under the dress, she wears a one-piece red suit. For shoes, she wears calf-length brown sandal boots. They were the Sound 4, Seikon, Jirobo, Kidomaru and Gurren. He fits the description well, Seikon said, and Naruto noticed he had 2 heads to cut off. Don't underestimate him. He has already killed countless of our jounins and chuunins, Kidomaru said while the others nodded. Naruto was about to grab his sword and test them out when he started sweating as he felt someone really strong approaching them. The person was radiating killing intent enough to make someone puke, and Naruto was pretty damn close to it. This was not the first time he had felt this killing intent, and he had a pretty good idea who was standing behind him right now. The Sound 4 were all kneeling as Jiraiya of the Chuunin stood behind Naruto with Sage Mode activated and an Otama Raiznan in each hand. You have gotten yourself in quite a mess this time. You and I need to have a serious talk after this. But for now I thank you for this opportunity, Jiraiya spoke before sprinting over to the Sound 4 and slamming his hands with the Raiznan covering them into Kidomaru and Jirobo, quickly taking them out. Hiros Senin, Naruto stammered as he was able to stand again. After giving Seikon and Yukon, who had woken up, the same treatment as Kidomaru and Jirobo, Jiraiya walked down the stairs. Take care of the woman. Jiraiya was focused on one thing, and that thing was to fight Orochimaru. As Jiraiya disappeared into the underground passage, Naruto gained a tick mark above his eyes. Fuck me, Naruto cursed as he had not had much luck fighting against women, ever. Gurren smiled at him and winked. If you show me a good time, then maybe. Naruto snapped his head towards her quickly and stared at her. Pardon. Gurren could see he had not understood what she meant at all. I was just making a joke, I see, Naruto said and nodded, then putting his hand to his chin taking a good look at Gurren. Would you mind letting me see your panties? She was a looker after all. Gurren got a bit angry after hearing that request. Are you stupid or something? I believe this is the 10th time I have been denied panties. What is the meaning of this? Itama-sensei. Naruto thought as he remembered Itama telling him about that line and that it was a sure way to impress the ladies. You know what, pretty lady, Naruto said as he unsealed a sake bottle, I'm not feeling it right now. If Ero Sennin is going to steal my bounty anyway, I don't have any reason to fight you. I will serve Orochimaru till I die and you won't get away with this. Gurren immediately answered but quickly added, who are you calling pretty lady? Huh? Naruto stared at her for a few seconds before shrugging and turning around and biting his thumb. Ninpo. Kuki-yos no Jutsu, summoning technique. He summoned Gameiken. Forgive me, Naruto, but I was having dinner with my wife. Your wife? Naruto questioned. Tell me, Ken, does your wife show you her panties? Gameiken shook his head. It might be a bit ungraceful, but she does not wear panties. We are toads after all. Naruto narrowed his eyes at Gameiken, then shooed him away with his hands. Get out of my sight. Gameiken disappeared in a puff of smoke after saying, always a pleasure, AHH. Naruto whined, slamming his hand on his head. I have wasted a lot of time. Then he began walking away, still ignoring Gurren. Do you think I will just let you walk away? Gurren said and did a hand sign, preparing a jutsu. Naruto noticed it and turned around, gripped his sword. Gurren got to experience the feeling of strong killing intent once again, similar to the way Jiraiya had unleashed it earlier, but not as strong. Still, it was enough to make her hesitate. Gurren had seen a vision of her head being cut off just as she had performed her jutsu, similar to how Hana had experienced the same thing. Naruto had seen Gurren falling down on her knees from the pressure of the killing intent. He turned around and began walking away once again. He looked back one more time before disappearing into the forest and managed to see a young Sound Kunoichi running up to the blue-haired woman and hugging her. That was Kin, a Sound Genin who would participate in the upcoming chuunin exams if everything went as Orochimaru had planned. Kin had been taken care of by Gurren for a few years and received training from her as well, so she looked up to her as a big sister figure. Kin had been scared to death this night since she had seen Naruto several times killing of Sound ninjas, two of them her teammates, Zaku and Dosa. She had felt the killing intent that came from him just before she arrived as well, and was now scared for her sensei. Kin hugged Gurren and cried into her chest as Gurren tried to comfort her the best she could. She cried for 30 minutes, and during that time the battle between the two chuunins had ended. It was a short fight with both legendary ninjas using their strongest techniques right at the beginning to end the fight quickly. The former friends and teammates did not have much love for each other no more. There was no real winner to the fight, even though Jiraiya had the upper hand, as Orochimaru had slithered away, escaping with his newly formed village destroyed and all of his plans ruined. Orochimaru knew who was responsible for all of this, the son of that goddamned Minato who seemed to screw him over even in his death. Orochimaru would not forget about this. If Naruto and him ever crossed paths again, he would have to suffer the consequences. Jiraiya had figured that it was no point in chasing Orochimaru as he had countless of jutsu that was great for escaping, making it impossible to catch him. Instead, he began racing back to Konoha riding on Gamabunta's back, who had helped him in the fight as Orochimaru had summoned Manda. The reason he rode on Gamabunta was because Naruto was doing the same thing but with Gameiken. In the forest north of Konoha south of Otagaku, Gameiken dodged another water bullet coming from Gamabunta as he jumped high up in the air using a tree as a stepping stone. What the hell did I do? Naruto yelled. Don't give me that shit. Jiraiya yelled in the chase. It wasn't me, I promise, really. Naruto screamed back at him before laughing. You are not escaping this time, brat. And the chase continued all night as they ran laps in the forest around Konoha before both Gamabunta and Gameiken had returned to the Toad World. Morning at the southern gates of Konoha, Jiraiya was carrying Naruto, who had fallen asleep right after the toads had disappeared. Jiraiya figured he would talk with him after had gotten some sleep as well, since he was exhausted. But not exhausted enough to not whine about the blondes that doesn't appreciate him. One rejects me all my life, the other dies on me, letting all my teachings go to waste. Jiraiya said with a scowl. Then he looked at Naruto, who was sleeping in his arms. And this little shit. Naruto snored loudly and mumbled, Tsuhime, would you like to see my other sword? Jiraiya snorted through his nose before laughing. This little shit is brilliant. Truth is, Jiraiya was mad about Naruto attacking another hidden village on his own accord, but he was also proud of him and thankful for the opportunity. The Sound Village would have been considered allies otherwise and would have participated in the chuunin exams. Who knows what disaster Naruto have prevented with this stunt. Wait till you hear this, Sarutobi-sensei. Jiraiya laughed loudly as he walked through the streets of Konoha, getting odd stares from the ones that had woken up early. When Naruto woke up the next morning, he had slept for nearly 24 hours straight. Lately it was kind of normal for Naruto to wake up with something hairy in his face, such as the back of Teiwa's head, but this time it was something different and very unpleasant. Jiraiya's hairy right foot was dangling above his nose as he slept on the other side of his bed, having taken his quilt from him. Naruto jumped out of the bed and then coughed as he glared at Jiraiya before throwing the bed over with Jiraiya in it. I will have your head on a spike, Erosenin. Naruto yelled before jumping Jiraiya, who had just woken up and was fast enough to dodge. Jiraiya nursed his forehead with his right arm as he yawned and said, Is that how you wake up your godfather? It is when you are in my fucking bed. Apart from me, only females are allowed. Naruto yelled as he looked around for his sword. That makes sense, Jiraiya said while nodding. Then he scratched his balls and walked out of the room after telling Naruto, I am leaving Konoha for a while. You should go tell Sarutobi-sensei about what happened yesterday night. Naruto found his sword under his blue jumpsuit shirt on the floor and unsheathed it and ran after Jiraiya yelling, let's go Ero-senin. Looking for a fight, but Jiraiya was already long gone. When Naruto ran to the front door yelling, he forgot to notice that someone was sitting in his kitchen, drinking coffee. That someone was now standing behind Naruto armed with snakes. Good morning, Foxy-kun. I have to thank you for knocking me out yesterday, Anko said with a big smile. Naruto did not turn around and did not give a shit about only wearing his boxer shorts as he teleported away to just outside Hokage's office window using a shunshin. Naruto jump-kicked through the window to get inside with Hiruzen yelling, will you stop that shitty brat? Hiruzen laughed at Naruto. Is that your new outfit? Truly befitting of a swordsman like yourself. Naruto, who stood in his toed boxers, only ignored that comment and instead told Hiruzen about what happened yesterday at Sound Village. He made a point of everything being Ero-senin's fault for letting the snake bounty get away and that Naruto should get permission to go after him and execute him. For once Naruto did not leave out any of the information such as Sound and Sand's plan to invade Konoha that he had found out after interrogating a Sound Jounin. Hiruzen was going to ask Naruto some questions, but Naruto did not give him the chance as he jumped out the window heading towards his home to put his clothes on and grab his important things, his sword, and sake, and then hide for a week. That plan was ruined since Anko, who was one of the two he would be hiding from, was still in his apartment when he got back. Anko was sitting in his kitchen once again when Naruto got there, so he gave up as he crossed his arms above his chest and said, do you worst, I can take it. Anko chuckled, that sounds fun. She then licked her lips before shaking her head. I am not mad about yesterday. Jiraiya-sama told me what happened, however I want you to do me a favor now. Naruto closed his eyes and said name it. Anko then explained that she had talked to the other senseis of the rookie genins and they had agreed to Anko's idea to train for the chuunin exams. What they would be doing was all the teams would be split up and then they would create new temporary teams and complete a task. The reason for this training was because any chuunin should be able to be prepared for situations where they have to work with people they had not worked with before. Sounds easy enough, Naruto said. Yes, but I also need you to be on your best behavior. What do you mean by that? Naruto asked with a raised eyebrow. Anko smiled as she said, don't kill the other genins, if you say so, Naruto answered quickly while shrugging. So when do we begin? Today in 2 hours in Training Grounds 35, Anko answered. Training Grounds 35 was one of the largest training grounds, and that is why they would use that, since the training they would be doing could take a few days and they had to use a large area for it work. I will be there. Now, leave my home, Naruto said as he turned around heading towards his room before glancing back at Anko and saying, unless you want to stay and show me your panties. Anko walked up to Naruto and put her hands on his chest and asked, you want to see your sensei's panties? Naruto nodded and Anko spoke again, if you behave during the training I will give you a reward. Anko grinned while she spoke and then left Naruto's apartment. I don't want a reward, Naruto spoke to himself as she left. I already said what the fuck I wanted, why is no one showing me their fucking panties? After Naruto put his clothes on, he glanced at the clock in his kitchen and saw that the time was 9 AM and decided now was a good time to go to Ichiraku's to get some ramen and booze. And that was what Naruto did, devouring ramen bowl after ramen bowl and emptying countless bottles of sake as Tuki watched on with dollar marks in his eyes. But everything good must come to an end, and it did when Naruto asked Ayam to show him her panties as well, and Tuki had chased him out of the ramen stand with a frying pan before Ayam had the chance to agree. It was a chance for Ayam to get Naruto's attention away from the old red-eyed black-haired hag, also known as Kurane, who Naruto had visited Ichiraku with before, Ayam's new love rival. Naruto was on his way towards the training grounds Anko had told him to meet up with the others. But like always, Naruto got lost and ended up on a different training ground. Naruto saw a group of 4 people who he immediately recognized to be Team 7. Naruto slowly walked up to them, and the closer he got the greener it became, and he was disturbed by the amount of big eyebrows. Taking a closer look, Naruto noticed this was not Team 7 at all, it was just 2 of them. Naruto nodded to Guy Yokarakashi, then to Lee Uchiha. Naruto then narrowed his eyes and concentrated as he stared at Nijiyamoto-san. Then he smiled as he walked up and shook hands with Tenten. I don't believe we have met. Tenten, who had been laughing as Naruto had arrived and given her teammates those nicknames, smiled at him. Tenten, she said as they shook hands. Naruto took a look around the training grounds. Where are the others? He asked. Neji was not very happy with Naruto calling him Emuto-san or little sister, and made a point of it as he asked, Dofus, are you lost or something? Naruto sat down and quickly unsealed a sake bottle from his scroll and said slowly with a sigh, you tell me, Lee, see that? That is extremely unyouthful. Don't do things like that, Guy instructed. Hi Guy sensei. Lee saluted. I believe you should remove yourself from the training grounds before I do it for you, Neji threatened. Don't be rude, Neji. Tenten yelled. Naruto raised an eyebrow as he stared up at Neji, who had gotten in front of him. What's up your ass today, Emuto-san? Ah, there you are, Kurane said as she came running into the training grounds. Everyone is waiting for you. Good timing as well, because Neji was already in his Juken, gentle fist, stance and ready to strike Naruto. Naruto pouted as soon as he heard Kurane's voice and tried to ignore her, but it became harder and harder as Kurane got closer. Morning Guy-san, training your students? Kurane asked Guy, who answered with an enthusiastic nod, yes Kurane-san. Today is a very youthful day for training. Kurane's eyebrow twitched. She laughed. I see, she said before sitting down in Naruto's lap and whispering an order, carry me to training grounds 35. Now wanting to get away from Guy and his team as soon as possible. They were also late, or more like Naruto was late and the others were waiting. Naruto responded and drank some more of his sake. It wasn't until Kurane started dragging his right ear hard that he stood up with her in his arms and began running. Okay, god damn it, Anna. He yelled as she had still to let go until they were out of Team Guy's view. Naruto seems to have grown up in an interesting way, Guy spoke in a low tone to himself when they had left. Who was the bitch? Tenten asked with a yell, obviously referring to Kurane, but Neji thought she meant Naruto. I have no idea, but I believe I have seen him somewhere before, Neji answered and gained a thoughtful look as he tried to remember. Guy-sensei, Lee said to get his attention. Yes Lee. Guy responded. I don't like that guy at all. He did not appreciate being called Uchiha or that Naruto was allowed to carry such a beautiful lady as Kurane, and his teammate Tenten seemed to have fallen for him already. I will make him my rival from now on, that's the spirit, Lee. Guy shouted loudly. At training grounds 35 just a few minutes later, Anko and Asuma had just returned to the group after they both had left to search for Naruto along with Kurane 30 minutes ago. Everyone was here now except Naruto and Kurane, who had still to arrive. While the others waited, nothing interesting had happened other than the usual talking among the group that had not seen so much of each other since they graduated. There was however a small fight between the Uchiha siblings after Sasuke had insulted Midori like he had many times before. Sasuke had told Midori that she was not a real ninja, she was a joke and did not deserve to graduate early or graduate at all for that matter. That comment had not only angered Midori but Hanabi and Kiba as well, due to Kiba having a small crush on Midori and Hanabi, who was in almost the same situation as Midori, both having graduated early. After Sasuke's little comment, Hanabi had walked up to him and attempted to put her face into his and stare him down, which did not work so well since she was almost 20 centimeters shorter than Sasuke. Sasuke was not intimidated to say the least when Hanabi asked, "You asking for a fight, Uchiha? What is this? Your second teammate?" Sasuke had asked Midori before laughing. "Your whole team is a joke." Midori was ready to charge in and help her teammate as Hanabi had gotten into the Juken, gentle fist, stance as she held her left hand with her palm open towards Sasuke and her right hand behind her back. Hanabi, stop, Hinata screamed, fearing that her little sister would get hurt in a fight with Sasuke, who was obviously stronger than her and might be the strongest of all the genins currently here. That changed soon when Naruto ran into the open grass field from the forest screaming while carrying Kurane bridal style. The reason for his screaming was due to Kurane currently pinching his cheeks after Naruto had called her a demon witch on the way there. They arrived just a few seconds after Anko and Asuma did so. Anko was not there to hear Sasuke's comments either. "I hate you," Naruto whined as he stopped next to the others and dropped Kurane off. Kurane snapped her head towards Naruto and glared at him. "What was that?" she asked with a dangerous grin. Naruto chose not to answer and instead sat down and leaned his clenched fist on his cheek and looked away from Kurane. Kakashi laughed as he saw Naruto and Kurane getting a punch to his shoulder by Asuma, who was jealous. Kakashi then said, "Okay then, how about we start the training?" Hanabi was the first to respond as she was still in front of Sasuke in her Juken stance. "I am not doing anything until I have taken care of this trash," she snarled. "Get lost, kid, unless you want to get hurt," Sasuke said slowly and waited for Sakura's comment of "Wow, Sasuke-kun, you're so cool." But it never came, so he added a "hn" after a few seconds, ending his cool line. There were many reasons why Sakura would not have Sasuke's back right now. The obvious one being he was the one that started it in the first place, and another one being that she was not as infuriated with Sasuke anymore. But the main reason was because she was currently holding back Teiwa, who was red with anger and her red hair stood upwards as she glared at Kurane, who just smirked back at her. Shikamaru had to hold back Ino, who had the same reaction as Teiwa, while Hinata just stood there gaping at Kurane in confusion. "What is Kurane-sensei doing with my Naruto-kun?" she thought angrily. While that was going on, Naruto had glanced towards his teammates and noticed that Midori looked very upset and close to tears, while Hanabi was obviously angry at the Uchiha runt in front of her. Naruto walked up to Midori and nudged her on the shoulder to get her attention. "Something wrong, Ujo?" Midori shook her head as she spoke, "And no, it's nothing, Teiko." Naruto could easily hear that she was upset and close to crying. "What are you saying, Midori baka? This trash called our team a joke?" Hanabi yelled and pointed at Sasuke, who had a smug grin as he spoke in a cool tone. "HN." Naruto stared at Sasuke for a few seconds. When Sasuke noticed it, he stared back into Naruto's eyes, and almost instantly he fell down to the ground as he was unable to stand after Naruto had released killing intent that only directed at him. Sasuke was also treated with a vision of his head being cut off after Naruto had used Shunshin to get behind him and then cut it. The Jounins had a pretty good idea what had just happened, while the Genins was confused, with the exception of Kiba, who just laughed. "Wow, you're such a wimp, Sasuke-chan." "Shut up, runt," Sasuke snarled as he got up on his feet again, this time choosing to cross his arms above his chest and look down on the ground. "Okay, Anko," Naruto said, having had enough. "Get this thing started or I'm leaving. I have an old pervert of a Sennin to hunt down." "Okay, listen up, brats," Anko said cheerfully and began explaining how the training exercise worked. As mentioned earlier, they will form 4 new temporary teams just for this exercise. Each team would then receive a flag with the Konoha mark on it, and the goal was to take as many flags as possible from the other teams. If one team was to lose their flag, they had 3 hours to get a new one, either by taking it from another team or taking it from one of the Jounin teams. The Jounins would be split up into 2 two-man teams. The Jounins would of course not go all out during the fights, instead they would give out a flag to a team if they think they had deserved it after showing good teamwork or good skills. The Jounin teams also had one more part in the exercise, which was to sabotage for the Genin teams. The exercise would last a maximum of 3 days and nights, but it would end sooner if a Genin team had taken all the flags from the other Genin teams. Anko then began naming Genins and putting them into their new teams. Team 1 was Uchiha Sasuke, Abarame Shino, and Nara Shikamaru. Then Team 2, Uzumaki Teiwa, Yamanaka Ino, and Uchiha Midori. Team 3, Hyuga Hanabi, Inyazuka Kiba, and Harino Sakura. And the last Team 4 was Uzumaki Naruto, Akimichi Chuji, and Hyuga Hinata. When Anko was done explaining, Shikamaru sighed and let out a troublesome before asking any rules. Anko shook her head. "No, but try not kill each other," she said, the last part looking directly at Naruto, who nodded back at her with a big foxy grin on his face. Kakashi then gave each team a white flag with a black Konoha mark on it. Each team was also given an unpacked tent which they could sleep in if this would go on for days. And lastly, you must remain inside training ground 35. Any team that goes outside will be disqualified. Now, begin, Anko said, and the teams ran away from the grass field into the forest, each team going different ways. Sarutobi Hiruzen sat in his office with a letter in front of him. The letter was an explanation letter from Suna, Sand, village, with information about their Kaze cage being found dead and that they had been deceived by Orochimaru from the start. It was still very important that Konoha and Suna remained allies for both villages, and that meant that Hiruzen and his advisors would have a meeting with the people in charge in Suna soon. Something else that bothered Hiruzen and made him hate his job even more was that the spy that Naruto had mentioned in his report, Yakushi Kabuto, had left Konoha yesterday without any traces. Who knew what kind of information he had on Konoha? Now Hiruzen would have to change up a lot of things concerning their security. But all of that would have to wait for tomorrow. Now Hiruzen had more interesting things to do as he readied his glass ball to spy at Naruto. Hiruzen was interested in how Naruto would fare in this, what Hiruzen thought was a brilliant training exercise that Anko came up with. With Team Naruto, Team 4, after splitting up from the rest, Naruto, Hinata, and Chuji were walking down a narrow path in a forest area. "Ano what's the how are we?" Hinata began asking but could not finish before Chuji did it for her. "What's the plan?" Naruto grinned and said, "I don't know about you two, but I'll be drinking some beer and sake and then pass out. Hopefully wake up once this is over." Chuji's sweat dropped and said, "Great." Earlier Chuji had thought that Naruto would have been a great replacement for Shikamaru, who did all the thinking for him. But it turns out he might be as if not even more lazy than Shikamaru. Naruto raised an eyebrow as he saw Chuji's reaction. "Oh." He responded, "You don't like the sound of that, Chuka?" Naruto asked as he unsealed a scroll and took a beer from it. "Ano and Naruto-kun," Hinata stammered and got his attention as he snapped his head towards her. "Yeah." Hinata blushed as Naruto stared at her. "The G goal is to get the flags from the other T teams," she said in a low tone, almost a whisper. "That's right, you can rest after that," Chuji added, then decided to hide behind Hinata due to the expression Naruto wore. Eep. Hinata screamed and jumped to hide behind Naruto to get away from Chuji. Naruto stopped glaring at Chuji, then put a hand to his chin in thought, then after a moment said, "So if I gather all the flags, I can rest?" Naruto asked slowly, which Chuji answered to with a nod. "I see," Naruto said, taking Hinata's hand away from him as she had hugged his stomach from behind. "Then this is what we'll do." Naruto then began explaining his plan to his temporary teammates. With Team Sasuke, Team 1, Sasuke, Shikamaru, and Shino had already decided who to target. Sasuke and Shino would go after Team 3 with Kiba, Hanabi, and Sakura in it. Shikamaru had kindly offered to go after the Team 2, the team with only girls in it. If Sasuke and Shino knew Shikamaru better than that, they would have never agreed to it, because for Shikamaru there would be nothing more troublesome than having to fight 3 girls at the same time. Shikamaru's plan was to climb a large tree to hide and stare at the clouds, hopefully until the 3 days were over. "And Sasuke said with a smirk, "We will meet here again once we are done." "All right," Shikamaru answered with a yawn, waving to them as they left. Sweet, Shikamaru thought as he turned around and walked up to the largest tree he could see. "If only I could fly so I wouldn't have to use chakra to walk up this tree," Shikamaru thought as he gathered some chakra and began walking. That's one was all Shikamaru heard before everything he could see was darkness due to something covering his eyes. Sasuke and Shino got the same treatment. They had not gotten far from where they split up with Shikamaru earlier as someone covered their eyes and carried them off. "That's 3 troublesome," Shikamaru muttered, knowing exactly who it was that had captured him and his teammates. With Team Kiba, Team 3, Kiba, Hanabi, and Sakura all had different thoughts on which team they would target first. Hanabi wanted to go after Sasuke and his team due to what happened earlier with him insulting her and Midori. Kiba wanted to go after Naruto due to him being the strongest. He wanted to prove that he was in fact the strongest genin around. Also, the fact that Kiba's sister, Hana, keeps bothering him about Naruto all the time might have something to do with it. Sakura's choice was to go after Ino Pig and her team, since that was clearly the weakest team from the ones they could choose. In the end they decided to listen to Sakura after she had screamed and threatened to flatten them both to the ground if they did not listen. Due to them arguing so much, they left their starting position 10 minutes later than Sasuke and his team did. That gave the person that captured Team Sasuke enough time to find Team Kiba before they could move. The mysterious person wobbled out of the forest into their eyesight. He had a beer in each hand and they could clearly see that he was not in best shape. "Damn, I should really stop running around while I drink," Naruto said, taking heavy breaths. Kiba pointed at him. "Now that the bastard is here, we have no choice." Hanabi smiled as she saw Naruto-kun. She greeted in a happy voice. Sakura greeted in her own way. "Are you drunk?" she asked with a disapproving look on her face. When Naruto had caught his breath, he nodded and said, "You 3 are coming with me, if not." Naruto did a one-handed hand sign, Ninpo, Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, Shadow Clone Technique, then we fight. The clones ended in chorus. Meanwhile, with Hinata and Chuji and 3 angry genins currently tied to a tree. "Sorry Shikamaru, Naruto's idea," Chuji explained to his friend, who answered with a yawn, which Chuji took as "I don't care." "Good," Chuji answered. "Ano Chuji-san," Hinata said while holding a stick that Naruto had given her earlier. She poked Chuji in the stomach after getting his attention. "Naruto-kun told us not to speak to the prisoners, ouch." Chuji whined, holding his stomach. "Calm down, Hinata, they are our friends after all." Hinata nodded, then glared at Chuji as she spoke. "Yes, but an order is an order. Do you have a problem with Naruto-kun's orders?" Chuji started sweating as he shook his head slowly. After that, Naruto came back while dragging Kiba with him, holding his feet. Behind him were Hanabi and Sakura, who had surrendered after a very short one-sided battle between Naruto and Kiba. With Team Teiwa, Team 2, this was a team that worked together well so far. They had agreed to go after Sasuke and his team due to both Midori and Teiwa wanting to beat him up. Midori's reason was obvious due to the way Sasuke treated her over the years. Teiwa wanted to fight Sasuke and take the title as the strongest genin in Konoha, or second strongest if you count Naruto. Ino on the other hand wanted to fight Shikamaru and take the title of the strongest in her genin team. Little did she know, if they were to fight, Shikamaru would just give up before the fight even started. But going after other teams and getting their flags had to wait because of their recent discovery. They had found an onsen, hot springs, located behind a mountain, and all three of them agreed to take a bath. As the girls stripped out of their clothes, only leaving their underwear on, they noticed that there was already two people using the onsen, sitting furthest away from them, grinning at them. "You!" Teiwa and Ino screamed at the same time and pointed at Kurane, who was sitting next to Anko. Kurane was wearing a red bikini while Anko was fully naked. Anko-sensei?" Midori asked, not expecting to seeing her teacher bathing naked out in the open. Anko laughed and said, "Get in, girls." "What's the matter, you two? Scared of a little water?" Kurane said to Teiwa and Ino just to further annoy them. TCH was Teiwa's answer as she got in with the others following. "Fuck you, bitch," she said as she sat down. Just as the girls had sat down, Naruto ran up to the edge of the onsen and stared with wide eyes, mostly at Anko, but he ended up not being able to decide who to stare at. "Naruto-kun," Kurane said as she stood up and slowly walked over to him. "Did you miss me that much?" she said and put an arm under her chest to press her breasts together, successfully gaining Naruto's attention. Naruto's eyes had been plastered on Anko as she sat there, not even trying to cover herself as she was still topless. The other girls noticed that but decided not to say anything about it. Instead, Teiwa and Ino found Kurane's closeness to Naruto to be more important to stop right now, as Teiwa had ran over to the jounin and pushed her into the water. "I told you to stop that bitch," Teiwa said, having had enough of Kurane always flirting with Naruto, who she now considered her future boyfriend. Ino was in the same boat, except she already considered Naruto her boyfriend. As Naruto took his eyes off Anko for a second to see what was happening around him, he got another nice view as Kurane's bikini-covered ass was right in front of him. Anko took this moment to cover herself with a towel for now. Even though she was not very shy, even she was a bit embarrassed to show herself naked, especially in front of Naruto. Naruto cleared his throat and said, "I don't want any trouble, just your flags, Titeiku. I won't let you take them without a fight," Midori said, having used the time to put her clothes on while Kurane was currently wrestling with Teiwa in the water, with Ino standing next to them cheering Teiwa on. "Fucking bitch," Teiwa screamed as Kurane overpowered her. "You are 100 years too early to challenge me, Teiwa-chan," Kurane said teasingly as she sat above the defeated Teiwa. Naruto was starting to get dizzy. He was overloading. This was too much. The sight of Anko topless, the wrestling, Kurane bent over in a bikini, and more importantly, he had seen at least 4 panties today. Midori, who had gotten close enough to see that Naruto was bothered, said, "You don't look too well, Teiku. Is something wrong?" "Huh?" Naruto said quickly. "No, nothing is wrong." Anko laughed loudly. "Hey Naruto-kun, why don't you take off your clothes and join us?" "Sensei." Midori stammered with a red face while Kurane, Teiwa, and Ino stared at Naruto waiting for his answer, obviously hoping for a yes. "Showing your back to your opponent is the shame of a swordsman," Naruto thought to himself repeatedly as he had forced himself to stay, even though he wanted nothing more than to just take that flag he saw mixed in with Ino's purple clothes. Getting the flags was not the only thing he came here for. He also needed to bring Teiwa, Ino, and Midori with him and restrain them for 3 hours. He had already captured the other 2 teams, and if he managed to capture this one as well, his team would win within 3 hours. I won't fall for your tricks, Dango-sensei, Naruto said, then focused on Teiwa and Ino. You two are coming with me. Teiwa smiled smugly at Kurane. See, the shithead picked me and me. Ino made sure to remind Teiwa, who gained a tick mark above her eye. Hey Teika, what are you planning to do with them? Midori asked suspiciously. Naruto raised an eyebrow at Midori and said, you're coming too, Ujo. Midori blushed madly and nodded high. She had the wrong idea about what Naruto had planned for them. You didn't answer the question, Anko said, wanting to know exactly what Naruto was going to do. Oh, that should be obvious, Naruto said, then pointed behind him. I'm going to take their flag and then tie them up together with the other two teams that I have already captured. Anko's eyes widened in surprise. Have you already defeated the other two teams? What the hell, it was only an hour or two since they started. Naruto smiled and said indeed, then threw Midori up on his shoulder, carrying her like he carries everyone. He then did a one-handed hand sign, Ninpo, Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, Shadow Clone Technique, to create two shadow clones. Naruto's clones quickly acquired the targets, being Ino and Teiwa, throwing them over their shoulders. Naruto and his clones would have to live with them kicking, punching, and screaming at him as he ran the fast as he could away from the Dango and the demon who was chasing after him. With Chuji and Hinata guarding the prisoners, I will tell Naruto-kun of your slacking. See Chuji-san, Hinata said, pointing that same stick at him which she had used to poke him in the stomach with earlier. Chuji had decided to sit down for a while as he waited for Naruto, which Hinata considered slacking. What happened to you, Hinata? Chuji asked as he stood up and then made sure the ropes were still tied around the prisoners. Naruto-kun gave me an order, that is what happened to me, Chujai-san, Hinata responded as she walked around the prisoners swinging around her stick. Here he comes, Chuji said as he heard Naruto's screams. Ah! Stop that! Naruto yelled as he and his two clones carrying Midori, Teiwa, and Ino, the latter two still only wearing their underwear since Naruto had not given them the opportunity to get clothed before running off with them. The reason for Naruto's screaming was mainly due to Teiwa digging her nails into his back and Ino grabbing his butt from time to time. Naruto's clones quickly put Teiwa and Ino on the ground before ordering Hinata and Chuji to tie them up. The clones then quickly dispelled with a, "You're on your own," being the last thing they said to the original. "Let me go, you fuckers," Teiwa yelled as Hinata poked her with the stick. "The more you fight it, the worse it will be." "Teiwa-chan," Hinata said. "What the fuck, Hinata-chan? I thought we were friends." Teiwa screamed. "Get your hands off me, Chuji." Ino barked at him as he tied her to the tree next to Sakura. Naruto tied Midori to a tree. Midori wore a sad expression, being disappointed since this was not at all what she had expected to happen. When all prisoners were tied up, Chuji asked, "What now, Naruto?" Naruto, who had already unsealed a large barrel filled with sake, took a large sip of it and answered, "Now we wait for what?" Chuji asked. "For Dango to come and try to free the prisoners. I have a feeling she is not very happy with this outcome," Naruto answered, sticking his head into the barrel to drink faster. A few seconds later the barrel was empty and Naruto was sitting in it with his head being the only thing not covered by the barrel. "Throw me a beer, Hinata," Naruto said, and Hinata did as she was ordered with a skip in her step, happy to serve her Naruto-kun. Nothing else happened for 30 minutes other than the empty beer's bottle next to Naruto increasing in numbers. Naruto was also close to passing out due to the amount of alcohol he had drank in a short amount of time. Just as Naruto was about to tell Hinata to throw him another beer, he sensed two people coming their way. "They are here," Naruto said, jumping out of the barrel, grabbing his sword, readying himself for battle. "They are chuunins. How do you plan to fight them?" Chuji asked. "I have a plan," Naruto began. "You and Hinata will initiate our attack as a distraction. I will then come in and annihilate the enemy," Naruto explained. "Defeat, you mean?" Chuji asked. Naruto laughed a little. "Yeah, of course." Naruto's eyes then got serious. "Here they come." Just as he said that, the four chuunins all came walking towards them with different expressions. Anko, Kurane with evil grins as they stared at Naruto. Kakashi was smiling since he had laughed his ass off earlier after hearing what Naruto had done. Asuma was annoyed since he disliked Naruto already, and that Kurane had once again went to him instead of him. "Why, you got the number wrong," Chuji said with fear, not wanting to fight four chuunins at the same time. "Attack them," Naruto ordered, and Hinata did as she was told as she jumped forward, attempting to trip Kurane with a low kick, which she easily dodged. Chuji rolled forward, targeting Asuma since he was likely the jounin that would hurt him the least. Good, Naruto mumbled to himself, seeing that the jounins were distracted enough for him to get away. This was his plan all along, since he was in no shape to fight 4 or even 2 jounins that he had expected at first due to him being close to passing out. Ninpo, Kuki Yos no Jutsu, summoning technique, Naruto said after biting his thumb to draw out some blood. He had summoned Gameiken and then thrown the prisoners up on the large toad's back. "Take us away from here, Ken," Naruto ordered with a loud yell, holding a beer up in the air. Aye, Captain," Gameiken said with a salute, "although I might be a bit ungraceful," the toad added, then jumped far enough for it to be impossible for the jounins to catch up with one jump. Gameiken brought Naruto and the prisoners the furthest away from the jounins that he could within the training grounds, which happened to be close to the onsen where Naruto had found the girls before. "Good job, Gameiken," Naruto said as the toad nodded before disappearing in a puff of smoke. Naruto then tied up the prisoners behind the mountain that was next to the onsen. Naruto then climbed the mountain and passed out after summoning Gamekaki and Gamatatsu to make sure the prisoners did not escape until the 3 hours had passed. Hiruzen, who had observed everything since Naruto found the girls at the onsen, sweat dropped after seeing what Naruto did. Sure, he took advantage of the rules, but couldn't he take this a little more seriously? Hiruzen was also a little bit disappointed in Naruto, since he had an opportunity of a lifetime if he had agreed to what Anko offered earlier, to bath with them. "What will you do now?" Hiruzen thought as the scene in the crystal ball changed from a passed out Naruto to the jounins. "Back with the jounins, Hinata, and Chuji, that bastard left us," Chuji growled out. "And Naruto-kun?" Hinata questioned, sounding disappointed. "How is he a genin?" Asuma questioned with his jaw dropped, not believing what he had just seen after hearing what Naruto had accomplished earlier. "Mama, Asuma-san. I told you earlier not to underestimate the knucklehead," Kakashi said with an eye smile. "Yes, but he ruined the whole practice chuunin exams I came up with," Anko said with a pout. "Listen, we are changing the rules and teams." Kakashi raised an eyebrow. "Isn't that a little bit unfair to Naruto, Anko-san?" "You don't know the meaning of unfair yet," Anko said with a grin, then explained the new rules to her colleagues, Chuji and Hinata. First, the teams was going to be remade with all genins except Naruto in one team, then one team with all the jounins, and lastly the third team with only Naruto. That basically meant it was all the genins vs Naruto, since the jounins could do nothing but give the teams chances to get another flag by completing a task given to them by the jounins. But first they had to find Naruto and free the others before the 3 hours were up. Good thing they had over 2 hours to find him. It did not take more than a few minutes for Kakashi and his summoned ninja dog, Pakun, to find the passed out Naruto and the tied up genins. With the rest of the jounins following behind shortly, they untied the genins and explained the new rules and teams. All of the genins accepted the changes, even though some of them still wanted to be on the other team, with Naruto. While mainly Anko explained the new rules, Kurane decided to make things a little more interesting as she carried Naruto. "Anko, I'm teaming up with Naruto-kun. See ya," she said with a wide smile before using a shunshin to get her and Naruto out of there. "I'm going to kill them." Teiwa screamed with anger, not happy with either of them right now. "I still haven't paid Naruto-kun back for that comment the last time, and now this," Ino added, referring to when they woke up in Teiwa's apartment. "We will defeat the freak and his woman, HN, Sasuke said with a smug grin. "Be quiet, genin," Asuma said, "she is not his woman." He added shortly after. Sasuke looked at Asuma with confusion, then said, "HN. If you say so." Anko was clenching her fist in anger as she looked at the spot Kurane had disappeared from. "Kurane-chan, you fucking traitor." Sakura looked around, then asked, "Hey, where is Kakashi-sensei?" Pakun was the one to answer. Kakashi decided that if Naruto was going to be on a solo team, then he wanted that as well. "Expect Kakashi to appear when you least expect it," the dog summoned, then disappeared in a puff of smoke. "Damn it, Kakashi." Anko gritted her teeth. "Asuma, come with me, we are finding Kurane." Then Kakashi. Asuma nodded and followed her. Anko then turned around and said, "Kids, the new practice exams start now. Your objective is to find Naruto and defeat him." When Anko and Asuma had left, the genins all focused on Shikamaru, who was sitting down and doing some kind of hand sign with both of his hands. Shikamaru had his eyes closed and looked very focused. "What are you doing, you lazy fool?" Sasuke questioned. "He is thinking of a plan. Give him a minute," Choji answered. Shikamaru then opened his eyes and his expression turned into anger. I'm pissed off right now. That bastard ruined everything. What do you mean, Shika? Ino asked. Shikamaru chose not to answer. Shikamaru had figured out what Naruto had done. He captured all other teams and took their flags and then passed out, hoping to wait out the 3 hours it would take for the exercise to end. Shikamaru did not like that at all. It was his plan to sleep off the competition, something that Naruto had made impossible now. You idiots will follow my every order or we are going to be defeated once again. Troublesome, Shikamaru said. Who made you the boss? Sasuke asked. Quiet fool, Shikamaru answered. I think we should listen to Shikamaru for now, Shino said, then added, that's because it's interesting seeing him doing anything at all. I agree, Chuji said. Me too, Kiba added. Teiwa and Ino had walked off from the group and whispered to each other. They had decided to get away from them because they had their own agenda. While Shikamaru would tell the others how they would fight Naruto, Teiwa and Ino would go after Kurane. They had to find Kurane first though, since they did not trust her alone with Naruto. Midori had seen them sneaking away from the group and decided to follow them. The next morning it had been around 16 hours since Naruto passed out after drinking too much, meaning that he passed out in the afternoon. When Naruto woke up he felt like shit, which was expected, with the hangover that comes along with drinking too much. But the place he woke up in was not what he expected. It was a dark room that had a basement feel to it. The whole room was empty, not counting the chair he sat on with his hands tied to the back of the chair. There was a door right in front of him that just opened to reveal Kurane wearing a black latex dress that covered her full body. She had a leather whip in her right hand. Kurane approached Naruto with a big grin and slapped herself on her ass, then moaned. You have been a naughty student, Kurane said, and slapped herself again. You have to be punished. What are you after? Naruto questioned with his eyes narrowed. Baka. Anna, I have lost my patience with you, brat, Naruto heard the dark voice of the Kyuubi say to him. Oh, Naruto had a pretty good idea what was going on now. First, Kurane said as she sat down in Naruto's lap, I will enjoy myself. She put her hand on Naruto's chin to make him look at her face. She then stood up and prepared to use the whip. Kai! Naruto yelled as he got out of the genjutsu Kurane had placed him in. Now the surroundings changed. They were outside, under a large tree, both resting with their backs to it. Naruto jumped when he saw Kurane, fearing that she would act the same way as she did in the illusion. Get away from me, Naruto said, drawing his sword. You will never catch me again. Naruto-kun, stop being silly and come sit so I can explain what's going on, Kurane said with a stern look on her face. Naruto looked at her suspiciously, moving closer to her slowly before sitting down next to her again. Good, Kurane said and jumped into his lap. We are partners now, she began, and Naruto raised his eyebrow. How so? It's you and me against the world, she said with hearts in her eyes, which caused Naruto to sweat drop. Explain, you see, Anko. Kurane then explained the changes to Naruto and made sure point out several times that everything was Anko's fault and that she could not be trusted. Earlier with Teiwa and Ino, who had fallen asleep within a tent, Midori had seen something that frightened her just a minute ago. She ran to the tent where she knew Teiwa and Ino slept in. Teiwa-chan, Ino-chan, wake up. She screamed as she opened the zipper door to the tent. Midori. Teiwa asked in a tired voice, what the fuck are you doing here? It's terrible. Midori said dramatically. Kurane-sensei is controlling Teika with her genjutsu. What she had seen earlier was Kurane placing the genjutsu on Naruto as he woke up. That meant that they were close by. Come on, let's go save him and beat her up once and for all, Ino said with determination. I'm ready for the bitch, Teiwa followed. Back with Naruto and Kurane were having a moment as they both leaned into each other's faces. What is she after? Naruto thought as he was about to press his lips on hers. They were interrupted as Uchiha Sasuke had jumped in front of them and launched an attack of the fiery kind, Katon, Gokakyu no Jutsu. Fire release, great fireball technique, shooting a large fireball at them. Naruto quickly picked Kurane up carrying her bridal style and used a shunshin to move them to the other side of the open grassy field. Go take a nap, Haim, Naruto said to Kurane as he put her down. Kurane was blushing after the Haim nickname Naruto had given and just nodded since she wanted to see Naruto's fight and would only help once the chuunins showed up. Naruto stretched his neck and drew his sword. This won't take long, he said slowly. A giant meatball rolled towards him with haste. Nakuden Sensha. Human bullet tank. Choji used his signature jutsu. Naruto slashed his sword in the air. Sunjiraku Pondo Ho. 36-pound cannon. The slash blasted Choji away from him. Naruto did not have any time to rest as the next two attackers flew at him, spinning as they did. Gatsuiga. Fang passing Fang, Kiba and his partner Akamaru came at him. Naruto sheathed his sword and held up both his hands with open palms. He then grabbed both Kiba and the Kiba look-alike Akamaru's heads and slammed them down into the ground. As Kiba, Akamaru, and Choji laid on the ground whimpering in pain, Naruto walked past them to face Uchiha Sasuke, who had a Barame Shino next to him. "Sorry Naruto-san, but we are going to end this," Shino said, drawing out countless of bugs from his arms then launching them towards Naruto. Hihutsu, Mushidama, Secret Technique, Insect Sphere, Ninpo, Cage Bunshin no Jutsu, Shadow Clone Technique. Naruto had, as soon as he saw the bugs coming at him, prepared to create over 100 shadow clones of himself. "It's pointless, that's because they will not stop until they have taken all of your chakra," Shino said, readjusting his sunglasses. Ninpo, Bunshin Debakaha, Clone Great Explosion. Naruto let all of his clones explode and used that moment to use Shunshin to quickly appear behind Shino. Sasuke jumped as he had noticed Naruto standing behind them. A second later Naruto had used the back of his sword to hit Shino in the head and knock him out. "What's the matter, Runt?" Naruto asked with a big grin, walking closer to Sasuke. "Are you getting scared? Where the hell is Shikamaru?" Sasuke thought, then replied to Naruto's taunt, "I will show you just what an Uchiha is capable of." The answer to where Shikamaru had went off to was simple. After seeing Naruto easily defeat Choji and Kiba, he decided that fighting Naruto would be too troublesome and walked away from there slowly to find a tree to climb. Just as Sasuke was about to throw a kunao at Naruto to distract him for a second so he could get closer to get in a punch, he saw another one of those illusions. This time he saw Naruto slashing him in half in one cut. "I surrender," Sasuke said as he dropped down on the ground, staring down at it, thinking along the lines of, "What have I been doing? I will never be able to defeat Itachi like this." "Oh." Naruto said with a raised eyebrow, "You are smarter than you look." Naruto then turned around to meet up with Kurane again. What Naruto saw as he turned around was Teiwa and Ino both flying at Kurane at the same time with Midori behind them. Naruto saw Teiwa and Ino launch a series of punches and kicks at the older woman, who dodged their every attack. Naruto was hoping they would win the fight and pay her back. The more he thought about what Kurane had told him earlier when explaining the new rules, he realized that he had been deceived. Why would Anko make up a rule saying that he and Kurane had to act as boyfriend and girlfriend? Naruto did not really care about the outcome of the fight as he sat down leaning back on a tree and fell asleep, snoring loudly. Above him in the tree was Hatake Kakashi reading one of his Ika with an eye smile that quickly disappeared as Anko and Asuma, who had been chasing him all night, appeared next to him in the tree. "Thanks for helping us find them," Anko said to Kakashi with a grin, seeing Naruto sleeping under them. Sakura, who had decided not to help the guys fight Naruto earlier, knowing somewhat how strong he is since that time he saved her from Fuka. Sakura had her own agenda. First she had to wake Naruto though, and that proved to be harder than she thought as she nudged him a few times without waking him. Meanwhile, as Naruto was about to enter the dreamland, Kakikurama spoke, making Naruto scowl. "My dream was starting, why did you have to interrupt?" Naruto asked. "I'm bored." "How is that my problem? Leave me alone, you're the only one I can bother, so." "No, I won't leave you alone," Kurama began, then he roared at Naruto before speaking again. "You need to listen to me now. I have been stuck inside you for 13 boring years, and before that I was stuck inside something worse. Do you know what that means?" Naruto nodded yes. "You're bored," he said with a bored tone. "Exactly," Kurama said, then kept going. "But did you know this?" he asked, and Naruto waited for him to continue. "Before I was sealed into," he had an expression of disgust as he spoke. Kurama's expression then changed back into his usual scray angry face. "I was sealed into 2 female flesh bags. Yeah, I know, my mom was the previous Jinchuriki, right?" Naruto asked. "Exactly," Kurama answered again, and before her another Uzumaki by the name of Mito. "Do you know what that means?" Naruto shook his head, not really listening, just wanting the Kyuubi to be done soon so he could go back to his dream. "It means that every time those female flesh bags had sex, all I saw was..." Kurama saw visions of Hashirama and Minato grunting and moaning. Okay, stop, Naruto said with a disgusting look on his face. I don't care, leave me alone, no. Kurama growled at him, go fuck those vixens now and let me see some titties bounce as they ride you. Kurama could rival Jiraiya in perverseness. Naruto chose not to answer as he walked further away from Kurama's cage in that sewer, hearing him scream at him to come back and listen to him. I have to find a way to block him out of my mind, Naruto thought just before he woke up. First thing Naruto did as he woke up was to remove the tip of his sword from Sakura's nose. Sorry about that, Sakura-chan, Naruto said, scratching the back of his head while thinking. Sakura-chan, where did that come from? Sakura swallowed and composed herself. Naruto. Kun, she said with a small break between the name and suffix. Yeah. Naruto said after yawning. I have a request, Sakura said, blushing a little as Naruto narrowed his eyes at her. Speak, would you train me? Sakura asked, sounding a bit nervous. Naruto asked with a raised eyebrow. Train you? What about your Jounin sensei? He is a lazy bastard who can't be bothered to teach anyone, Sakura said with her right hand raised, clenching her fist. Mama. That's rude, Sakura. Kakashi said from the tree above them, causing Sakura to jump in surprise. Yeah. Sakura laughed, scratching the back of her head, sticking out her tongue. Sorry, sensei. Naruto stared up at Kakashi with a grin. I will train you, he said, causing Kakashi's eyes to widen. Really? Sakura said, then threw herself at Naruto and hugged him. Thank you, thank you. A bit earlier with Kurane fighting Teiwa and Ino, Kurane had no problem dealing with Teiwa and Ino when they only used their taijutsu to attack her. But when Teiwa began using shadow clones to attack with Ino using her clan's mind transferring jutsu and Midori joining in the fight as well, Kurane began breaking a sweat. It was about that time that Anko and Asuma had arrived. After talking a little with Kakashi, Anko decided to help Kurane even if she had decided to run off without Naruto yesterday. Anko did not help by fighting, instead she just said, the practice chuunin exams has ended, stop fighting girls. Teiwa and Ino looked at each other before Ino whispered, there will be other chances to destroy the witch. Teiwa grinned, fuck, yeah, she is going down. Anko sensei, don't we have 2 more days? Midori asked. Anko gave a long answer, well yes, if a winner was not decided. But considering that Naruto has already beaten everyone that has challenged him and the ones that don't are fighting with either each other or Kurane, I decided that Naruto has won. The ones fighting with each other was the Hyuga siblings. Hinata and Hanabi had challenged each other for the right to marry Naruto. They were still fighting. Anko noticed that something had caught the attention of the girls in Kurane as they were all glaring at something behind her. Anko turned around and saw Haruno Sakura hugging Naruto, who was flipping of Kakashi at the same time. Sakura. Teiwa yelled, not believing what she was seeing. What the fuck was Sasuke's fangirl number 1 doing? Oh hell no, forehead. Ino said, gritting her teeth while she stomped over there. I can accept the other bitches being all over my man, but not you. Teiwa followed after with Midori trailing behind her. Anko decided to join Kurane on their way over there as well to see what was happening. As Sakura finally let go of Naruto, she noticed that her life was in danger, seeing the glares that Ino, Teiwa, and Kurane was giving her. Naruto stopped flipping Kakashi off and turned to Anko. Dan. Anko sensei, why did you do this to me? What? I don't think it was that unfair considering that you are already far stronger than the others, Anko answered, thinking that Naruto was complaining about the teams. Naruto shook his head. No, I mean, why did you make up a rule saying that I and Kurane have to act as boyfriend and girlfriend? Anko's sweat dropped as she stared at Kurane. I didn't make up a rule like that. Naruto scowled as I thought Naruto's eyebrow twitched as he focused on Kurane. I will get you back for this. He yelled before using a shunshin to get out of the training grounds and into the village. Naruto was heading towards Ichiraku as Hiruzen, who had been observing him through his crystal ball, sent out an Umbu to tell Naruto to come to his office. The chuunin exams was going to begin in 4 days. Hiruzen had to make sure Naruto did not run away before it started, and he had an idea how he could make him stay. When Naruto got to Ichiraku's, he ordered 100 extra large bowls of different kinds of ramen. Are you sure you can eat all that? Tuki asked. Of course, Naruto said slowly. I will eat 5 bowls now and the rest will be sealed into these. Naruto placed a few scrolls in front of them. Oh, I see. So you're leaving for a while then? Tuki asked as he turned around to start on Naruto's orders. Yes. Naruto answered slowly as he turned his head to look at the Umbu woman with purple hair and the nice ass that was heading towards him. I'm going to assassinate Ero Sennin. Jiraiya, you're right. Toki asked, knowing that both Teiwa and Naruto called Jiraiya Ero Sennin. You should gather a squad of experienced kunoichi. They will be happy to help, Toki suggested, knowing that many of the older female ninjas in Konoha had been the victims of Jiraiya's peeping and other perverted acts. Such as her. Naruto said, pointing his thumb at Yojao, who was right next to him by now. Toki took a quick look at Yojao before nodding she will do, then began placing bowls after bowls in front of Naruto, who quickly devoured 5 bowls then sealed the rest. Naruto-san, Hokage-sama wants you to go to his office, Yojao said in an emotionless tone. When Naruto was done sealing he answered yeah no and then threw Yojao up on his shoulder. You are coming with me. We are finding Ero Sennin. Let me down or I will cut you, Yojao threatened Naruto, whose eyes widened. Say that again. I will cut you. Naruto had a wide grin as he chuckled, not listening to Yojao, who had started choking him as they walked out of the village. Oh no, Hiruzen thought as he saw what was happening. Kuki Yos no Jutsu. Hiruzen said and summoned the Monkey King Inma. Inma, I need you to find Naruto and bring him here, Hiruzen instructed. Inma grinned, just like old times then. Hiruzen had asked Inma many times to help out with Naruto. Inma would babysit sometimes or find Naruto when he had run away or done one of his pranks. Hiruzen nodded. Be careful, Naruto is very unpredictable. Inma laughed at that, as if that little Gaki would be a problem. You're losing your touch, Hiruzen, please just go get him. Very well, back with Naruto and Yojao already 2 kilometers away from the village. Let me down now. Yojao yelled at him, playing the role of the serious Umbu woman still. What Yojao was thinking was different. Oh sweet an adventure. And we are chasing down that old pervert as well. What's wrong with you? Naruto asked as he put her down. Are you abandoning the mission? He asked. I'm not abandoning any mission, Naruto, Yojao answered. This is just something you came up with on your own. Without asking Hokage-sama, Naruto shrugged then walked away from her. That's the last time I bring another Konoha shinobi along willingly. Yojao glared at his back. You didn't even ask, you just threw me over your shoulder and walked out of the village. Naruto turned around. So, do you want to come along? He asked. Yojao shook her head no, she answered, and Naruto shrugged once again and began walking. Yojao looked around her for a second, and when Naruto was starting to get out of her eyesight she ran after him with a yell of wait. When Yojao caught up, Naruto asked, I thought you didn't want to come. I won't miss out on an adventure like this, Yojao said as she took off her Nico mask and grinned. If you tell anyone about this, I will cut you into 1,000 pieces. Naruto laughed loudly. Alright, the two of them continued on afterward but did not get far until Inma had caught up with them. Halt, Naruto Gaki, Inma said, running behind them. Naruto and Yojao turned around at the same time. Inma-sama. Yojao questioned, knowing about Hiruzen's main summon. Naruto however could not tell the difference between Inma and Hiruzen. He never could. What do you want, old monkey? Naruto said with a scowl. I'm going pervert hunting. Show Inma-sama some respect. He is the summon of Hokage-sama, Yojao said after slapping Naruto on his shoulder. Inma laughed loudly at Naruto. You haven't changed one bit. Kaki, Naruto was confused now. What do you mean summon? That is the old man himself. Yojao put a hand in front of her mouth to hide her giggle as Inma groaned. Who's an old man? I'm an old monkey, Kaki. He then flew towards Naruto and launched a quick jab into Naruto's stomach. Naruto fell down on the ground and held his stomach in pain that hurt. He cried out pain. The old man's punches always hurt the most. Get back to the village, Inma ordered Yojao as he flung Naruto over his shoulder. Ho ho ho. Inma laughed as he jumped from tree to tree with one hand back towards Konoha. Naruto spent the last days before the chuunin exams started training himself and his new apprentice Sakura. Sakura was working on improving her stamina, speed, and strength while at the same time trying to get used to handling a sword. Naruto was improving his skill in using water jutsu as well as learning a new water jutsu. Naruto was also working on his Fuin jutsu as he was very interested in learning the jutsu that his father, the 4th Hokage, had showed him in the fight with the Akatsuki members, Haiden and Kakuzu. 2 days before the chuunin exams started, Sakura had a run-in with a team from a foreign village. It happened after Team 7 had a team meeting and she and Teiwa had then run into Konoha. Konoha had asked Teiwa if she hung out with Sakura just to make herself look prettier. After that, Sakura had chased Konohamaru in anger until he ran into a blonde girl her age who was far more developed than anyone her age in Konoha. The blonde girl was Samui, who had Yujito and Amwa next to her. Samui had showed Konohamaru Naruto's page in the bingo book with a picture of him and asked if he knew where he was. Konohamaru, from just seeing the picture, almost pissed his pants and decided to hide behind Sakura, who had chased him earlier. Teiwa then questioned on how Samui knew the shithead, and Samui's answer was, "I'm going to marry him, we are in love." Yujito had then interjected and yelled that she was lying, and soon enough a cat fight was starting. Thankfully both Sasuke and Amwa with their combined efforts managed to break them apart before the fight started. 2 days later, when the chuunin exams finally begun, it started with a total mess in the classroom where the written test was held. Naruto, who had passed out next to the entrance of the academy, had been unaware of Kurane sneaking up on him to his cheek, leaving a kiss mark from the lipstick. That was how Midori and Hanabi found him before they woke him up and dragged him along to the classroom, as they were already late. Before entering the classroom, Naruto had summoned Gamekaki and Gamatatsu and given them strict orders to do anything in their power to keep blonde girls from Kumo away from him. As they entered, Naruto was immediately attacked, or more like used as a stepping stone, as a girl a few years older than himself had ran on him with the last step planting her shoe in his face. Naruto got a nosebleed out of that, but not due to the shoe hitting him on the nose, it was because what he saw. The girl was now using chakra to keep herself standing upside down on the roof above Naruto. The girl had chest-long raven hair tied up in a ponytail. She wore a small pink kimono that did not cover much. She also wore long purple stockings. "White panties," Naruto mumbled as he removed the blood from his nose, then glanced upwards towards his attacker. What he saw made his blood boil. She had stolen his sword somehow. "This sword is magnificent." The girl spoke slowly, even more slow than Naruto speaks, with long breaks between 1 or 2 words. Naruto narrowed his eyes at her. "Are you looking for a fight, White Panty Anna?" The girl jumped down from the roof and stood in front of Naruto facing him. "I want this sword." She spoke slowly before giving it back to Naruto. "I will take it." In the battlefield, Naruto noticed something when she stood right in front of him. She had the second weirdest set of eyebrows he had ever seen. Her eyebrows had the shape of lightning bolts, which got Naruto thinking. "Are you from Kumo?" he asked. The girl shook her head and turned around to get back to her team. "We will meet again." Senju, as the girl had joined up with her teammates, a boy her age and a hooded figure who also wore pink. The Konoha Genins greeted the new arrivals. Just before Ino had the chance to throw herself at Naruto, Ibiki entered the classroom and ordered everyone to shut up and take a seat. Both Teiwa and Ino had noticed the kiss mark next to the footprint on Naruto's face. No one wore that lipstick other than Kurane. She had one-upped them once again. Naruto found himself sitting next to Hinata, who looked as if she was about to faint just from seeing him. The examiners gave the Genins papers with 9 hard questions that they needed to answer. Naruto, however, had trouble just reading the questions and decided that drinking some sake and look out the window would do. An hour later, Ibiki gave the teams that had not been caught cheating a choice to take the 10th question. If you took the question and got it wrong, you would never be able to be promoted to chuunin. A lot of the Genin teams left after hearing that, in fear of being a Genin for the rest of their lives. Naruto had no trouble deciding whether or not to take the question, as he had fallen asleep. When Ibiki was satisfied with the amount of teams that had failed already, he passed the rest that had stayed for the 10th question. A few seconds later, the door opened to the classroom and a beautiful woman with long purple hair wearing umbu clothes walking into the classroom up to the front, standing above the blackboard. Yojeo was not wearing her Nico mask for once. She was Anko's substitute due to Anko being a sensei of one of the participating teams. "I'm Uzuki Yojeo and I will be in charge of the second exam." She then moved towards the window, climbing up on it. "Follow me. I promise you a great adventure," she said, and jumped out, heading towards Training Grounds 44, the Forest of Death. Naruto looked around the classroom and saw what teams had made it through the first exams. All of the rookies from Konoha had made it, along with only other team he recognized, the Kumo team. Thankfully, the Kumo team seemed to be focused on the exams and not him, as neither Samui or Yujito had bothered him. The only 2 other teams that caught Naruto's attention was the only team Suna had sent. Both the short red-haired guy and the blonde girl with 4 pigtails had given him different looks. The red-haired shorty looked as if he was trying to intimidate him, while the blonde girl had stars in her eyes looking at him longingly. The reason Temari gave Naruto that look was the same reason why Kankuro was currently face-palming and muttering, "Why would the bounty hunter be a part of Konoha?" Temari was a big fan on Senju the bounty hunter, something that Kankuro had heard of many times, as Temari would not speak of anything else than his accomplishments. The last team that caught Naruto's attention was a team from the Hidden Mist Village, Kirigakure, the Lightning Bolt Eyebrows girls team. Other than her there was a boy with long orange hair tied into a ponytail. He had a very slender build, making him look a bit feminine. The boy had a cross-shaped scar on his left cheek. He wore a red kimono. Naruto could easily tell that both him and the Lightning Bolt Eyebrows girl was swordsmen the way they carried themselves. The one sitting next to them wearing a pink hoodie to cover his or her face was the one that Naruto stared at most of the time. He knew who it was, and why would she show herself anywhere near him after what happened the last time they met? He had no clue. Joining up with his team again, they headed towards Training Grounds 44 where the second exams was held. When all teams had arrived, Yojeo held up a picture of Naruto and told them all that he was not trustworthy and would break his promises about taking you on adventures. Yojeo then explained the rules of the second exams. All teams were given either a heaven or earth scroll. The objective was to gather both scrolls and then head towards the tower located in the middle of the forest. The teams was lead to their own gates into the forest, and then it started. Naruto slowly walked into the forest with Midori and Hanabi following him. He felt no need to rush since he knew at least one team was going to target his team. "Bujo, Imuto, I need you two to stay close to me at all times," Naruto said in a serious tone as Midori nodded while Hanabi asked, "I have no problem with that, but why? The team from Kirigakure will most likely be after us. I have a feeling that the team from Tsunagakure might be after us as well," Naruto explained. "Why us?" Midori asked, looking a bit nervous that the both teams that she wanted to avoid was targeting them. "Because..." Naruto told them the story of him and Fuka and their background. Naruto was sure that the hooded person on the Kiri team was Fuka, as he had recognized her chakra and seen a bit of red hair. As Naruto and his team moved on deeper into the forest, he was more focused than ever on his surroundings. There was no time now for sake. He knew that all three of the Kiri ninjas were far above genin level, and if it came down to a fight between his team and them, he would have to do anything in his power to fight them himself while making sure Midori and Hanabi would not get hurt. It took an hour of walking before they met with another team. This was a team from the Hidden Rain Village, a Megakure. All three of the team were males and they all wore similar masks resembling gas masks. A rookie team from Konoha, Lucky, one of the AIM genin, spoke with his teammates nodding. "Bujo, Imuto, show them what you got." "I will back you up if needed," Naruto said with a big grin. "Tch," Hanabi responded before jumping forward, "I will be enough to take on these three losers." Midori was right behind her, focused on the fight, as this was a great opportunity for her to show her captain just what she was capable of. She wanted to prove that she was worthy of being his teammate and a future teammate if both of them were to be promoted to chuunins. Oboro was the AIM genin in the middle, who seemed to be the leader of the team. Oboro stepped forward and looked at Naruto. "So you are the one that took out Aoi?" Naruto had his eyes closed with his arms crossed above his chest, choosing not to answer because he did not remember anyone named Aoi. Hanabi had bent down a little, placing her right hand forward with her palm open. Her left hand rested on her back as she smirked a little. "You haven't fought a Hyuga before, I take it. I will show you why we are considered the strongest in Konoha." Hakurokya Juyan Sho. 8 trigrams 64 palms. Hanabi began with 2 consecutive strikes and then followed up with 4 more consecutive strikes, all hitting the tenketsu that Hanabi saw with her Byakugan. When Hanabi reached 64 strikes, she was done and the opponent had flew back from the force of all of the damage he had taken. "The strongest," Naruto repeated with a twitchin in his eye. "I'll show her who's the strongest," as Naruto ran up to Hanabi and lifted her above himself with one hand, yelling that he was the strongest. Midori took down Kaguri and Mubi, the 2 remaining AIM genins, with one move. She had first caught them with Ninja Steel Wire and followed up with a light Katon, Gokakyu no Jutsu. Fire release, great fireball technique, as she did not want to kill her opponents, just prevent them from fighting for a while. "I'm sorry, Naruto-sama," Hanabi cried as Naruto placed his sword at her, still being up in the air. "Who's the strongest?" "You are, Naruto-sama." See, calm down Teiko, Midori said as she towards her teammates. It turned out that the AIM team had the same kind of scroll as them, an earth scroll. They decided to take it even though it would be useless, since they figured it would be better to remove some of the competition. The more earth and heaven scrolls they had, the less teams would be able to move on to the third part of the exams. It was getting dark when Naruto suggested that they should stop for the night. Hanabi and Midori prepared a tent for themselves to sleep in, and Naruto climbed a tree to sit in as he would be the lookout. If Naruto was alone, he would have passed out a long time ago from drinking too much alcohol. Now he had not drank a single drop of sake or beer and was always aware of his surroundings. The Kiri Genins bothered him. He knew they would show up sooner or later. During the first day, another Konoha team had the misfortune of running into the Kiri team. Team 10 with Ino, Shikamaru, and Chuji were the unlucky ones. They had been heavily outmatched in the fight and shamed. Both Shikamaru and Chuji had lost quickly with swords pointed at their necks within seconds by the orange-haired boy and the girl with the lightning eyebrows. The last member of the Kiri team had gone further, as she had cut Ino's hair before tripping her over and kicking her as she was on the ground. After taking their heaven scroll from Shikamaru, the boy and the hooded girl left the area quickly, with the long raven-haired girl staying around for a second to apologize before leaving as well. The Kiri team left Team 11 scared and sad after losing so quickly. Shikamaru and Chuji had spent the next hour tending to Ino, who was crying non-stop due to her injuries and the loss of her hair. After Ino had calmed down a bit and Shikamaru had time to think, they vowed that they would get payback and that they would pass the second exams even though they currently had no scroll. In the middle of the night, 4 hours after Hanabi and Midori had fallen asleep, Naruto was still awake, even more so than before due to him sensing someone around them. "She is here," Naruto thought as he grinned before jumping down to the ground to greet the person. A hooded figure slowly appeared behind the trees until she was facing Naruto. She removed the hoodie and showed her face. "Let me ask you something, Fuka," Naruto said, then continued, "Why would you come to Konoha? And why would you go after me the first thing you do?" Naruto grinned as he continued, "Do you have a death wish?" Fuka smirked, "You overestimate your own abilities, Senju-kun." She purred, then giggled, "Oh, and you were not the first one I went after. The blonde girl that was all over you before the first exams has had something cut off." Naruto narrowed his eyes at her. "That's the third Konoha ninja you have hurt." Fuka grinned, "But not the last." Naruto grabbed a scroll from his shirt's pocket, then unsealed it, and his sword appeared in a puff of smoke. Naruto unsheathed his sword and said, "Prepare yourself, Fuka, always so hot-headed," Fuka said, scowling before running away with Naruto following her. Everything was going according to her plan. Fuka was going to lead him far enough from his team so they would not wake up from the noise of the fight. When she had led him far enough, her teammates would join her and the three of them would take him out together. After chasing Fuka for 20 minutes, she stopped as they were standing on an open grassy field in the middle of the forest. "I see, so that's what you were doing," Naruto said as he had sensed both of her teammates who appeared next to Fuka a second later. Naruto grinned as he unsheathed his sword. "Senju," he whispered before running towards them with big steps, almost shooting himself at them like rocket. "Get ready," Fuka told her teammates. The girl nodded while the boy had already moved forward to meet Naruto's attack with his own. "I'm Himura Kenshin, pleasure to make your acquaintance." Senju. Kenshin held the hilt of his katana with one hand before rocketing towards Naruto, similar how Naruto had rocketed forward. They met in the middle and pronounced their techniques. Itaru Iai, Shishi Sunsen, one sword style draw and ray sheath technique, Lion's Song, Hitan Mitsuragai Ryu, Sori Yusen, Flying Heaven Govern sword style, Twin Dragon Flash. Naruto's sword slash connected with Kenshin's empty sheath that he held up with his left hand to block the attack. At the same time, Kenshin's sword held in his right arm pierced through Naruto's right shoulder. Naruto jumped back and held his shoulder. "Kaki." Naruto heard Kurama speak and for once listened to him. The demon fox told him to focus on channeling his Senju chakra to cover his shoulder. A moment later, his shoulder began healing as his healing powers that he inherited from Itama kicked in. It worked similar to Hashirama's healing jutsu, Chaya no Shikara. Before his shoulder could heal fully, he had to jump back to dodge the next attacker, who was Fuka this time. For some reason she was not using her sword but instead tried to catch him with her hands, probably to hold him down while one of the others finished him off. Fuka turned around and looked at her teammate who had yet to make a move. "Why aren't you following the plan, Shiger?" Shiger glared at Fuka and said slowly, "I won't fight. This is unfair." You told me he was a monster and would give me a good challenge, Kenshin spoke as he appeared next to Fuka. He chuckled as he continued, he won't last long like this Dagazaru. Naruto moved his shoulder around feeling that it had healed enough for him to fight. He threw a kunao at Kenshin and Fuka which multiplied into a countless mass of shuriken heading towards them. Ninpo, kunao kage bunshin no jutsu, kunao shadow clone technique. Both Fuka and Kenshin had used a shunshin to get out of the way, but Naruto had already prepared for that as he had created two kage bunshin that was standing right next to them. Ninpo, bunshin debakaha, clone great explosion. Naruto had his clones explode and smoke soon covered the area where Fuka and Kenshin stood. Fuka had managed to get out of the explosion unharmed while Kenshin had burns on his left arm. Kenshin walked out of the smoke slowly, his normally violet eyes had turned into gold. Fuka had never seen Kenshin like this, but Shijir had. Shijir ran up to Kenshin and put a hand on his shoulder. Stop. Kenshin turned to Shijir and pushed her away with his hands as he slowly walked towards Naruto. What's going on with him? Fuka asked Shijir, who sighed and said, You will have what you want. Kenshin will kill him. Meanwhile Naruto was laughing his ass off as Kenshin walked up to him. Entertain me, samurai. Naruto yelled as he threw himself forward to meet Kenshin with his sword once again. Hiten Mitsuragi Ryu, Ryusasen, Flying Heaven Govern Sword Style, Dragon Nest Flash. Kenshin was the first to strike as he launched a flurry of strikes towards Naruto. Naruto was not able to dodge all of them and had been cut on his stomach, arms, and shoulders once again. He did manage to dodge Kenshin's last attack, which was aimed at his head. Garamai, gnawing, Kenshin said as he ended his attack. Naruto's shirt had been cut apart on his arms and stomach, showing the large cuts all over his upper body. It also showed that the cuts were healing, which shocked Fuka and Shijir, but Kenshin did not care. He was just focusing on his next attack and the movements of Naruto. This guy is way above my level, Naruto thought as he had been outmatched twice already in their quick draw sword battles. The best plan here would be to flee, give up the battle and rejoin his teammates. That was not an option for Naruto as he would never show his back to his opponents. Instead he charged forward Kenshin with impressive speed that Kenshin was not ready for. Itaryu, Dei Shinken, One Sword Style, Great Dragon Shock. In midair Naruto held his sword with both hands and slammed his sword down on Kenshin's shoulder with the sword cutting through a good ways in. The ground around Kenshin had sunk from the force of Naruto's attack. Naruto jumped back after his attack, knowing that Kenshin would not go down from just that. Just as Naruto thought, Kenshin jumped out of the hole and headed towards him. Kenshin's eyes were still gold-colored and somehow he looked even more scary as he took the same stance as before with one hand on the hilt of his sword. Hiten Mitsuragi Ryudori Yusen, Flying Heaven Govern Sword Style, Earth/Land Dragon Flash. Kenshin had launched a long-range attack, this time by striking the ground and sending debris towards Naruto with knockout force. Naruto did what any trained ninja would in this situation, jump out of there and dodge. When he landed, the first thing he felt was pain. Behind him stood Fuka with a grin, her sword which she held with one hand pierced through Naruto's back with the edge of the sword sticking out of Naruto's stomach. Blood spilled out of Naruto's mouth as he lost his balance and fell down on his knees. His vision began to get blurry as he heard Fuka's voice. Such a shame, was it? Fuka spoke then laughed as she pulled the sword out of Naruto, causing him to scream out in pain. Fuka circled around Naruto, observing him for a second before kicking his head. Naruto spit out more blood and just waited for her to finish him off. Fuka bent down and put her face right next to his and whispered, I have missed this. She then planted her lips on Naruto's and kissed him. What Fuka was actually doing was sucking out Naruto's chakra, but she had also prepared something else for Naruto. As she sucked out his chakra, she had also planted a knife into his leg that was covered with poison. When Fuka was satisfied, she stood up and saw Shijir glaring at her and Kenshin, whose eyes had not yet turned back to violet, looking at her with a confused expression. You have had revenge, Shijir spoke as she walked towards Naruto, intending to get him back to his team. She stopped with her eyes widening in shock when Naruto stood up with a large hole in his stomach and a wide grin on his face. Is that all you got? Naruto yelled, using his sword that was sticking to the ground to balance himself. It hurt as hell just to stand up. The wound had been healed enough that it would not kill him if he did not move for a few days. He had no more Senju chakra left and could therefore not heal anymore until he had rested. The poison had started affecting him as well as he breathed slowly with his vision getting blurrier and blurrier. He could barely see his opponents at all. Fool Fuka spoke as she and Kenshin at the same time ran towards Naruto to finally ending his life. Why didn't you just stay down, Fuka thought sadly as she and Kenshin neared. Itaryu, Sunjiraku Pondoho. One sword style, 36-pound cannon, Naruto swung his sword launching a ranged shock-wave-like attack towards Fuka and Kenshin. The both of them were forced to back away and give Naruto some time to think of his next move. Help me, Naruto pleaded to the beast sealed within him. No, Kurama answered slowly while thinking, this will be a good lesson for him. Fuka was the first to move as she used Naruto's own sword technique on him, Dai Shinken, Great Dragon Shock, slamming her sword down on his already wounded shoulder. Naruto jumped back, not even feeling the pain in his shoulder as his whole body felt numb. He could not use his right arm anymore and Naruto was right-handed, handicapping him even more. This meant that Naruto could not continue fighting with his sword and would rely only on his ninjutsu. Naruto did not even need to use hand signs as he created hundreds of copies of himself, Ninpo, Tijokage Bunshin no Jutsu, multiple shadow clone technique. Both Fuka and Kenshin got to work on Naruto's clones as Shijiro stood at the side observing the battle with a set expression. Stop. This, she mumbled. This is not something that their new Mizukage, Terumi Mei, would approve of. They had been given strict orders to do everything in their power to get far in the chuunin exams and by doing so getting promoted and impressing the future audience. Fuka's way of doing things, however, would just give Kiri a bad name, a name that was already dirted due to their history. Only 10 of Naruto's clones remained when he and his clones began using ninjutsu instead of taijutsu to fight Fuka and Kenshin. Ninpo, Katon, Indan, Fire Release, Flame Bullet. 1-1 Naruto's clones shot a large flame bullet towards Fuka while his other clone had water spiraling out of his left hand towards Kenshin, Ninpo, Suten, Hahanryu, Water Release, Tearing Torrent. Both Fuka and Kenshin jumped backwards, meeting each other with the jump now standing with their back touching each other. 2 of Naruto's clones was already ready for Naruto's follow-up as they kicked Fuka and Kenshin in the face. Fuka and Kenshin flew up the air and was met by 2 more of Naruto's clones mid-air, armed with Raijin no Ken in their left hands. Naruto's clones buried the Raijin no Ken in the chest of his enemies as he slammed them down to the ground. Fuka and Kenshin screams of pain together with the high-pitched sound the electricity from the Raijin no Ken was making was all that was heard for a few seconds. Shijiro ran towards them trying to prevent what was about to happen. Mizu Bunshin no Jutsu, Water Clone Technique. Fuka and Kenshin spoke at the same time as they appeared behind the real Naruto with both of their swords pierced through his back into his stomach. Darkness overcame Naruto as he was pulled into his mindscape by Kurama. You are dying, Kurama stated the obvious before continuing, why are you dying? I don't know, Naruto said sarcastically, maybe because I have been pierced by 2 swords from my back to stomach. Kurama shook his head. It's because you don't listen, you never fucking listen, what? Naruto had no clue what Kurama was talking about. Kurama growled at him before continuing, do you know why I didn't lend you my chakra this time? Yes, Naruto answered slowly, because you want me dead. Kurama nodded indeed, which caused Naruto to sweat drop about how casual Kurama was about him dying, but I did tell you to do something for me, which you have not. Naruto raised an eyebrow as he asked you did. It looked like Kurama crossed his arms with his nostrils flared as he leaned his head closer to Naruto. I requested tits. Did you give me tits? Naruto clenched his right fist as he glared at the fox. No, he answered slowly before yelling arrow kitsune. Hey. Kurama snapped back at him, at least I appreciate the female body. You however are more focused on your sword and sticking it into things other than where it should be stuck. Naruto asked with half-opened eyes. Do you want to live, Kaki? Kurama spat out his question. Naruto was unsure what to answer. I don't know, if he died at least he would get away from the fox. Kurama slammed his paw on the sewer ground. Of course you want to live. Kurama yelled. I do. Yes, because you have yet to. I get it already, Naruto yelled before Kurama finished his sentence. You will help me in exchange for bouncing tits, right? Kurama smirked. Exactly. Warak no Jutsu, Sexy no Jutsu. Naruto transformed into a girl with long hair tied into 2 pigtails. Other than the female parts, she had Naruto's features, blue eyes, whiskers. Kurama giggled as he was staring at Naruto's female transformation before looking away. She looks too much like you. That ruins it for me, he said as blood dropped from his nose. Naruto screamed at him in his girl voice, I showed you tits, that was the deal. Before releasing the transformation in a puff of smoke. Kurama sighed, alright, he waved his paw at Naruto, it's not going to be easy, speak already, I don't have much time, Naruto said, fearing that he was dying with every second. Calm down, Kurama said before explaining, we have plenty of time, not even a second has passed in the outside world yet. Naruto listened as Kurama explained how he had gathered chakra for Naruto, chakra that would be as powerful as Naruto using 4 taels worth of Kurama's chakra. The difference with this chakra is that Naruto was going to be able to control it and not transform into a miniature Kurama. Another important part was that the chakra would refill his Senju reserve, meaning that his inhuman healing was going to be restored. This is just the beginning of our partnership, Kurama said with a smirk. Naruto nodded, thanks Kyuubi, it's Kurama, what? My name? Naruto's eyes widened as he heard that the Kyuubi had a name. I thank you, Kurama, Kurama growled at him, don't thank me yet. You still owe me. Naruto could see how Kurama's angry expression changed into a perverted one in a second before returning. Naruto screamed in frustration as he returned to the real world. Naruto was kneeling and looked as if he was about to die when NGGH Naruto exclaimed as stood up with the swords being removed from his body. His wounds healed almost instantly as he turned around to stare at Fuka and Kenshin. Shijiro, who had been running towards them attempting to stop it all, could not believe her eyes. Naruto had removed the rags that used to be his blue shirt. He was only wearing his blue pants as he grabbed his sword, pointing it towards Fuka and Kenshin. A monster was it? Naruto said with a grin before disappearing in a flash of red only to reappear behind them. Neither Fuka or Kenshin was able to keep up with him as they heard him speak Itaru, Hanata Sancho, blood shot out from their stomachs as Naruto finished, Yahazugiri, 1 sword style, 3 verse humming, arrow notch slash, Kenshin managed to keep himself standing but Fuka had fallen down on the ground in pain. Naruto gave them no time to recover as he had already done a series of hand signs, Katon, Indan, fire release, flame bullet. The large flame bullet was easily deflected by Kenshin as he used his sword to change its direction. Kenshin placed a hand on the wound on his stomach as he chuckled, now it's interesting. Dagazaru, shut up Tabiya, Naruto said with a twitch in his eye, did he have to end every single sentence with that? Kenshin's eyes returned to violet as Shijiro appeared at his side. Enough, she said, we're leaving. Kenshin nodded, sorry about that Shijiro-san, he scratched the back of his head, I think I got a little too excited. Dagazaru, bring. Fuka, hi, you think I'm letting you guys leave alive? Naruto yelled. Shijiro snapped her head towards him. Yes, she said slowly. She wore a solemn expression as she continued to show how sorry I am for all of this. Naruto was getting really annoyed by how slowly she was speaking. I will not take your sword. Shijiro grinned as she ended the sentence before disappearing using a shunshin with Kenshin, who was carrying Fuka, following. As soon as they left, Naruto sat down on the ground panting. He was exhausted. I'm going to sleep for a week, he thought. You will do no such thing, Kurama told him. Get this fucking kid's game over with so you can focus on the important part. Kurama yelled at him as Naruto held his ears, which did nothing to block out the fox's voice. Stop yelling, Kurama. Naruto yelled back. What is it you want me to do now? He asked. Kurama didn't tell him. Instead he told him, Asai, I get it, you're tired. We will talk when you wake up. Naruto didn't answer as he decided to lie down and sleep in the middle of the grass field. Naruto slept for 6 hours before he was woken up in pain after hearing Midori screaming. Hanabi and Midori, after waking up, had went looking for Naruto. It did not take them long to find him thanks to Hanabi's Byakugan. The pain Naruto felt as he woke up was thanks to Hanabi kicking him in the head as Midori screamed at the amount of blood on the ground and on Naruto's damaged clothes. Teiku. Midori yelled as he opened his eyes holding his head. What the hell happened here? I fell, Naruto answered, which caused both Hanabi and Midori to sweat drop. You think we'll believe that, Naruto-sama? Hanabi asked. Naruto chose not to answer. Instead he unsealed another blue shirt from a scroll to replace his old one. Midori looked away with a blush on her face as Naruto changed while Hanabi ogled him with drool hanging from her mouth. What's wrong with you two? Naruto asked, seeing their behavior. Nothing, both answered quickly, looking away. I see, Naruto answered, then created 2 clones of himself, Ninpo, Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, Shadow Clone Technique. Oh no, Midori had an idea what Naruto was about to do. Don't take, she pleaded, but Naruto did not listen as one of his clones threw her over his shoulder while the other did the same with Hanabi, who cheered the clone on. My clones will take you to the tower, Naruto said as tomato red-faced Midori asked, what about you, Teiko? Naruto had a wide grin as he answered, I'll be gathering scrolls, Naruto then disappeared in a puff of smoke. 1 hour later was the end of chuunin exams. There was no point in going on since no more teams were able to pass. Naruto had made sure of that. The teams that passed the second exams were the Kiri, Sand, Hyumo team, and Naruto's team. Everyone else had lost their scroll or were not able to gather the second scroll due to no other team having won. The other Konoha teams had been told by examiners to leave the forest and explained the reason why. Teiwa was extremely angry after the news, and she knew exactly whose fault it was. Only one person was capable of something like that. She headed straight towards his apartment where she would get her revenge. The passing teams were told to meet at Konoha's stadium in a month. There was no need for any preliminary matches this time. The match UPS were the following: Yujito vs Midori, Gaara vs Kenshin, Kankura vs Hanabi, Amwa vs Shijiro, Fuka vs Temari, Naruto vs Samui. After being told that they could practice for a month and were free to leave, Naruto ran straight out of there with Samui and Yujito chasing after him. I'm not marrying you, Naruto yelled in fear. It's non-negotiable, Samui answered in a cold tone. Naruto had been able to escape Samui and Yujito rather easily just by using a series of shunshin to get out of the forest. Naruto had then headed towards the Hokage Tower only to find it empty since Hiruzen had not made it back from the forest yet. Lazy old man, Naruto thought with a tick mark as he sat down on the couch in the office waiting for the Hokage. It did not take long for Naruto to fall asleep after sitting down. Namikaze Minato was someone who took pride in the techniques he learned and created. Therefore he also made sure to always write down the details and steps in learning the techniques. He had many scrolls stored in his office containing the steps to learn his techniques. Those scrolls were given to Jiraiya soon after Minato died. Jiraiya took the scrolls to Mt. Miyaboku since he figured there was no safer place to store them. When Naruto woke up 9 hours later, he found himself staring at a small green toad with a small white beard, short white hair, and the largest white eyebrows he had ever seen on a toad or human. Old Frog-sama, Naruto asked, wondering what he was doing in Konoha. It's Fyokazaku-sama, you dumb youngster. Fyokazaku the elder toad yelled as he jumped towards Naruto and hit him on the head with a stick. Arg, Naruto whined as he held his forehead where Fyokazaku hit him. What do you want? That you know, sama, Fyokazaku-sama. That's Amahaya. Fyokazaku screamed as he threw 2 small scrolls at Naruto. Since you refused to train with Jiraiya-chan, or Arrow Sennin as he has been dubbed, I have been told to give you these. Naruto picked up the scrolls and asked, what are these scrolls? HMPF. Fyokazaku crossed his arms over his chest and looked to his right. They belonged to a much more respectful blonde. Naruto tilted his head and asked, Tio-yu-san. Right, Fyokazaku said in a bored tone. Anyway, it was fun catching up with you, kid. Make sure to learn the techniques in those scrolls and get stronger, then disappeared in a puff of smoke. Interesting, Naruto thought as he opened the first scroll, then read the title of it, Namikaze Minato's Guide to a Perfect First Date. Naruto immediately threw it on the ground and shook in anger as he clenched his fist. What the fuck? Naruto yelled. Yatter, keep it down, brat, Hiruzen, who had been sitting at his desk the whole time smoking through his pipe, said in a tired voice. Naruto snapped his head towards Hiruzen, glaring at him. What are you doing here, monkey? This is my office, Hiruzen answered with a sweat drop while Naruto looked around. Ahaha. He laughed lamely as he scratched the back of his head. Hiruzen walked up to Naruto and picked up the scroll he had thrown on the floor and read it. You might as well keep this since you might have use for it, considering that you will be forced to have multiple wives, Hiruzen said with an evil grin. Naruto nodded. Multiple wives, of course, he said as he took the scroll from Hiruzen, then headed out of the office slowly with a goofy smile. Naruto then turned around with his sword unsheathed. Say that again, monkey. Bakamano. Hiruzen yelled as he flew at Naruto like a rocket and slammed his fist down on his head. Hiruzen then sat on Naruto's back and laughed at Naruto, who was yelling at him with murder in his eyes. Gahaha. Hiruzen laughed as he tapped Naruto on the back with his fist. Idiot. It was a joke. Hiruzen let the frightened Naruto get back on his feet. Naruto then quickly grabbed both scrolls and jumped out the closed window, breaking it once again later. Monkey, take the door next time, brat. Hiruzen yelled after while thinking, I can't wait till he finds out. Naruto was running towards Training Grounds 11, his team's training grounds. He was going to barricade it and use it for the upcoming month. He would have Gamekaki and Gamatatsu patrol the training grounds and keep intruders away. Meanwhile, with Teiwa in Naruto's apartment, Muhaha, Teiwa laughed as she emptied the last of Naruto's sake barrels in the sink. Even the one stored in his scrolls had been emptied. It was Teiwa's payback for Naruto being the reason why she and her team had no chance to get through the second part of the chuunin exams. But Teiwa was not done yet. Tomorrow, considering it was starting to get late now, she would find Dickwad, Konoha, Snot, Udon, and Mogi-chan. She knew that both Konoha and Udon wanted payback on Naruto for tying them on the back of a cow and have it run around the village. All she needed to do now was find him and come up with a plan to make him pay. The next day, Naruto had been training non-stop in the training grounds before he fell asleep. When he woke up, he drank a sake bottle for breakfast before beginning his training again. He started with push UPS. While doing push UPS, he sensed 4 people inside the training grounds. No, wait, there's 5, Naruto thought as he sensed one more chakra source, which was much harder to detect than the other 4. One of them is Teiwa. 3 of them are no threat, but who is the last one, he thought between push UPS. Naruto saw a gray small ball-looking thing heading towards him, a smoke bomb. Naruto recognized it as. He did nothing to get away from it and kept doing push UPS in the smoke that covered everything around him. Now get him. Teiwa commanded the Konoha Corps as the 3 kids ran up to the smoke and threw tomatoes into the mass of smoke trying to hit Naruto. Teiwa grinned. She knew that Naruto would just use a shunshin to get to safety any moment now. She would locate Naruto and jump kick him in the balls and be done with her revenge. A minute later, when the Konoha Corps were out of tomatoes and the smoke started disappearing, they saw Naruto doing one-handed push UPS with his sword covered in tomato juice. Naruto stopped working out as he turned towards them, cracking his neck. Well, then he said as he stood up and walked towards them slowly. Shit, let's run, Kore. Konoha yelled as he and Moji turned around and ran away, while Udon was stuck staring at Naruto in fear as he pissed his pants. Sutenjutsu. Naruto thought as he saw the pants turning darker. No matter, he thought as he put his right hand on Udon's head. What the hell, shithead, he's just a kid. Teiwa yelled as she thought Naruto was going to kick Udon's ass. Instead, Naruto ruffled Udon's hair and then gave him a chocolate bar, one that his bodyguards would not get considering there were 5 intruders. Thanks for helping me work out. Naruto narrowed his eyes at Udon as he tried to figure out what to call him, and he settled for. Udon grinned, no problem nii-san. Then turned around to run after his friends. Naruto then had to jump high up in the air to dodge Teiwa's kick as she was aiming for his most loved possessions. Why did you do that for? Naruto asked as he landed. Teiwa turned around to glare at him. It's payback for ruining the chuunin exams for me. Naruto scrunched his nose as he answered, that's no reason to aim for my Kintama, golden balls. You deserve to be kicked in the nuts, you fucking cunt, Teiwa said in her normal tone before she grinned. How about a spar, shithead? Naruto disappeared from Teiwa's view in a gust of wind. Where the hell did he go? Teiwa thought as she felt like something was blocking the sunlight from behind. Behind you, Teiwa. Naruto said slowly, causing Teiwa to jump in surprise. Kya. Ha ha ha. Naruto, shut the hell up, Teme. Teiwa screamed as she charged him, only to run into the back of an Umbu woman with long purple hair. Arara, Naruto said as he saw Yojeo standing in front of him. So you were the last one. Yojeo nodded. I have information that I believe you should know. Oh. Naruto said, interested, as Yojeo handed him a newspaper. Bitch, Teiwa said as she held her head and stood up. She then saw Naruto's expression turning from focused to one of anger. I'm leaving right away, Naruto said, and was about to turn around when Yojeo stopped him. Wait, since I was the one that gave you this information, it is only fair if I get to come as well. Wouldn't the old monkey have anything to say about that? Naruto wondered, since she was an Umbu, she would probably get in a lot of trouble by leaving Konoha without the Hokage's permission. Of course, Yojeo answered quickly as she removed her mask from her face, revealing a smiling Yojeo, but no one can stop me from going on an adventure. I see, let's go then, Naruto said to Yojeo, who nodded and followed him. Hey, let me come. Teiwa yelled as she ran after them. Why? You aimed for my Kintama, Naruto said with a pout. You can't be trusted, shithead. Teiwa growled at him. Alright, fine. Naruto said slowly with a sigh. Let's meet up at Western Gate in 30 minutes. Hi shithead / Teiko. In the newspaper, Naruto read about a story of someone calling himself Senju Kaitaro, the last Senju. Apparently he was the head of a criminal organization that was located around the board of Rain and Fire Country. This person was giving him a bad name due to what his organization had done following Kaitaro's orders. 30 minutes later, outside of Konoha's Western Gate. By the way, shithead, is the old man okay with this? Teiwa asked. Naruto shrugged. I don't care, Yojeo grinned. Nothing can stop this adventure, Teiwa exclaimed in disbelief after hearing their answers. Well, whatever. Hugh Naruto chuckled as he took out a volume of Ika Ika Paradise from his kunao pouch and began reading. Indeed, that's how they walked for another 200 meters with Yojeo skipping happily, Naruto reading and chuckling while Teiwa stared at them in disbelief. This time once again Inma stood in front of them. So you came, old man, Naruto said as he pocked his Ika Ika. You two go on ahead, I will deal with him, old man. Teiwa asked as she looked at what was obviously a monkey ninja summon. She got no answer. Instead, Yojeo dragged her to the side. Let him handle this, Yojeo said with a smile. Naruto raised his fists. Let's do this, monkey, not using your sword, Kaki. Inma said as he raised his fists as well. I don't need it, Inma said as he lowered his fists. I will remember that for next time, he said before continuing. I'm not here to stop you. I just need to know where you're heading. Naruto threw the newspaper to Inma, who read it quickly then threw it back to Naruto. Deal with it before the month is over, Inma said as he disappeared in a puff of smoke. Naruto blinked as the smoke cleared. He sent a clone. He wondered out loud as Teiwa face-palmed and Yojeo chuckled. After traveling for 3 hours by jumping from tree to tree, Naruto, Teiwa, and Yojeo were getting close to the area where they would search for Kaitaro or anyone working for him. Now the three of them were walking on a small dirt path leading to a small village that they could barely see in front of them. We will try to find any information on Kaitaro's whereabouts in this village, Naruto told them, which Yojeo and Teiwa nodded to. Teiwa grinned as Naruto was reaching for a scroll in his shirt's pocket. Naruto opened the scroll and a large wooden barrel appeared in a puff of smoke. When Naruto lifted it, it's empty. He tossed it to the side and unsealed another barrel from the scroll. What the hell? Naruto yelled as he saw the second barrel was empty as well. Naruto unsealed all of his 50 barrels at once, going through them all while Teiwa snickered at his angry expression. They are all empty. Naruto yelled. Who did this? He said, looking around himself, finding nothing but trees, Teiwa and Yojeo. Naruto looked back to where they came from, towards Konoha. Monkey, is this your work? He thought out loud. That's it, you're moving up on the list, Naruto said as took out a notebook from his pocket and opened a page. Naruto said as he read while Teiwa moved closer to see what kind of list it was. Teiwa's eyes widened as she saw the title, People I'm Going to Kill in Order, with Arrow Sennin being first on the list and Snake Bounty second. Naruto chuckled with an evil grin. Once I have dealt with Arrow Sennin, Snake Bounty, Fuka and the Fake Uchiha, you're next, monkey. You have a kill list? Teiwa asked with disbelief. Of course, Naruto answered as if it was the most normal thing in the world. I have many lists. They were getting close to the village as Teiwa asked, am I on any of those lists? Naruto nodded then gave a thumbs up. You're first on the list with Hot Kunoichi with small tits. Teiwa's hair covered her eyes as she stared at the ground. Could you fucking repeat that? Naruto repeated it again in a happy tone, now giving 2 thumbs up. A dark aura started covering Teiwa, which gave Naruto the chills as he backed off. You're also top 5 on the nice ass list. He tried to get her to calm down. You're 4th, in fact, right behind Kurane. Naruto couldn't recognize Teiwa anymore as the dark aura was covering her whole body with her raising above her. You ranked me after Kurane? I'm going to fucking kill you. Teiwa yelled in a darker than her usual voice, making Naruto narrow his eyes at her. Are you awake, Kurama? Yes, brat. And yes, she is a Jinchuriki just like you, the perverted fox answered before Naruto could ask. She moved to Konoha almost 3 years ago, Naruto thought, around the time I was brought out of Konoha. Those bastards made another Jinchuriki. Teiwa had began the punishment as she was punching Naruto's face as he continued his thoughts. Seems like it, I really don't like them. Me neither. When Teiwa was done beating on Naruto's now deformed face, she run up to Yojeo with a HMPF. She was a little surprised when Naruto appeared right next to her using a shunshin without a scratch on his face and big smile. Can't you do better than that? Naruto asked as he put his face close to Teiwa's. Ugly, he said before running as fast as he could towards the village. Teiwa was right behind him with the dark aura changing into a red chakra cloak as she closed in on him. Yojeo was walking slowly behind them, shaking her head. Was that really necessary, she thought. 5 minutes later, Teiwa had been running around the village 2 times already searching for Naruto. The chakra cloak had disappeared, but her anger had not lessened. As she walked on the road outside a bar, she heard women giggle and then a loud laugh. A laugh she recognized. Ha ha ha! Naruto laughed as Teiwa entered the bar to see Naruto with 2 beautiful women on both of his sides with his arms resting on their shoulders. Want another beer, Naruto-sama? The blonde on his left asked. Or do you want something else? The brunette asked as she tilted Naruto's head towards her own. Yes, in fact, Naruto said slowly as he turned around. Asen, give me a bottle of something strong. He yelled. What the hell are you doing, shithead? Teiwa yelled, we have a mission to do. Naruto did not answer as he was busy chugging down a bottle of something that looked like water but surely was not. The bartender had given him a bottle of the strongest vodka he had. The bartender wanted to teach the brat a lesson by having him pass out after drinking some of that. A few seconds later, Naruto put the now empty bottle on the bar table, then ordered 2 more bottles. The bartender had never seen anything like that and was starting to get worried. You should probably not have any. He was interrupted by Naruto putting the tip of his sword on his neck. 2 more bottles. Asen, right away. Sir, Naruto's earlier company had disappeared in fear after Naruto had threatened to kill the bartender. But the now drunk as usual Naruto was enjoying his new company a lot more as Teiwa sat next to him with a glass of apple juice. Asen, do you know of someone named Senju Kaitaro? Naruto asked the bartender who was cleaning glass and cups on the other side of the bar table. As soon as the words left his mouth, all of the people inside the bar stopped their conversation and stared at Naruto. Never heard of him, the bartender answered without looking away from the cup he cleaned. How can you not have heard of him? Look at this, Teiwa said and showed him the newspaper. While she did, Naruto looked around in the bar and saw a group of men leaving in haste. Kuki Yos no Jutsu, Naruto said after biting his thumb to draw some blood to summon Gamekaki. Yo boss. What do you need? Gamekaki, Naruto said in a sneer, you let 5 intruders get into the training ground this morning. Gamekaki started sweating and backing away. Come on boss, there was no way me and Gamatsu would be able to fight off an Umbu. Whatever, Naruto said, causing the toad to sweat drop. I need you to follow the group that just left this bar. Go now. Yes boss. Gamekaki said with a salute, then jumped out of the bar in haste. The bartender nursed his forehead with his right arm. You're a ninja. Naruto pointed to his forehead protector. What was your first clue, Asen? Smart ass, the bartender commented, making Naruto grab the sheath of his sword. Sorry sir. If you're a ninja, I might as well tell you what I know of Kaitaro. The bartender then told Naruto that Kaitaro had men controlling all small villages in this area. He and his men did whatever they wanted. Kaitaro's men charged them with made-up taxes that they were forced to pay unless they wanted to die. They had killed villagers in front of them before just to make a point of it. But this village was far from worst off. Rumor has it that in other villagers Kaitaro's men were much worse, some of them kidnappers and rapers. What do you make of this, Teiwa? Naruto asked his red-haired companion. Why hasn't anyone done anything about this? This must have been going for a while, for fuck's sake. Teiwa yelled in anger. Asen, just how many men do Kaitaro have under his command? Naruto asked. I'm not sure, but I would guess thousands. The bartender answered in a sad tone. Naruto stood up, cracked his neck. I better get to work then, he said as he grabbed the last vodka bottle remaining. We're leaving, Teiwa. Alright shithead, Teiwa said in a low tone, following him. Just as they walked out of the door to the bar into the road outside, they saw Yojeo leaning on the wall. Teiku, I managed to find a detailed map with all of the villages in the area, Yojeo said as she showed a rolled up piece of paper in her hand which she gave to Naruto. Naruto inspected the map for a second before giving it back to Yojeo. "Let's start with this village tonight," he said as he wanted to make them believe that they were going to take their time with the mission. Naruto had no intentions to take his time, he was going to take action tonight, alone. A few hours later the village was pretty much empty of Kaitaro's men from the start, so there was not much for them to do tonight. Naruto had told Yojeo to get a room for her and Teiwa while he would get his own room at an inn. Earlier Naruto had sent a shadow clone to meet up with Gamekaki, now he had received the memories of the clones after it had dispelled. Naruto left the inn soon after without notifying Yojeo and Teiwa. A few hours later around midnight Naruto with a newly opened vodka bottle in hand walked in a narrow trail in the forest. In front of him he saw 3 men dragging a woman with them. The woman had tape covering her mouth, her hands were tied together with a rope and another rope was tied around her neck which they used to pull her along with. Yo ho ho ho, Naruto laughed, gaining their attention. The 3 men looked at each other. 10 back to Naruto. Get lost. Brad, the tallest who seemed to be the leader, said as Naruto walked closer to them without saying anything. Naruto's grin grew wider as he dragged his sword and in one move cut off the heads of all 3 of them. Itaryu, Hanata Sancho, Yahazogiri, one sword style, 3 verse humming, arrow notch slash. Naruto removed the tape from the woman's mouth and then cut off the rope from her hands. Naruto then kept walking forward after saying, "Sorry miss, I seem to have killed your company." Then laughed as if he just told a funny joke. "Wait, what's your name?" the woman asked him. "Senju." After saving the woman from her captors, Naruto walked forward wobbling around for another minute before he passed out. He had drank way too much this time and needed to sleep it off. While passed out, Naruto had a very visual dream. It did not feel like a dream at all to him, but it had to be. 10 hours later Naruto finally woke up. 10 hours was longer than what Naruto usually needed to sleep of a little alcohol. But now when he woke up 10 hours later by someone dragging him around with a rope tied around him, similar to how the woman had been dragged last night, he felt numb. He couldn't move even if he wanted to. He couldn't contact the Kyuubi. All of his Senju chakra had been drained and the only chakra he had available was a little of his own abnormally large chakra reservoir. Naruto had no idea who it was dragging him around or where he was. He had a hard time just keeping his eyes open. I must have been poisoned, Naruto thought tiredly. What really happened to Naruto, however, was something that was more dangerous to him than any poison. At the same time, the place Naruto had originally passed out, Teiwa was pissed off when Yojeo had told her that Naruto had taken action on his own during the night. Yojeo had somehow been able to track Naruto's footsteps that stopped around here where they found a person who looked like she had seen better days. Behind a large tree was a woman with long red hair wearing a white shirt and using a large green dress as a skirt. Her white shirt was covered in dried up blood and was destroyed everywhere, showing a lot of skin. This woman was Uzumaki Kushina, Naruto's formerly deceased mother. Kushina had yet to wake up, but she did when Yojeo walked up to her to see if she was alive at all. Kushina woke up and held her head, the first thing she did due to a serious headache. "Ugh. Where am I?" she asked as she looked around until she saw Yojeo sitting right in front of her. Yojeo was gaping like a fish as she stared at Kushina in shock. "Why you? What's your name?" she asked. Kushina noticed the Konoha forehead protectors that both Yojeo and Teiwa wore before she answered, "I'm Uzumaki Kushina." Kushina answered calmly, "Now can you answer where I am?" "Uzumaki." Teiwa yelled loudly after hearing the name, causing Yojeo to stand up and holding up her hand. "Quiet, Teiwa," Yojeo ordered. Yojeo knew very well who Uzumaki Kushina was and that she is supposed to be dead. Yojeo sat in front of Kushina again, who was only focusing on Teiwa now. She stared at her for a while until Yojeo spoke again. "We're at the border of fire and rain country. We found you sleeping or passed out here while looking for our captain, I see," Kushina said in a bored tone until she smiled in a way that made Teiwa shiver. "Now can you tell me where is Uzumaki Naruto?" "How do you can?" Teiwa began, but Yojeo raised her hand again to stop her. "I'm not going to answer that before you tell me this. How are you alive?" Yojeo asked. Kushina grunted, crossing her arms above her chest and looked to her right, pouting. Teiwa thought she really resembled Naruto doing that. "I don't know, but it has something to do with Naruto." "I see," Yojeo answered, then thought for a few seconds before asking, "Are you not happy to be alive again?" You seem angry. It's not that, Kushina said with a smile that disappeared quickly as she continued to speak. It's something that happened in Naruto's landscape last night. Flashback, what Naruto thought was a dream. Naruto found himself in a large bright area with no walls or floors. Something that couldn't be real, which made him believe it was a dream. He saw a woman standing on front of him smiling at him. The weird felt so real to him for some reason. Aha. I get it, Naruto thought as he figured out that he was actually inside his mindscape and that, so this is your real form, Kurama. Huh. Kushina responded before she got angry, is that a way to speak to? She was interrupted as Naruto did something that Kurama always told him to do. He never knew why Kurama always obsessed about it until now. It all made sense now, Kurama just wanted him to do it herself. Naruto had walked up to Kushina and grabbed her tits with both of his hands, massaging them. Happy now, Ero Kitsune? Naruto asked. Naruto? Kushina screamed as she started glowing red and her hair stood up and took the shape of 9 tails. Shit, she's transforming, Naruto thought, holding his hands in front of him to shield himself. After a few seconds of no one killing him, he dared to look to see what was happening. The woman had disappeared and a few seconds later Naruto passed out in chakra exhaustion. What both Naruto and Kushina did not know was that a jutsu that Itama had created had been activated. The jutsu was activated when Naruto got close to someone who really wanted something back. It was meant for Tsunade so she could regain her youth again. But in this case it worked with Kushina for her wanting her life back to be able to live with her son Naruto. The jutsu had not only drained Naruto's chakra and his Senju chakra, it had also drained Kurama of all of his chakra, and that was the reason he was not able to respond to Naruto when he called. He grabbed what? Teiwa screamed at Kushina with a red face. You? Who the hell are you? Teiwa asked while Yojao was chuckling after hearing Kushina's story. I'm his mother, Kushina yelled back at her. Teiwa was at loss of words. What? She stammered. Yeah. Kushina said in a bored tone. Oh. Teiwa then laughed lightly. He really is a shithead. With Naruto had been moved to the headquarters of Senju Kaitaro's organization. Naruto was still not able to move, but he had managed to keep his eyes open. Naruto was brought to a large luxurious room that looked like some kind of royalty lived here. They sat him down in front of a person sitting in a sofa. The person reminded Naruto of the imps at home, short ugly creatures. Kaitaro, son of Geto, was his real name, short like his father and also wearing sunglasses. So this is the ninja? Kaitaro asked one of the underlings that had brought him. Yes, he is the one that asked questions about you. Some of Kaitaro's men had gotten word of someone asking questions about Kaitaro. Oigaki. Get ready to get out of here, Kurama told Naruto as he had finally been able to recover most of his chakra. Yes, Kurama, and sorry about last night, huh? Never mind. Kaitaro stood up from his sofa and walked up to Naruto standing in front of him. He had a stick that he poked Naruto with to gain his attention. What does a shinobi from Konoha want with me? Naruto looked at Kaitaro and said, I am P. What did you call me? Kaitaro yelled and raised the stick to strike Naruto, who started glowing orange-red as Kurama's chakra covered him. Naruto easily destroyed the rope that was tied to him with only the chakra and jumped away towards one of the men that had brought him here, the one currently holding his sword. Fool, Naruto said in a darker than normal voice due to Kurama's chakra as he reached for his shirt's pocket to grab the scroll containing the Raijin no Ken. He unsealed it and stared the man down. Never let a ninja keep anything he's carrying when captured, Naruto said before using a shunshin to appear behind the man. He chuckled as the man's head laid on the floor. Naruto had grabbed his regular sword and stared at Kaitaro Senju, which caused Kaitaro's eyes to widen. You are back with Yojao, Teiwa, and Kushina. Yojao was thinking about what to do with Kushina. It was a little hard to believe that she had just been brought back to life by Naruto somehow just like that. The obvious thing to do would be to take her to Hiruzen and let him decide if she tells the truth. But she can't do that before they find Naruto. They had no idea where he had gone or what he was doing after all. Kushina, can you walk? Yojao asked Kushina, who nodded and stood up. I'm feeling fine except for a bad headache, Kushina answered. Good, then you can come with us to find our captain. Your captain? Just who is he? The shithead Teiwa was the one that answered. Naruto? Kushina asked, surprise. He's leading a team. Yojeo nodded and smiled. Yes, Captain is awesome. Kushina didn't like the look on Yojeo's face, but she forgot about it and asked, just how many years has it been since the Kyuubi attack? 13. Kushina yelled, how is he a captain at 13? Busy. I mean Kushina-san, Taewia said, getting Kushina's attention. The fucker is also a perverted alcoholic who has no problem with killing. Let's go. Kushina screamed, I'm going to kill him. Yosh. I'm with you, Kushina-san. Taewia cheered as she followed after her fellow redhead. Oh no, Captain. Yojeo following as well. Yojeo had to save her companion so they could keep going on fun adventures. With Naruto at Kaido's headquarters, Naruto was currently walking in circles around Kaido as he sat on the ground about to pee himself in fear. You're the devil, he said in a shaky voice, looking around himself, seeing the dead bodies of all of his subordinates. Naruto had killed or knocked out all 4,000 men stationed at the headquarters. Naruto had freed every prisoner and sent a clone to contact the police squad in the nearest village to place the ones still alive in prison. Naruto stopped and stared at Kaido. Why do you creatures keep bothering me? He asked as bent down and put his sword on Kaido's neck. What? You killed my father. Kaido yelled at him and spat on Naruto, who quickly removed the spit and then kept walking circles around Kaido. First you bother my what could have been woman, then you humiliate by turning me into a chicken. Now you defy my name. Naruto said slowly as he stopped again. What the fuck is wrong with you imps? You're insane, was Kaido's answer. He had no idea what Naruto was talking about. All he wanted was revenge for his father, who was killed by the bounty hunter Senju. Naruto sighed and brought his sword closer to Kaido once again. Senju, he whispered before using the back of the sword to knock Kaido out. 5 minutes later, the sheriff from the village he had contacted arrived with his subordinates, who apprehended Kaido and all of his remaining men. Naruto let the police force do their job and started walking back the way he came from, at least he thought he did. He was actually walking the opposite way. I'm done, he said with a grin as he walked further into Rain Country. Taewia, Yojeo, and Kushina headed back to Konoha after finding out what happened at the headquarters of Kaido's organization. Taewia was the one that told them to go back, since she knew that it was no point in searching for Naruto. Naruto would disappear for a while and return whenever he felt like it. Once they got back to Konoha, and Kushina got reintroduced to Hiruzen, who was very critical of her since he witnessed her death. How the hell was she alive? Hiruzen ordered Inoichi to search through her mind without finding anything suspicious, and it was after that that Hiruzen started believing in Kushina's story. Since it was starting to get late, Hiruzen walked Kushina to Naruto's apartment, where she would stay until they could find a bigger place. After that, Hiruzen went home to the Hokage mansion to sleep himself. Just when Hiruzen opened the door to his bedroom, he was met with the tip of a sword pointing at him. You owe me money, he heard an annoying voice tell him. Oh. Hiruzen said with a raised eyebrow. How so? You still haven't paid me for the missions and the bounties I have brought you, Naruto answered as he walked into Hiruzen's view away from the shadows in the room. I have a few bottles of sake stored in the basement, Hiruzen told him. Naruto nodded. That will do, and walked out of Hiruzen's room as Hiruzen stared at him with an annoyed expression. Don't you have someone else to annoy with these kind of problems? Hiruzen asked him in a high tone, almost a yell. Speak sense, old man. Naruto answered as he jumped down into the basement. The next day at Training Grounds 11, Naruto had returned to his training after stealing Hiruzen's alcohol. After a short spar with Gamahiro, Naruto had been knocked out. Now it was morning and Naruto woke up to train on a new jutsu, one his father was famous for. Originally Naruto wanted to learn the Hiraishin, and he still does, but he would not have time to learn it in just 1 month. Instead he was trying to learn Raisnan, the technique his father created. On the first night of training, the night before he left to deal with Kaido Senju, Naruto had already mastered the first 2 steps in learning the Raisnan. Now he was working on the third and final step, which proved to be the hardest one as well. Before starting his training for the day, Naruto had to eat. He had forgotten about eating the last few days in favor of drinking sake and other alcoholic beverages. On his way towards Ichiraku's, he walked into Mikoto, who greeted him with a, "Hello Naruto-kun." Naruto stared at her with thoughts of, do I know this person, as he greeted her back. Hi. Mikoto, seeing the Ichiraku ramen bar ahead of them, knew exactly where he was heading as she asked, going to eat lunch? Naruto stared at her with confusion as he nodded. Naruto then began walking to get away from the weird person but was interrupted as Mikoto spoke again. Would you like to eat lunch with us? Free food. Naruto thought as he turned around. Sure, if it's no trouble. Mikoto smiled. Not at all. I'm sure Midori and Sasuke would be happy to have you over. That confused Naruto even more, but that Midori name seemed familiar as if he had heard it before somewhere. Naruto then followed Mikoto as she walked towards their home in the Uchiha district. Naruto was too busy drooling over the thought of free food to notice the Uchiha clan symbol on the signs around the district as they entered Mikoto's home. Mikoto told Naruto that Midori should be training in their backyard and Sasuke would be returning from a team meeting soon. Naruto smiled like a fool and said, "Alright, I'll go see this Midori-kun then." Before rushing towards the backyard as Midori stared at the spot he stood in before, responding with a huh. Naruto walked out the door towards the backyard and stopped as soon as he saw the out-of-breath Midori. Midori had been working on her stamina, so she had mostly jogged around the rather large backyard and varying it with sprinting. "Enga!" Naruto exclaimed as he saw Midori no. He yelled. "What's wrong, Teiko?" Midori asked, red-faced from fatigue and embarrassment. "Why are you here even?" "Quiet, Ujo," Naruto responded as he turned towards the door with a scowl. "Seems like I was tricked by the mother of Uchihas." "What?" Midori looked at him in disbelief as Naruto moved towards her with speed. Naruto pointed a kunai to her throat and said, "You're my ticket out of here. Play along." Naruto was standing behind Midori as he said that. Midori slammed the heel of her shoe into Naruto's groin and yelled, "Stop it, Teiko!" As she was tired of her captain's hatred of her clan for what she knew, no reason whatsoever. Naruto held his balls in pain as he opened his eyes slowly and stared towards Midori, who had managed to got a little bit away from Naruto. "I take it you're in on it as well." Naruto grabbed his sword from his sheath and said no matter. Slowly and began walking towards Midori, who screamed and ran inside Muum. Mikoto came running with Sasuke right behind her. Sasuke had just returned and heard his little sister scream in panic. What they saw was Midori running from Naruto, grinning like a madman with his sword equipped. "You're not going to have it your way!" Naruto yelled with a loud laugh. "Let's go wild!" Sasuke got into his battle stance while Midori just stared at Naruto with disbelief. "Naruto-kun, the miso ramen will get cold." Naruto stopped in his steps and stared at Mikoto for a few seconds. "Why didn't you say so, Baka-ana?" The Ushichi's sweat dropped and then they all ate lunch together. When they were done eating, Naruto thanked Mikoto for the food. "Thanks, mother of Uchiha. I may not like you but I do like your cooking," then left the Uchiha household with haste. Midori ran after him and once again kicked him in the balls and yelled at him, "Be nice to my mother." Naruto turned towards her with one tear leaking from his left eye. "Whatever," he said and ran away. "Stop hitting my balls." Sasuke stood in a corner smirking, having observed it all. "Way to go, little sis. You handled that like a true Uchiha. Mercy." Sasuke was snapped out of his thoughts as Midori screamed. Naruto had buried his head inside her shirt and began blowing hard on her belly button in revenge. "Who is the strongest?" Naruto yelled. "You, Teiko." PSCHHHHHHHHH. Naruto blew hard once again, causing Midori to laugh out of control as Sasuke took action. "Hey! Get away from my sister, you dope!" Sasuke said, armed with a Fuma Shuriken. Naruto removed his head from Midori's stomach and turned towards Sasuke with a bored expression and raised an eyebrow. He responded as Midori turned towards Sasuke with a red-faced scowl. "I've been waiting for chance to get back at you," Sasuke began as he smirked. "You're the main reason my team failed the chuunin exams after all." Naruto stared at Sasuke for 3 seconds. "Tik-tok." He then turned to Midori and showed her the cover of Ika Ika volume and said, "In this literature I read about oral sex, would you like to try it out with me?" Midori had dumb smile as she nodded. She pretended as if she didn't hear before hitting him in the face with a straight right fist. "Team." Naruto responded as he jumped back to his feet facing Midori. "You're getting cocky now that you're a chuunin candidate." "Anu." "What?" Both Sasuke and Naruto responded at the same time. "Shouldn't you be asking Kurane-sensei that? You two are dating after all?" Midori asked. Both Naruto and Sasuke responded. Naruto's echoed through the backyard. "What? yelled before asking in haste, "What the fuck makes you think that?" "Anu. She told us that, us as in me, Hanabi and Hinata yesterday." Naruto stared at Midori for a second before snapping his head towards Sasuke and back to Midori and back to Sasuke and mumbled seppuku. "Suicide?" Sasuke had a serious expression with his arms crossed above his chest as he nodded. Naruto blew air through his mouth and said so be it. He then aimed his sword towards his stomach and said, "By Minasan." Naruto slammed his sword towards his stomach and stopped just as it was about to connect and said with a grin wider than ever before, "Just kidding." Midori face faulted while Sasuke sweat dropped. Naruto then began walking away out of the backyard to the main Uchiha district as he said slowly, "Tell your mother." He turned around and forced himself to say, "I like her ramen." Midori had wide smiled as she nodded towards Naruto's back while Sasuke glared at his back. "Fuck you," he responded. 5 hours later, at Naruto's apartment, it was starting to get late and Naruto returned home to eat and get some sleep. The first thing he did was walk into his kitchen and grab a cup of instant ramen and throwing it into the microwave. 3 minutes later he walked into his bedroom with his heated up ramen cup and stared at his bed with a girl with long red hair occupying it. Nothing unusual, Naruto thought as he stared to his right at the hole in the wall connecting his room to Teiwa's that had been covered up by a bookshelf. Odd, Naruto thought as he took off his pants and climbed into the bed. Naruto stared at the back of the red hare's head for a few seconds before he yelled, "How the fuck did you get out of your cage?" Kushina was sleeping before Naruto woke her up with his yelling responded with a hum. As she turned around to face Naruto, who stared at her with his jaw dropped. "Eh?" he responded. "Naruto?" Kushina said as she jumped out of the bed. "Kuwabai," Naruto said slowly as he jumped out of the bed as well, gripping his sword. "Kurama." "What?" Naruto heard Kurama say inwardly at the same time as Kushina said idiot. Naruto looked at Kushina one more time before staring at the ground. He reached for a scroll in his shirt's pocket trying to unseal a bottle of sake, although he had forgotten that all of his alcohol had disappeared somehow. Naruto then stared at Kushina for a second before walking towards the wall connected to Teiwa's room and kicking through it. "Teiwa-chan." He yelled loudly, "There is a fucking ghost in my bedroom." Tabiya, he remembered the picture with Minato and Kushina in it in one of the scrolls and realized just who that person was in his bed. "Oi oi." Kushina snapped, "Will you give it a break?" "Tabanesi." Naruto yelled as he quickly smashed the wall and ran and hid under Teiwa's bed. "Take care of it. I will be in your debt." He then added slowly, "Forever." "What the fuck?" Teiwa responded with half-opened eyes. She stared down at her floor and said, "What's wrong with you, shithead?" She said, staring down at her floor from her bed, only seeing Naruto's feet sticking out. "Teiwa." Naruto rolled out from under the bed and then jumped into her bed and shook her. "It's already entered your premises. We got no time." Naruto responded, "Eh?" Teiwa responded confused before turning towards Kushina. "What the fuck did you do?" Kushina shook her head and said, "Don't worry about it," and then grabbed Naruto's feet and began dragging. "Naruto, get back here." "Never." Naruto yelled, holding on to Teiwa's bed with all of his might. 3 minutes later, Naruto and Teiwa looked at what remained of the wall between their rooms and thought, "Alright, don't get that crazy bitch angry," as the wall was completely removed connecting their two apartments. Naruto was currently on the floor in his own room below Kushina, who was sitting at his back pulling his hair. "No more fighting, alright, just calm down," Naruto responded. "No more dating older women." Naruto snapped his head backwards in an unnatural way and said, Kushina shook her head and said, "No more alcohol until you're 18. Naruto laid still for a second before he cracked his neck as he snapped his head towards the right then left and then said, "I refuse." Naruto managed to throw Kushina off his back. "I will now fight you seriously," Naruto said, narrowing his eyes at her. Kushina grinned as she stood up from the ground. "Try me." Naruto smiled with a bigger grin than Kushina got you. He yelled and pointed at her before shooting himself upwards like a rocket through the ceiling to get out of his apartment. "Fuck you, ghost," he screamed. The last thing they heard before Naruto's voice disappeared was, "That place is dead to me." The next morning, Kushina got up early at 8 in the morning so she could find Naruto to find out what the fuck was his problem. But Kushina did not know where she could find Naruto, what places he is usually at. Kushina walked through the hole of the wall in Naruto's bedroom into Teiwa's bedroom. "Teiwa, wake up," she said loudly as she shook her awake. Kushina-san. Teiwa asked tiredly as she rubbed her eyes awake. Call me Kushina-nichan, Kushina said with a smile. Nichan. Teiwa asked with a confused expression, but you're Naruto's mother, right? You're fucking old, Teiwa-chan. Kushina said with a kind smile. Just as Teiwa was about to respond, Kushina slammed her right fist on top of her head, yelling, I'm not old. And stop swearing to Bane. 10 minutes later, Teiwa nursed her head that had 10 large lumps from Kushina hitting her earlier. Kushina had finally left after Teiwa telling her that she didn't know where Naruto was. He always disappeared and then came back. Teiwa did tell her to go ask Hiruzen, as he always seemed to know what Naruto was up to, and that finally got Kushina away from her. Before falling back asleep, Teiwa promised herself that she would try her hardest not to piss that woman off. With Kushina in the Hokage's office with Hiruzen. So do you know where he is, you old monkey? Kushina asked in a normal tone. Hiruzen got a tick mark above his eye as he replied, you and your damn brat show me no respect at all, just answer the question to Bane. Kushina yelled. I don't know where he is, Hiruzen answered. Earlier he had sent Kotetsu to find Naruto. Kotetsu had checked Ichiraku's, Team 11's training grounds and the liquor store without finding him. He has probably left the village again, Hiruzen said with a sigh. Kushina frowned. Did you give him a mission? She asked. No, Hiruzen said with a shake of his head. You just let him leave whenever he wants. Kushina asked with a loud voice, almost a yell. Hiruzen scowled. You don't know Naruto like I do, Kushina-chan. What do you mean? Naruto can't be stopped. You can't hold him, Hiruzen said with a smile, then smoked through his pipe. Kushina's sweat dropped. Is he Naruto's fan? With Naruto had just woken up and removed his arms from the person he had been hugging in his sleep. Slept well? A girl's voice asked. Yeah, as well as you can expect, knowing that your home is infested with a ghost, Naruto answered as he shivered. Ino turned around to face him. Is little Naruto scared of ghosts? She teased. Naruto pouted. Don't mock me, Ino. Kawaii Ino squealed, then threw her arms around Naruto and hugged him. Naruto's eyebrow twitched as he mumbled something. Ino let go of Naruto, now standing in front of him. Want breakfast? Naruto remembered something important from one of the Ika volumes he had read as he answered, Sorry Ino, I have to train for the finals of the chuunin exams. Yes, he had to avoid meeting Ino's father at every cost. I see, Ino said, disappointed. Will you come back tonight? Naruto was on top of the open window, crouched looking back at Ino. Perhaps. He answered before jumping out, heading towards the training grounds. 2 hours later, Kushina and Hiruzen had still not been able to find Naruto anywhere in the village. Hiruzen decided to call in all of the rookie teams, except Team 11 since they are busy training for the finals of the chuunin exams, to his office and assign them all the same C-ranked mission. All members of Team 7, 8, and 10 had arrived soon after, with the exception of Kakashi, of course. Kushina was still in Hiruzen's office, now standing next to him behind the desk. Asuma stared at Kushina with disbelief, thinking along the lines of, how is she alive? Wow, who's the babe? Kiba said with drool coming out of his mouth as he leered at Kushina. Kiba-kun, Hiruzen said calmly before continuing, be very careful with what you say, huh? Kiba responded, thinking, is he threatening me? Why don't you introduce yourself, shitty brat? Hiruzen motioned to Kushina. Alright, old monkey, Kushina said with a twitch in her eye. She then smiled as she turned towards the genin squads and their jounin teachers. I'm Uzumaki Kushina. This had all of them widening their eyes in surprise, with the exception of the jounins, Teiwa, and Shikamaru. Shikamaru responded by opening one eyelid that was previously closed and mumbled, troublesome Uzumaki. Ino asked loudly, Teiwa, do you know her? Teiwa nodded. Yeah, I know who she is. She is. She was interrupted as Kiba yelled out, she is the princess we are going to protect on our mission, right? He. Everyone turned to Shikamaru, who was chuckling with closed eyes. What's so funny, Shika? Ino asked. Shikamaru opened his eyes and smiled. Oh, I was just imagining what would happen if Naruto found out Kiba was raping his mother. Kiba froze on the spot with his mouth open, pointing at Shikamaru, and Naruto's mom. He stammered. Enough. Hiruzen roared as he slammed his fist down on his desk. Team 7, 8, and 10, your mission is to find Naruto, who has disappeared from Konoha. Bring him back in time of the chuunin exam finals. Hokage-sama, Kurenai spoke up before Ino could do so. I believe I alone can find Naruto and bring him here within the hour. Kushina responded, and who might you be? Teiwa glared at Kurenai and yelled, she's the bitch I told you about. Language Teiwa-chan. Kushina yelled with her hair rising behind her, scaring the shit out of Teiwa and the other genins. A drop of sweat fell from Kurenai's head before she spoke, I'm Naruto's. She wanted to say girlfriend, lover, or soulmate, but she decided on friend. I see, Kushina said with a smile, happy that Naruto seemed to have so many friends. Are you sure you can find him? Kurenai nodded, I can take you to him now. He's still in the village. Ino breathed out in relief after hearing Kurenai speaking up. Now she did not have to explain how she knew Naruto was still in the village. Also, this way she avoided another fight with Teiwa or having Kurenai come after her. She seemed like the jealous type. Alright then, if you say so, Kurenai, Hiruzen spoke. Everyone's dismissed except Kurenai. HN Sasuke responded with disappointment, having missed a chance for another C-ranked mission as he turned around to leave. The genins and Asuma soon followed after him, and a few moments later only Hiruzen, Kushina, and Kurenai was left in the office. So where is he? Hiruzen asked in a bored tone. Kurenai chuckled before saying, let me take you to him. At the Uchiha family's backyard, Naruto was sitting on the grass in the Uchiha's backyard watching Midori as she worked on layering a new fire technique. As Midori tried again without achieving what she wanted, Naruto laughed for the 10th time. Midori frowned as she turned to Naruto. Ano Naru. Teika, what are you even doing here? Shouldn't you be training? Naruto held up a bowl of ramen. I'm eating. A few minutes after Sasuke had been called for a mission, Naruto had arrived at the Uchiha's door demanding that Mikoto cooked ramen for him. Mikoto did as he asked, even if it was a bit rude. She wanted to get to know Kushina's son better and for him to become friends with her children as well. Before Midori could tell Naruto to go away and train seriously, she saw her mother followed by the Hokage, Kurenai-sensei, and some women she had never seen before walking into the backyard. Mikoto was red around her eyes due to having cried just moments ago when she saw Kushina alive and well. Hey shitty brat. Hiruzen yelled, causing Naruto to turn around, slowly raising an eyebrow at him. What the hell do you want? Naruto asked. Then he saw Kushina and his whole body shivered. Nanny? It can go outside. Kushina was about to run over there and kick him in the face, but Kurenai was the first to act as she slowly walked over towards Naruto with clenched fists and heavy steps. How many times have I told you not to call me Baka, demon, witch, or it? Naruto, as if he just noticed Kurenai was here, said, oh hello Kurenai-kun, then focused on Kushina again for a second before he stared at Kurenai with a serious expression. Do you know any witchcraft to get rid of ghosts? Kurenai punched her right fist into the open palm of her left hand threateningly. Stop joking around, Naruto-kun. Naruto pouted and stared at the ground. Why do I have to do as you say, Baka-ana? What was that? Kurenai yelled. Naruto, who was sitting down earlier, jumped up, standing next to Kurenai, almost saluting. Nothing. What do you want me to do? Kurenai motioned towards Kushina. This woman is your mother, so be nice and talk to her. Very well, Naruto answered, slowly walking towards Kushina and Hiruzen, who were whispering to each other. What exactly is that woman to Naruto? Kushina asked Hiruzen, who sighed. It's complicated. Naruto was now standing in front of Kushina with a bored expression. Naruto, my son. Kushina began lovingly when Naruto spoke. Hey lady, would you mind showing me your panties? He asked with a goofy smile before hell broke loose. Naruto was lying on his back in severe pain. He had large bumps all over his head and his face had been deformed. Sitting on his stomach was Kushina with the chakra no longer surrounding her as she had calmed down a bit. Midori stood next to Mikoto and Hiruzen with a frightened expression while Mikoto was amused by what she had seen. Hiruzen pitied Naruto and hoped that he had had enough beating for one day. Kurenai stood on the other side as she had observed intently earlier, getting a little turned on seeing Naruto getting punished like he deserved. Mom, who is that scary lady? Midori asked Mikoto, who smiled gently at her. That is Uzumaki Kushina, my best friend and Naruto's mother. What? Midori responded, staring at Kushina in confusion. Kushina saw that Naruto was finally focusing on her. Are you going to talk to me now and act like a normal person? Lady, at least let me buy you dinner before you jump on top of me, Naruto said, winking at her as he ended his sentence. Naruto thought that since Itame's line never worked, then maybe what he had learned from the Ika Ika series would. Naruto, if I may, what now, Fox? You have not interacted much with that female flesh bag, but I know her very well, so listen carefully, okay? Run for your life. Naruto decided to listen to Kurama this time as he managed to dodge the flurry of punches Kushina launched. Naruto got Kushina off of him and began running with Kushina tailing him immediately. Get back here, you pervert! Kushina yelled in anger and embarrassment. You are crazy! Naruto yelled back at her, stay away. Kurane followed them as they left the Uchiha clan compound, thinking that she had to save Naruto before his life was ended. Yeah, sorry about this, Mikoto-san, Hiruzen said with a sigh. Mikoto chuckled, it wasn't your fault, Ano. Midori began, but Mikoto stared at her with a serious expression and interrupted her, get back to training, Hi. Kushina and Kurane chased Naruto around the village until Naruto stopped running when they had reached training grounds 11. Standing in the middle of a grass field was Anko, looking around the area. She had been looking for Naruto for a while to ask him if he wanted help with his training. Naruto was the only one on her team that she could offer help with training after all, since both Midori and Hanabi trained at home with their mother or father. Oh hello Anko-sensei, Naruto said, standing in front of her for a second before he bent down to dodge one of Kushina's high jump kicks. Anko's sweat dropped, what are you doing? Naruto thought for a while, leaning his hand on his chin. I was planning on sparring against them. He pointed behind him towards Kushina and Kurane. Anko stared at Kushina as if she just noticed her, then back at Naruto. Who is that tomato? Ha ha ha. Naruto laughed loudly as Kushina had already charged Anko. That's my mom. You better run, Anko-chan. Oh crap. Anko responded, then ran as fast as she could away from the angry redhead. Kurane ran over to Naruto and said with a fake concerned voice, oh no. It looks like both your Jounin sensei and mother has disappeared. Naruto raised an eyebrow, what about it? It's unavoidable, I'll have to be in charge of your training, Kurane said with a smile. Alright then, Naruto said in a happy tone, so how many sake bottles do you recommend that we drink before we start? He asked very seriously. Kurane stared back at him with an expression disbelief. Seriously? An hour later, I'm so sorry Kushina-san, Anko said as she and Kushina walked together back towards the training grounds. Anko had been scared for her life as Kushina had chased her the whole hour until Anko apologized profusely. I hate that nickname, Kushina said with a tick mark on her forehead, make sure not to call me that ever again. Just as they was about to enter the training grounds, they walked into Haruno Sakura, who was looking for Naruto. You're that pink-haired girl on Kakashi's team, what are you doing here? Anko asked. Is there something wrong with her having pink hair, Anko-san? Kushina said in a low tone, glaring at her. And no, it's just how I remembered her. I don't know her name, Anko responded, backing away slowly. It's Sakura, Anko-sensei, hee, Sakura said, laughing weakly, then she smiled brightly, I'm here to see Naruto-sensei. Oh right, Anko slapped herself on her forehead while Kushina was thinking, if they are role-playing I'll kill them all, well he should be here with. Anko's eyes widened as she realized they had left Naruto alone with Kurane for an hour. Oh shit, let's hurry. With Naruto and Kurane, you need to relax, Kurane said as Naruto was trying to charge complete Rasengan in his right hand. You're using too much chakra, Kurane continued as Naruto was starting to get angry. Kurane sighed, hey Naruto, she said, and then lowered her blouse from her shoulder, letting Naruto see her tits. Look at these. Naruto's mouth opened in surprise, and at the same time he charged 2 completed Rasengans in each hand. The Rasengans were the same size as Kurane's tits and even had what looked like 2 small nipples sticking out. Kushina, Anko, and Sakura arrived just in time to see Kurane lower her blouse and Naruto form 2 Rasenganas. I did it, Kurane-chan. Naruto said, releasing the Rasengans and grabbing a tit in each hand. It's all thanks to these, he said, leering at Kurane's C-sized tits. Kurane moaned, I'm glad I could help. Kushina blushed as she saw it. That was the same way Minato came up with the jutsu. Perverted blondes, not to mention Jiraiya has pretty much made it his signature jutsu over the years. Kushina, just thinking of Minato, made her tear up and look away as she remembered her husband and Naruto's father. Anko, however, had already launched snakes at Kurane. Kurane, you fucking cheater. Kurane smiled at Naruto and said, we'll continue this another time, then ran away from Anko, who chased her along with her snakes. Sakura walked up to Naruto with a confused expression. Naruto, what the hell were you and Kurane-sensei doing? Training, Naruto answered simply. By having Kurane-sensei flashing you her tits. Sakura asked. Indeed, Naruto said slowly as he looked up into the sky with a small blush appearing on his face. Then, why didn't you ask me for help? Sakura asked with a small blush of her own. Naruto stared her in the face, then down at her chest, then back to her face. Speak sense. Sakura armed herself with a short sword, and then her training begun as she chased Naruto around the training grounds with yells of Shan-Naro. For the next hour, Kushina observed as Sakura chased Naruto around the training grounds, trying to get one hit without any success. This was the first time Kushina had the chance to actually see Naruto in action. Kushina was very impressed with Naruto's speed and skill, especially since he was still only 13. When Sakura had finally given up, she yelled, "I will get you next time, sensei." Sakura would come back another day to challenge Naruto again when she had trained some more on her own. Naruto's eyebrow twitched as he watched Sakura leave the training grounds, thinking, "My student is an utter disappointment." Naruto turned towards Kushina, who was sitting down staring at him a few meters away from him. "You still here?" Naruto asked. "Yes, is that a problem?" Kushina asked threateningly. Naruto shook his head quickly. "You want some sake?" Kushina was about to reject his offer quickly, but she thought about what had happened this day and shrugged. "Yeah, why the fuck not?" To Bane, Naruto summoned Gameiken, who had brought 10 big barrels of sake along with him as Naruto had kindly asked him yesterday. This was not enough to refill his sake storage, but it would last for a couple of days at least. Kushina's jaw dropped as Gameiken threw a barrel at her. Meanwhile, Naruto was upside down in another barrel, drinking from it 1 second and then sitting in it the next. "So tell me about yourself, mother," Naruto said from within the barrel. Kushina's eyebrow twitched in response. "No, why don't you start?" she said in an irritated tone. Naruto then told Kushina about his life, how it was growing up alone in Konoha and later when he was kidnapped by 2 chuunins. When Naruto was done telling most of what had happened before he returned to Konoha, Kushina was red-faced in anger. "I'm going to kill Hiruzen and that old perverted Senju." Kushina thought, then realized that Itama was dead and she would have to leave him to Mito Baa-sama to deal with. Kushina then told him her story growing up after moving to Konoha. When she was about to end her story, Naruto had to ask so. Naruto spoke slowly and Kushina listened intently. "Does that mean that father never fucked the mother of Uchihas?" Kushina responded, not believing what Naruto just asked as he stood up stretching his neck. "Father sure was lame." "I should have known," Kushina growled, "you pervert." "Mother," Naruto said slowly, staring her down before pulling up a volume of Ika Ika from his kunao pouch. "In this book I read about." Naruto was not able to finish as Kushina's hand connected with his face as she punched him hard, causing Naruto to fly several meters backwards. "Give me that book so I can burn it," Kushina yelled. "If you do, I might reduce the number of broken bones in your body when I'm done with you." "What the hell did I do?" Naruto yelled in confusion as he ran from his enraged mother. This went on for the whole day as Kushina tried to get Naruto to have a normal conversation without success. Every time Naruto would do something that would piss her off, either drinking, being rude or perverted. As it became dark outside, Kushina decided what needed to be done. She went to talk with Hiruzen, telling him that she and Naruto would be staying at a certain training ground until the month was over and the chuunin exam finals started. The training ground was the one she and Minato usually trained at. In that training ground there was a small shed with nothing but 2 small beds in it. When Naruto heard about it, he agreed, since that meant that Kushina would train him. Any woman that scary had to be strong. A month later, day of the chuunin exam finals, the training went well and mostly according to what Kushina had planned. Naruto spent most of the time training in ninjutsu as he felt that was still his weakness, even though he knew much more jutsu than any other genin in Konoha. Naruto had also kept up his swordsman skills with the help of Kushina, who was quite good at wielding a sword herself. Kushina used to be a part of the Umbu and had learned to use a sword there, as most of the Umbu used some kind of weapon other than jutsu. Even though most of the month was about Naruto's training, it was also about Naruto and Kushina getting to know each other and getting used to each other. Kushina had found out during the month that Naruto was actually not a pervert, he was just clueless and badly informed. There were 2 men she blamed for Naruto being the way he was. One was the obvious one, Itama Senju. The other was the one that Kushina always feared would corrupt Naruto, Jiraiya. Now Kushina was sitting in the audience at the Konoha Stadium. Next to her was Teiwa with a look of jealously written all over her face as she wanted to be down there with other chuunin candidates. On her other side was Kurane, who was irritating her to no end as she would not stop calling her Okasan and being overly friendly. Kushina was staring down at Naruto, who stood next to the other chuunin candidates wearing his new outfit that Kushina had given him. It was almost the same as his old one except with a few additions. One addition was the red Uzumaki clan symbol on the back of his blue hoodie. The second addition was the reason for Naruto currently frowning. On both his blue pants and his blue hoodie, Kushina had stitched on white flower frills to complete the outfit. Everyone stared in disbelief as the Hokage and the Raikage stood up and pointed at Naruto, laughing loudly. Baka. Kono Baka. Hiruzen yelled. Are you sure Flower Boy is ready for this, Hokage? I yelled, laughing. Oh, Flower Boy might surprise you, Hiruzen said, talking normally as he sat down, wiping the tears from his eyes as he had laughed too hard. Mei Terumi, the Mizukage, was sitting next to them, shaking her head, not understanding what was so funny about the outfit. It was cute. Next to her was Beki, a jounin from Suna, who acted as the Kazekage due to them not having decided on the 5th Kazekage yet. As Naruto was writing down the Raikage on his to-kill list, Genma the proctor told everyone but Yujito and Midori to go to the competitors' box as the first match was going to start. The match between Midori and Yujito had started. So far it seemed like they were evenly matched as none of them had managed to get the better of the other. Yujito charged Midori with enlarged nails with a battle cry Nya as Midori took her mother's teaching and her captain's words to heart as she used a quick shunshin to get out of the way. Katon, Kokakyu no Jutsu. Fire release, great fireball technique. Midori wasted no time as she launched a fireball from her mouth towards Yujito. Yujito dodged it with ease as she had decided to take it up a notch as she was now surrounded by blue chakra with one tail. Yujito ran at a much faster speed in circles around Midori, who prepared her next jutsu, Katon, Hozenkan no Jutsu. Fire release, Phoenix Sage fire technique. Midori launched several small fireballs from her mouth, trying to get a hit on the fast-moving blur that was Yujito. Yujito had no problem dodging the fire attacks with her speed. It was now Yujito's time to counter-attack as she had lengthened her nails, making them resemble huge cat claws. Yujito moved towards Midori with the same speed she had run at before, which was faster than Midori was prepared for. Yujito slammed her long nails into Midori's shoulder, easily going through her skin. Midori screamed out in pain. Give up or I will do worse, Yujito said in a calm tone. I give up, Midori said with tears falling from her eyes. Genma nodded before announcing it for the audience, winner Nii Yujito. Most of the audience cheered for the winner, while some were disappointed that the only Uchiha and one of the few survivors could not get further in the tournament. The next two fights were even less interesting than the first one. The fight between Hanabi and Kankura ended quickly with Kankura as the winner. Hanabi did show a bit of improvement, but in the end Kankura, who was far above Genin level, already won as he used his puppets to poison Hanabi, who had to receive medical help after the fight. Shijir vs Imwa was even more one-sided. The match was finished in one move as Imwa was not prepared to fight someone with Shijir's speed and skill. Shijir rivaled both Naruto and Kenshin in that area. When it was Naruto's turn to go up against Samui, he was already in a bad mood since both his teammates had lost and Fuuka won. When Samui then proposed a bet, how about if I win you will marry me? Huh? Naruto responded in confusion. And if you win we'll make a baby, Samui said with a blush, while Yujito, Killer Bee and everyone who knew stared at them with their jaws dropped in shock. Is that really Samui? A thought as he couldn't believe that the usual cold no-nonsense Samui had just said that. Now Ika has never mentioned anything about making babies, only ways to prevent making babies. So naturally Naruto thought that since he saw those little creatures running around everywhere, everyone must be making babies. Alright then, Naruto agreed, but he also had something he needed to say. But if I win you also need to stop bothering me about marriage. Samui stared coldly back at Naruto. Rejected, she said simply as Naruto's sweat dropped. Naruto was unaware of the danger he was in as multiple girls in the audience were fuming with rage hearing their conversation. Okay, let's begin the match. Genma announced the match to begin finally. Why do I have to get married? Naruto thought as he pouted. Why do I have to make babies? Yeah, I understand what you mean. Making babies is a bad deal, you should kill her and get it over with, Kurama added helpfully. No, even though she's annoying she's not a bad person, you've become soft. Yeah, my mom says I should always be nice and smile a lot and Naruto is a good boy. Naruto smiled the same way he did when he was about to kill somebody, freaking out Samui who was staring him down. You're a fucking disgrace, Kurama said. Then Naruto took action as he created a shadow clone. Alright, here we go, Samui said as she grabbed her tanto, not using your sword. Samui asked as she had received information that Naruto was a very skilled swordsman. Naruto shook his head. No, I don't need it, as expected of my future husband, Samui said with a smirk as she ran towards Naruto and his clone. Meanwhile in the audience, that boy, his name was Uzumaki Naruto, right? I asked Hiruzen as he stared intently at Naruto. Yes, well, that's not exactly right. His full name is Uzumaki Namikaze Naruto, Hiruzen answered. A's eyes widened. Is that so? He asked while Mei was staring at Samui, stammering marriage. So where is that Senju kid? Wasn't he supposed to be in the tournament? I asked, not knowing that Senju was Naruto's alias. Hiruzen snapped his head towards A and stared at him in disbelief. Seriously, he thought. That's him, what? The Raikage yelled. Of course it all makes sense now. Mei turned towards the Raikage with a kind smile and closed eyes. She opened them slowly and said, shut up or I'll kill you. Teiwa and Kurane for once agreed with each other as they both glared daggers at Samui. That whore never stops. Teiwa yelled. Doesn't she know that me and Naruto are already lovers? Kurane added. Shut up bitch, Teiwa yelled, and that's how long it took for them to start fighting again. None of you are going to be with Naruto if you don't behave yourselves. Kushina snapped at them to shut them up. Meanwhile, one woman in another part of the audience were chatting with her apprentice. The people who knew this woman would have never thought she would return to Konoha for something like this. That's him, isn't it, Shizuan? Tsunade Senju asked her dark-haired apprentice, who nodded a yes in answer. That little pervert calling himself a Senju is pissing me off, she said as she clenched her right hand into a fist. Calm down, Tsunade-sama, Shizuan said with a sigh. At least he took care of that criminal imposter, she said, referring to Kaitaro. Yeah, I know, but even so, and to think that he turned out to be Uzumaki Naruto. Tsunade said the last part in almost a whisper. Huh? Shizuan asked, confused, not knowing why that was anything special. Forget it, Tsunade said with a sigh and returned to watching the fight as it started. In the academy, Irika's classroom. Okay children, this is the fight that I told you about earlier, Irika said as he turned on a television at the front of the classroom. Hokage-sama wanted me to show you this fight so you will learn what it means to be a Konoha ninja, Irika continued as the television showed Naruto and his clone standing in front of Samui. Look, Kano Amaru-chan, it's Unii-san, Udon said, pointing at the television while Kano Amaru looked at Naruto in fear. With Naruto and Samui, Bunshin Debakaha, great clone explosion. Naruto had his clone explode as Samui charged him with her tanto. The explosion was easy for Samui to avoid as she just jumped backwards. When the explosion died down and the smoke cleared, there wasn't nothing there, no sign of Naruto anywhere. Samui looked around the arena to find Naruto until suddenly shadow clones started appearing everywhere. It was clear to Samui that the real Naruto was in hiding while he used clones to fight her. Fight me yourself. I'm not interested in fighting clones, Samui said before she started clearing out the sword with great speed. In the arena there was one single small tree. Behind the tree sat Naruto with a bottle of sake in his left hand and his right hand doing a hand sign. The clones were all aware of this and it started bothering them. It's unfair that the boss gets to drink sake and relax, Tabia. One clone spoke to the other, who nodded then said, I should be the one drinking. No, I should be the one drinking. Another clone repeated, Dadabia, I'm the strongest. One yelled as the clones started glaring at each other, unsealing their swords. They all began grinning before whispering Senju. And it echoed through the arena. The next few seconds the clones began cutting each other up while laughing loudly with evil grins until there was no clone left. The scene scarred the few civilian children in the audience for life, and it even bugged most of the ninjas. Samui stared in disbelief as the smoke cleared from the last shadow clone disappearing. Naruto walked out from behind the tree with a twitch in his eyebrow. You're a tough one, aren't you? He asked Samui as he took a sip from his sake bottle. Cool, Samui said with a blush while thinking the same thing. Naruto smashed the bottle with his hand, and at the same time Samui got to see a vision of Naruto cutting her in half. I guess my ninjutsu is still lacking, Naruto said before unsealing his sword from a scroll in his shirt's pocket. Itaryu. Proctor, I give up, Samui announced before Naruto was able to move. Genma nodded. Winner Uzumaki Naruto, yada. Naruto yelled as he threw his right hand up the air. The audience were quiet for a moment before they gave the winner their applause. Naruto ran up to Samui and threw her over his shoulder. Let's go make that baby. Yes, Koi. With the cages as Samui. Could not believe what he had seen. This was his most promising kunoichi after all. Meanwhile Hiruzen were praying for Kushina to have mercy on Naruto. Baby. Mei questioned with a tick mark on her forehead. Shut up Ao or I will kill you. Ao stared at Mei in confusion and fear. I didn't say anything, B. I yelled, what the hell happened to Samui? I would rap but I thought you might not appreciate that, B answered. Speak sense fool. I yelled. She's in love with the fool but don't worry it's cool, B gave 2 thumbs up. MR9 is a good boy after all. Damn you Minato. Damn your son. I yelled. Hiruzen had a cup of tea in his hand that he had been served by one of his guards just moments ago. Hiruzen took a sip and smiled smugly. Now you know pain, huh? I stared at Hiruzen as if he was retarded. Hiruzen waved him off. Nothing. I'm getting old. Meanwhile with Naruto and Samui walking up the stairs towards the competitor's box, Samui had her back to the wall with Naruto standing in front of her with his hand pushing the wall next to her head. Let's get this over with, Naruto said as if they were going to do some bothersome chore. We'll have to find someplace more private, Samui responded blushing. Naruto raised an eyebrow. Why? He asked before continuing, what exactly is it we're going to do? Samui sighed before leaning into Naruto so she could whisper in his ear. Oh. Naruto responded nodding I see before turning around and walking upstairs. The deal is off, he yelled before running towards the others waiting at the competitor's box. It was not that Naruto minded having sex with Samui or anything like that, it was his fear of what Kushina or Kurane would do to him if they found out that made him run. You won't get away. Samui yelled as she followed him. Round 2 bracket. Gaara vs Kenshin Shiger vs Yujito Fuka vs Temari Naruto vs Kankura. Naruto was now standing in the competitor's box grateful towards the other blonde from Kumo who was keeping her teammate from getting in. An interesting match was about to begin. Kenshin's first fight of the day vs Gaara, someone who Naruto knew very little of. The insane stares that Gaara had given him and his mumblings of, "Mother wants your blood," had irked him a little however. While Naruto waited on seeing Kenshin destroying the psychopath, Konohamaru and Udon were in the middle of an argument in the classroom. Just as the fight had ended, Konohamaru had stood up and pointed at the television laughing loudly. What the hell kind of fight was that? He had yelled. He won, didn't he? Udon said with a frown. If our boss were in the tournament, her fight would have been so much better. Konohamaru was speaking of Teiwa, of course. Udon's frown stuck in place. The Konohamaru core have fallen. For us to follow a girl of all things. Konohamaru's eyes widened as he glared at Udon. You got something you want to say, Kure? Udon nodded, not backing away. I challenge you to a fight for the position of leader of the Konohamaru core. I accept, Konohamaru said with a grin. What do you get out of this? Udon snorted. That should be obvious. My first act as leader will be to have us follow another boss. Konohamaru stared at the television for a second, then turned back towards Udon pointing at the television. Why, you mean that scary guy? He stammered. Udon grinned and nodded. Nii-san is awesome. Konohamaru did not understand how Udon have come to like Naruto so much. He was terrifying and Udon had thought the same thing until recently. Just what the hell had Naruto done to have Udon want him as the boss? Konohamaru wondered. The truth was that Udon thought Naruto was a nice guy for not making fun of him for pissing his pants at the training grounds. Konoha Stadium. The match between Kenshin and Gaara had already begun. So far it looked as if Gaara was going to be the winner as Kenshin struggled to even get close to him. Naruto and the ninjas from the Hidden Mist knew better. Kenshin were not taking it seriously at all. Gaara's next attack had Naruto think higher of him. Futon, Daitapa, wind release, great breakthrough. A gust of wind created by Gaara was sent at Kenshin. The power of the jutsu was what impressed Naruto. He had recently learned the jutsu himself, but Gaara's was more powerful, for now. Kenshin jumped to the side. Seems like the weather has gotten worse to Gazaru, he said in a childish voice, still acting the fool. In the audience, On Girl in particular had thought that line to be extremely funny as Sakura laughed loudly. Naruto saw it and he made sure by eye contact with Sakura that she knew that there would be consequences. "I'm done playing with you," Gaara said, then gripped his right fist. Sabaku-Q, sand binding coffin. Gaara was controlling sand he had created to fly towards Kenshin and bury him in it to create a sand coffin. Kenshin appeared to be caught for a second as a blur moved through the sand towards Gaara. Huten Mitsuragi Ryu, Kyuzuri Yusen, Flying Heaven Govern Sword Style, Nine-Headed Dragon Flash. Kenshin's quick draw technique had hit Gaara at 9 different vital spots on Gaara's body before he or anyone else could register what had happened. Sand fell from Gaara's face as he had used the sand as an armor covering his whole body. Sand was not the only thing that fell from Gaara's face, as the armor had not prevented him from getting hurt. Gaara stared maniacally at his hands that had blood on them. "My blood," was all Gaara said before he started transforming into the one-tailed tanuki, Shukaku. "Cage box, shit, this is what I told you about, Hokage," Baki said with gritted teeth. He had explained that Gaara was an unstable Jinchuriki and that him going out of control was a likely possibility. Hiruzen nodded. "Don't worry, the situation is under control." With Kenshin stared at Gaara, who had transformed into a miniature sand monster version of the one-tailed tanuki. "Oh, how scary, Dagazaru," he said before turning towards Genma. "I forfeit." Genma raised an eyebrow, thinking really? Before announcing Gaara's winner Sabaku no Gaara. A gust of wind passed through the arena and a second later Jiraiya stood in front of Gaara. Jiraiya had placed a chakra suppression seal on Gaara's forehead. "You have won. Calm down, rest and get ready for your next battle," Jiraiya spoke, staring into Gaara's eyes as Gaara turned back to normal. Gaara fell to his knees in exhaustion just as Jiraiya removed the seal. Gaara was removed from the arena floor with help of the medics, who would take a look at him to make sure he was not injured and could continue the tournament. While the medics carried Gaara out on a stretcher, Naruto made his move, Shunshin no Jutsu. He spoke as he teleported himself right next to Jiraiya. In Naruto's right hand was a ball-shaped mass of blue chakra raised non. Naruto yelled, slamming his right hand towards Jiraiya's head. Jiraiya's hair lengthened and hardened as it covered Jiraiya's whole body with the exception of one eye and his left hand. Hurry Jizo, Needle Jizo. In Jiraiya's left hand he held a kunai with an explosive tag on it. Naruto jumped back at the same time as Jiraiya threw it at him. "Cage box, B, you must see this," I said with a wide smile. "Look at that crazy little shit." B just laughed. He already knew that Naruto was crazy from the little time he spent at his mountain home outside of Kumo. Hiruzen were busy slamming his head into the palm of both of his hands. "Why now?" he whined. Back with Naruto and Jiraiya. Jiraiya's hair has turned back to normal as he now stood across from Naruto. "Come on brat, now isn't the time." Naruto grinned. "I believe I've told you, I never go back on my word." Naruto then unsealed his sword. "That's my ninja way." He was of course speaking of his promise to have Jiraiya's head on a spike. Jiraiya sighed as he grabbed a kunai. "You never listen." Jiraiya then threw it at Naruto. "Kunai Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, Kunai Shadow Clone Technique." The single kunai cloned into countless kunais, all flying towards Naruto. A massive gust of wind deflected every single kunai. Futon, Daitapa, Wind Release, Great Breakthrough. Naruto had already moved to counter-attack as he ran at high speed towards Jiraiya with one hand holding the hilt of his sheathed sword. Itaryu Iai, Shishi Sunsen, One Sword Style, Draw and Resheath Technique, Lion's Song. Naruto was successful in cutting his target in half, but the target was a shadow clone that Jiraiya had replaced himself with. "You always fall for that," Jiraiya commented. Naruto nodded. "I'm not the only one though, let's settle this," Jiraiya said, and Naruto nodded in answer before they both bit their thumb to use the same jutsu. Ninpo, Kukiyos no Jutsu. Summoning Technique. Smoke covered the whole arena after the summoning. When the smoke cleared, Jiraiya stood on top of Gamehiro's back across from Naruto, who stood on top of Gameken's back. "That frog is useless," Naruto said with an evil grin. Jiraiya mirrored the grin. "Gameken is an idiot." The audience were thinking along the lines of, what the hell is going on, when Naruto and Jiraiya's fight started. Now they have started cheering instead, thinking that this is a great halftime show the Hokage had prepared for them. Kushina however had had enough of this. Kushina jumped out of her seat and rushed down towards the arena floor as the fight continued. "Oil!" Naruto screamed loudly, "OSSU!" Gameken responded with gritted teeth as he was furious, having been called an idiot by Jiraiya once again. Gameken launched a large stream of oil out of his mouth, which Naruto lit up with a katon, Indan, Fire Release, Flame Bullet, Katon, Gameu Dan, Fire Release, Toad Oil Flame Bullet, Jiraiya and Gamma Hero had their own cooperation jutsu to counter with Futon, Gamma Teppo, Wind Release, Toad Gun. Jiraiya had used Wind-Natured Chakra to strengthen Gamma Hero's Water Gun. The two techniques connected and created a large reaction of mostly smoke. The techniques killed each other almost without doing any damage to either party. Naruto still stood on top of Gameken, but now with wet hair and wet clothes, making him look like a cat that has just gotten out of the bath. The tip of Jiraiya's hair had caught on fire, but he had managed to kill it off before it could do more damage. That was all they had time to do, as Kushina had managed to get down on the arena ground. Kushina stood in between the two huge toads, glaring at Jiraiya. "Jiraiya, what the fuck are you doing to my son Tabane?" "Oh shit." Jiraiya yelled as he noticed Kushina. He turned his attention back to Naruto. "Sorry kid, we'll have to finish this another time." "No." Naruto yelled before turning towards Kushina. "Ana." Kushina turned around to face Naruto. "Shut up Naruto, or there will be hell to pay." Naruto did not take the threat seriously. "Isn't there a pair of dirty underwear you can wash instead of interfering in a fight between men?" She had been doing their laundry for the past month, so Naruto thought there was nothing wrong with his question. Jiraiya could not hold back his smile or laugh as he fell of Gameken's back. "Good one kid." Kushina had already let rage take over her. "You promised you would behave yourself, Databane." As she rocketed towards Naruto. "Cage box, Minato, your family is going to be the death of me," Hiruzen thought as he pulled what little hair he had left on his head. "Isn't that Uzumaki Kushina?" I asked with wide eyes. "I heard she died," Mei added. Hiruzen did not answer. Instead he stared into the ground and sulked with a pout. With Naruto and Kushina, the beating did not go as Kushina had planned. Just as she had charged Naruto, Jiraiya had let Gamma Hero return to the Toad's world while Jiraiya himself disappeared. Once Kushina had reached Naruto on top of Gameken, Naruto had kicked her feet to trip her and then thrown her above his shoulder before she hit the ground. "You let him get away, mother," Naruto said in a tone that Kushina recognized. "Not here Naruto," Kushina whispered as she stared into Naruto's back due to her upper body hanging down behind him. Kushina gripped the back of his shirt. "Please," a loud sound echoed through the arena. In the audience, Kiba, Shikamaru, and even Sasuke stared in awe at what they saw. "Wow," Kiba said. "Was that an option?" Shikamaru wondered out loud. "HN. I see," Sasuke said as he took note. Kurane and Teiwa both were getting a little turned on by what they saw. The rest stared in disbelief and shock, seeing Naruto slapping his mother's ass. Flashback: 1 week into Naruto's training with Kushina. The past week had been hell for Naruto due to Kushina's training regiment. The training he could handle. What he could not handle was the rules Kushina had enforced upon him. Naruto was not allowed to drink sake, read ika and had to eat something other than ramen. This day, just like every other day after the morning training, Naruto had sneaked out into the forest to unseal a bottle of sake and a cup of instant ramen. While doing so, Naruto noticed that his ramen storage was smaller than usual. Someone had stolen ramen from him and he had only been around one person for the past week. "Enough is enough," Naruto yelled to himself with an evil grin. Naruto remembered how Kushina always says Naruto deserves a spanking for his behavior, which did not make sense since Naruto would rather take that spanking instead of the beating he usually got when he did something Kushina did not like. Naruto decided to go back to the small shack where his mother should be cooking lunch for them. When Naruto got there, he saw Kushina cooking just as he expected, and when he saw her cutting up carrots, he snapped. Naruto had had enough of fucking carrots. Naruto ran up to Kushina and threw her up on his shoulder as he usually does and yelled, "Did you take my fucking ramen? Naruto, let me down this instant." Kushina yelled, struggling to get out of Naruto's grip. "Answer the fucking question, Ana." Kushina stopped struggling as she calmed down. "And no, I didn't take your ramen, Tabane," she stuttered as she spoke. "You're lying," Naruto yelled. "Enough Naruto, if you don't let me down I'll give you a good spanking," Kushina threatened. "Oh." Naruto responded before raising his free left hand to start slapping Kushina's ass. Between the smacking sounds, Kushina yelled, "Stop. Databane, what are you doing?" "Tabane." Until Naruto slapped her the 5th time and she started making other sounds and stopped complaining. Naruto decided it was time to let her down and did just that. "Where are you going?" Kushina asked, still sounding angry. "If you take my sake or ramen, this is what will happen," Naruto said as he backed away slowly, expecting Kushina to chase after him with intent to kill him. Instead, Kushina sat on the floor with a big blush on her face, nodding. Kushina returned to cooking while Naruto stared at her in confusion. Now she was quiet, nice, and cooking food for him just like a mother should, he thought. Naruto wondered if Kurane would like a spanking as well. Just the thought of it made him blush. I guess if this is what happens after a spanking, maybe I need one myself, Naruto thought before leaving the shack to think about what just happened. For the rest of month, Naruto gave Kushina a spanking whenever she tried to force her silly rules on Naruto. Kushina always gave in and let Naruto do as he wanted after every spanking. Then why, Naruto wondered, did she now sit on top of him, punching his face on the ground of the Konoha stadium? This doesn't make sense, Naruto thought. It makes perfect sense, you imbecile, Kurama added. Explain. How would you feel if, let's say, the old monkey decided to give you a spanking in front of all of these people? Kurama asked, laughing as he imagined the scene. Dumb question, Naruto said as he received another punch to his face from Kushina. The feeling I would get is the need to kill a monkey. Yeah, there you go. Now use that broken brain of yours and try to figure it out. Oh. Naruto had realized what he had done just as Kurama was done speaking. At the Konoha Academy, lunch break had just started for Konohamaru and his class. While the others stuffed their faces with food, Konohamaru and Udon were planning on dealing with more important things. Next to the swings on the playing ground stood Konohamaru and Udon across from each other, staring each other down. I will win and move Konohamaru Corps forward to a brighter future, Udon declared. I will beat you to a pulp, Kore. Konohamaru yelled and the fight started. Moji could do nothing but scream at them both to stop as the bloody battle intensified. Konohamaru kicked Udon's balls as Udon grabbed Konohamaru's hair and pulled. Konohamaru counterattacked with pointing two fingers into Udon's eyes. Udon cried out in pain so hard that the snot shot out of his nose and onto Konohamaru's face. Konohamaru fell back in disgust and cried, "Get it off, Kore." Udon stood above Konohamaru and declared his victory. This is my win. With that statement, the future of Konohamaru Corps had changed forever. Konoha Stadium, as expected, Shikamaru thought as he had just witnessed the worst beating of his life. It gave him the chills. He would never, ever, do what Naruto did, as he was certain that his mother would repay him 10 times worse than what Kushina did to Naruto. While Shikamaru, Kiba, and Sasuke shivered, the next fight had already started. Naruto was back in the competitor's box, sitting furthest back, staring into a corner with a dark aura around him. The match that just started was between Yujito and Shijir. Both of them had big expectations on them to win. Yujito must prove that the kunoichi of Kyumo aren't weak after Samui's fight with Naruto. That fight was a disgrace to a Kyumo kunoichi in Yujito's mind, and she was going to remind Samui of it. Shijir had made a deal with Kenshin that she would deal with Naruto if Kenshin forfeited his match. Shijir had also made a deal with Mei in which Shijir had to fight against Naruto no matter what. Both Yujito and Shijir were planning on using their strongest move from the start and end it quickly. In the competitor's box, Kankura was sweating bullets thinking about his future fight with the monster behind him. The monster that his big sister Tamari had told him countless of stories about as the bounty hunter Senju. Speaking of his big sister, she was currently sitting next to Naruto and nursing his wounds from the beating he received earlier. Kankura turned and stared at Naruto thinking, no way am I fighting that freak. He's scarier than Gaara. On the ground, the fight had picked up as Yujito had blue chakra surrounding her with two tails. Her nails had once again enlarged. Overall, she looked like a mix between a cat and a human. Standing across from her was Shijir, holding a katana with both of her hands with a dark purple aura surrounding her. Yujito was the one that moved first. She ran inhumanly fast towards Shijir, who had yet to move. Yujito reached Shijir and tried to slam a chakra-covered claw into her chest. Shijir, though, had with swiftness dodged the strike as she leaned down and moved behind Yujito and put her sword to her neck. My win, Shijir said simply. Yujito had no trouble getting away with her speed and strength boost from her Biju. But no matter how many times she tried to hit Shijir afterwards, she always missed, and Shijir would appear behind her pointing her sword at a vital spot. Yujito had no choice but to accept defeat. Cage box, how is that girl a genin? Yelled out in rage Mizukage. He was not happy with seeing all of the Kyumo genins from his strongest genin team being eliminated before the semifinals. You're on to talk, Reikage, Hokage and acting Kaze Kage. You're all using trained Jinchuriki, Mei said, glaring back at Hiruzen, and just laughed. It doesn't matter, fools. He then pointed at Naruto. As soon as that idiot entered the chuunin exams, this tournament was already decided. Sat down with a sigh and crossed his arms. I guess you're right. Back in my day, if someone yelled at the Mizukage. Ao began before Mei interrupted him. Shut up, Ao, or I'll kill you. The next fight was not as impressive as the earlier one, but it was way more bloody. Fuka had seen how Temari had tried to get close to Naruto earlier. In Fuka's mind, no one was allowed to get close to Naruto. He was her chakra toy after all. Temari had started the fight with a massive wind jutsu that she had launched with the help of her battle fan. Fuka had been able to avoid most of them with ease, then ended the fight without showing any mercy. Fuka had pierced through Temari's stomach into her back with the tip of her sword. Fuka was declared the winner, and Temari had been moved to the infirmary with haste. Tsunade, who had seen the whole fight, had even sent Shizun to help the medical team to ensure that Temari would survive. Everyone looked forward to Naruto's next fight, hoping he would show something of what he did in his little argument with Jiraiya earlier. They were all disappointed though, as Kankura had given up before even getting out of the competitor's box. Kankura was quick to get out of the box though, after surrendering due to the look Gaara gave him and Naruto's evil laugh. What's the matter, Sand Ninja, are you scared as well? Naruto had walked up to Gaara and stuck his face into his. One more word, Uzumaki, Gaara said calmly, and I will end your life. One word, Naruto said, then jumped back as Gaara had launched a large column of sand out of nowhere. That's it, Naruto yelled. Fuka, bring your fucking teammate as well and come at me. All of you, you want to fight us all? Fuka asked with a laugh. Fine with me. Shijir disappeared from her spot next to Fuka and appeared next to Naruto. You and me. Against them, she whispered with long breaks between each word as usual. Why? Naruto asked with a whiny voice. That's no fun. Gaara did not care about teams and who was going to fight against who as long as he got to kill Uzumaki Naruto. Gaara launched another column of sand towards Naruto, who this time had to jump out of the competitor's box. Naruto had jumped down to the arena ground and Shijir, just as before, had appeared next to him. You take him, Shijir said slowly, which was starting to annoy Naruto a little. I'll take Fuka. Yeah, Naruto said quickly with a twitch in his eyebrow. Just get going already. Shijir turned towards Naruto and smiled. Don't lose. She then moved towards Fuka, who now was standing across from them next to Gaara. Gaara was walking slowly towards Naruto with clenched fists and glaring at him with hate. I'll kill you, he yelled. Cage box, shouldn't we stop this, Hokage? I asked, since this was not how the chuunin exams worked. I think we should let them do as they wish. We've already seen enough after all, Mei added her 2 cents. Hiruzen sighed. I blame Naruto for all of this and I'm going to give him extra chores. Hiruzen coughed into his hands. I mean missions, as punishment for his behavior today. I'm just worried Gaara goes out of control and releases the One Tail, Beiki said, then continuing. I also think the teams are somewhat unfair. That's right, I yelled, slamming his fist down on the armrest on his chair. 1 on 3. The blonde Gaki vs the rest would have been more fair. Beiki shook his head. No, I just thought that those two won the same. He was interrupted as Mei turned towards him with a sweet smile. Shut up or I'll kill you. Hiruzen nodded. That settles it then. The final fight, Naruto and Shijir vs Gaara and Fuka, then started. Naruto stared with disinterest at Gaara as he scratched his ear while Gaara kept yelling at him. I'm gonna kill you, Uzumaki. Mother wants your blood. Gaara's psychopathic yells were gaining the attention of both Shijir and Fuka, who had stopped their fight to stare at Gaara with questioning looks on their faces. Come on, Senju. Entertain me. Gaara yelled once more. Naruto's eyebrows started to twitch in annoyance as he stared at the shortest participant of the chuunin exams, trying to intimidate him. I'll kill you and everyone who's close to you, Gaara yelled, all to prove my existence. Gaara waited no further to make the first move as he raised his hand, and at the same time sand flew out of the gourd he carried on his back. Gaara controlled the sand, moving it towards Naruto. He split it up into countless of sharp sand shurikens. Suna shuriken, sand shuriken. Naruto, who looked as if he was busy daydreaming with a dumb look on his face, barely managed to dodge by jumping high up in the air at the last second. You trying to kill me, team? Naruto yelled out comically. Gaara answered by launching his next attack, this time with the sand in one big clump, moving it towards Naruto up in the air. The sand surrounded Naruto, preventing the audience to see him. This is it, Uzumaki. I will enjoy seeing your blood pour down from above as you die. Gaara yelled with a crazy laugh. Sabaku. Shunshin no jutsu. Gaara was interrupted as Naruto appeared in front of him. You talk too much, Naruto said with a grin as he gripped his sword. Naruto whispered Senju. As he moved fast to get in front of Gaara, Itaru Iai, Shishi Sunsen, one sword style, draw and resheath technique, Lion's Song. Naruto's attempt to slash Gaara was easily blocked by Gaara as he had used sand to block it. Pathetic. Gaara mocked Naruto, who raised an eyebrow before two clones appeared behind Gaara. Jinchuriki, huh? Naruto said slowly in a low tone. Gaara ignored him. A clone or two won't matter, it will still be the same, your death. Gaara laughed maniacally as he ended his sentence. Naruto's clone spoke simultaneously as chakra chains appeared from their arms, Kongo Fusa, adamantine sealing chains. Meanwhile the real Naruto in front of Gaara was charging up chakra in his right hand, preparing a raise non. In the audience, Kushina smirked as she saw Naruto use the technique she had taught him. This was the perfect opponent to use it on as well. She was a bit worried about Naruto going overboard, however. Kurane and Teiwa stared in disbelief at the technique. Is that a Kekkei Genkai? Teiwa wondered out loud. I'm wondering the same myself, Kurane added. Kushina answered, it's the Kekkei Genkai of the Uzumaki clan. Wait. Teiwa asked, so it is possible for me to learn it as well? It's not impossible, Kushina answered with a smile. The three of them turned their focus back on the battle as they heard Gaara's screams of pain due to Naruto having slammed the raise non in his gut. As Kushina expected, Naruto was about to go overboard. With Naruto fighting Gaara, Naruto grinned as he turned towards his clones who were still holding down Gaara with the chakra chains. Alright, release him. The clones nodded and did as they were told. They then moved to form a triangle surrounding Gaara. The first clone did a series of hand signs, Doton, Doriyuki, Earth Release, Earth Style Wall. The clone created 4 walls surrounding Gaara, creating a square-formed cage. As the other clone prepared another jutsu, the real Naruto decided to pay back Gaara for the trash talk before the fight. Is this all you got, runt of the Sand Village? I'll kill you. Gaara yelled and sand exploded out of the cage, moving in all directions. Arera. The clone said with a bored laugh before using a strong water technique that most jounin would have trouble using at an area with no source of water around. Sutin, Suishaha, water release, water colliding wave. The clone was controlling a giant spiraling vortex of water above Gaara. The clone released the water, sending it down like a huge wave into the earth cage, bringing all the sand with it back in. The real Naruto jumped high above the cage and did a series of hand signs, Raiden, Sandabaruto, lightning release, thunderbolt. Naruto had extended both of his arms, charging up the lightning bolt in both hands before throwing it down into the cage. Gaara's loud screams of pain was all that was heard for a few seconds until it became deadly quiet in the arena. One thing was sure, and that was the victor of the fight. Gaara had for the first time been defeated in a very one-sided battle. With the cages, the Raikage pointed at Naruto with his right hand in an open palm. What the hell? He asked the Hokage, whose jaw was on the ground. Just how much did you improve in a month, Naruto? He thought. Very impressive, Mei said. Yes, but back in my day there was never a genin that. Ao added, but was interrupted once again by his leader. Shut up, Ao, or I'll kill you, Mei said with a glare, then turned towards the Hokage with a kind smile. I must meet with this Naruto after the exam has ended. The Raikage nodded. I want to meet him as well, while Hiruzen snapped his head back and forth between them, thinking, what are they after? Back with the competitors, as the cages spoke, they witnessed a fight that looked to be even more one-sided than Naruto and Gaara's. But as Shijir and Fuka were both swordsmen who relied on their speed and skill and less on their strength, their fight was decided in one single strike. Shijir stood behind Fuka, who was sitting on the ground with a large cut covering her stomach with blood pouring out. How? Fuka yelled, how are you this strong? Tears formed around her eyes as she thought, I have trained every day and I'm still not close to her or Kenshin. The medics rushed the arena ground to pick up both Gaara and Fuka as Shijir answered, because I have people to fight for. Fuka snorted, tch. Before she closed her eyes and rested as the medics carried her out on a stretcher. It won't be the same next time, was all she said as the audience erupted into cheers and applauded the two winners. Naruto looked around the arena in confusion. Oi, Naruto yelled, then pointed at Shijir. We're not done yet. Shijir turned towards Naruto and answered, this is what? We decided upon you don't want to fight. Naruto asked, squinting his eyes at Shijir in confusion. You chicken. Shijir frowned. I don't want to fight. Instead, I have a proposition for you. Taking a long time between words as she always does. Hiruzen was happy with ending it here as well before Naruto do anything more crazy, and most importantly before he shows the visitors any more of his skills. Winners of the chuunin exam, Uzumaki Naruto of Konoha and Kosaka Shijir of Kiri. Hiruzen announced to the audience, who once again cheered for the winners. As the audience cheered, Shijir was whispering into Naruto's ear, who was listening with interest. What Shijir told him and what she offered sure was interesting. 1 hour later, Naruto had returned home to his apartment where Kushina was waiting. He and the other participants of the final exam had been told to meet in the Hokage's office tomorrow morning. In that meeting, all of the Kages and acting Kages would be present to announce who did and did not get promoted to chuunin. When Naruto arrived at his apartment, he immediately got starting on important matters. He emptied all of his scrolls containing ramen so that he could hide it somewhere else. Hiding it in scrolls was futile due to Kushina being a far better seal user than himself and would have no trouble opening the scrolls. While Naruto was busy taking care of business, Teiwa, Ino and Kushina had almost the same thing on their mind. Teiwa and Ino had decided that now was the time for them to strike. Today was the day they were going to defeat Yui Kurane. Kushina had a different reason why she wanted to meet Kurane. She wanted to find out just who exactly Kurane was to Naruto. She was only looking out for her son after all. It had nothing to do with those dreams she had had recently. Flashback, Kushina's dream last night. Kushina stood in the kitchen of Naruto's apartment wearing her regular clothes, a green dress that went down to her knees. She also wore a white shirt under the dress and underwear. Currently Kushina was cooking dinner, and to no one's surprise today's meal was ramen. Kushina heard Naruto's voice as he stood behind her in the door to the kitchen. Is that my ramen, Dadabiya? Kushina turned around to face him. So what if it is, Tabane? She responded. Kushina's face turned red as Naruto frowned and moved towards her. You never learn, do you? Oh no, Kushina thought, is he going to spank me? Humiliate me, Tabane? Naruto stood right in front of Kushina, facing her with the same frown on his face. You have been a bad Ana. Tabia, here it comes, Kushina thought as she bit on her lip. Naruto put both of his hands on Kushina's shoulder and pushed her down on the ground. Naruto pulled down his pants and his underwear while Kushina yelled, Naruto, what the hell are you doing, Tabane? Naruto grinned at her as his dick poked her lips. Stop acting the fool, mother, you know you want it, before forcing his dick into her mouth. That was when Kushina woke up. And flashback/dream. Kushina had had similar dreams for the last 2 weeks of training. She would wake up and ask herself, what is wrong with me? Before crying into her pillow. As Kushina was heading towards the front door of the apartment, she walked past Naruto, who was standing with his back to the wall staring at her with suspicion. He is looking at me as if I'm some piece of meat, Kushina thought and bit her lip as she passed Naruto. Naruto was thinking, you know about my ramen, don't you? Ghost. He still did not believe that his mother had come back from the dead. That woman was just a ghost after his ramen's sake. When Kushina closed the door behind her after walking out of the apartment, Naruto remembered something important. He had still to pay back that Baka Ana for deceiving him during Anko's training before the exams. Naruto grinned as he sat down in his sofa. In front of him was a table with a bottle of sake that Naruto wasted no time to open and take sip from it as he thought out a plan to get his revenge. With Kurane. Kurane is currently sitting on her balcony sipping on some wine she had just poured for herself. On the table was a photo of Naruto that she stared at, talking to herself. Good job today, my love. She took another sip as she touched Naruto's whiskers on the photo. Tomorrow I believe it's time for our third date, and Kurane knew what was expected to happen at the end of the third date. Kurane heard a loud scream, causing her to drop her glass of wine in surprise. She exclaimed in surprise as she saw Teiwa and Ino coming flying towards her from above. Die, bitch! Teiwa yelled. We'll get you this time, Kurane-sensei. Ino added. Kurane ignored them as she heard someone knocking on her front door and moved aside as Teiwa and Ino landed, missing her completely. Nice moves, old hag, Teiwa said, crouching on the floor of the balcony next to Ino. Kurane just shook her head and walked to open the door, where she was surprised to see Uzumaki Kushina standing with a mysterious smile on her face. Hello, Kurane-san. Kurane smiled, "Please come in, Okasama." Kurane led Kushina inside to her living room, which was connected to her balcony. On the balcony was Teiwa and Ino, now sitting on two chairs around a small table glaring at Kurane. "Oh, I didn't know you had company," Kushina said as she noticed them. "Company?" Kurane asked, sounding confused. "I don't." Kushina pointed at Teiwa and Ino, and when Kurane acknowledged them she smiled and said, "Oh, you mean those two losers of love?" "Hey!" Ino yelled, pointing an accusing finger at Kurane, "You haven't won anything yet, Kurane-sensei." "That's right, cunt," Teiwa added. Meanwhile, Kushina had a tick mark on her forehead with her eyebrow twitching about that. "Could you tell me about your and Naruto's relationship?" she asked Kurane, who smiled brightly, "With pleasure, Okasama." Meanwhile, with Naruto had realized that getting payback on Kurane was not as easy he thought. He knew too little about this woman and did not know how to make her suffer. In fact, Naruto did not know much about any female at all and figured he needed help to make this mission of his a success. That was why Naruto was now currently knocking on Nara Shikamaru's front door. According to the information Naruto had gathered, this Nara Shikamaru, or that Shikagai, as Naruto would refer him to, was the smartest guy in his age group. So Naruto figured if this Shikagai was so damn smart, he should know how to make Kurane suffer. The information was of course gathered after hearing Chuji talk about Shikamaru during Anko's training before the chuunin exam. Since it was starting to get a little bit late, one irritated Nara Shikaku opened the door. Naruto's knocking had interrupted his silent staring at his bedroom wall. "Hello, Shika," Naruto greeted as the door opened, and when he saw Shikaku he raised an eyebrow and thought, "When did he get those scars? Aren't you that guy who tied for first place in the chuunin exams?" Shikaku said with a yawn. "Indeed," Naruto answered while thinking, "Of course that smart ass would point out that I tied instead of won," with a frown. Shikaku tilted his head and stared at Naruto lazily while Naruto was lost in his thoughts. They did that for another 2 minutes until Shikaku asked, "So, what do you want?" He figured out, "I want help," as expected of a smart-ass, Naruto thought before answering. "I need you to help me deal with a deceiving, cunning, trickster demon Anna." Shikaku raised an eyebrow. "Demon Anna?" he asked, his voice a bit shaky. "Did those exist? Was there anyone scarier than Yoshino out there?" "I'm sorry, but..." Shikaku was interrupted as his wife Yoshino called from the kitchen. "What's that, dear?" "Huh? Nothing, dear." Shikaku called back, "Troublesome." He mumbled. "Okay, because I thought I heard someone say Demon Anna." Shikaku heard knuckles cracking. "Do you know anything about that?" Ahaha, Shikaku laughed as he sweated, then turned paler than Orochimaru. "Sorry dear, I just remembered I have some really important Jounin commander work to do." He yelled and rushed out of the door. "Move it, Uzumaki!" Shikaku yelled out. "That is if you want to live, troublesome." Shikaku mumbled as he ran. An angry brunette who wore clothes similar to his mother but in different colors, armed with a frying pan, was all he needed to see to Shunshin after Shikaku. 5 minutes later, on top of the Hokage monument, Shikaku and Naruto were panting and sweating as they stared down on the village from the mountain. They had been running non-stop to get away from that woman with the frying pan. What the hell was that?" Naruto yelled in a shaky voice. Shikaku laughed loudly while Naruto thought he had figured it out himself. "Well, that was my lovely." He was interrupted by Naruto. "So you have one as well?" "Huh?" Shikaku responded. Naruto put his face close to his and yelled, "A ghost." "And no, that's not." Naruto interrupted him again. "I will help you with your ghost problem if you help me deal with Kurane." Naruto had a ghost himself and he had figured out how to deal with them, as he showed during the chuunin exams. "Kurane?" Shikaku asked while thinking, "This evening might turn out better than what I had planned." Shikaku thought that but doubted it would be better than staring at his wall in peace. "Yes," Naruto said, grinning heavily. "However, she's a trickster witch and shouldn't be taken lightly." "Okay, so tell me everything about your situation with Kurane," Shikaku said with a barely noticeable smile as Naruto told him how Kurane had tricked him during Anko's exams and the many punishments and other things he had to endure. Meanwhile, at the Nara's home, Shikamaru just woke up from a nap due to all the noise earlier. He decided to ask his dad what was going on but could not find him anywhere in the house, so he settled on asking his mother. He found Yoshino, who seemed more irritated than usual, sitting in the kitchen sipping on a cup of tea. "Mom, what was all that noise earlier about?" Shikamaru asked, but at the same time he was getting ready to run back to his room and lock it if his mother was in a bad mood. Yoshino turned to him and glared. "Your father thought it would be funny to give me a new nickname." Shikamaru swallowed slowly before asking, "What kind of nickname?" Demon Ana, Yoshino said with a smile that terrified Shikamaru and haunted him in his dreams. Yeah, now was the time to run and hide in his bedroom. Why the hell did he get out of there anyway? Everything is always just so troublesome. As Shikamaru turned around to leave, he heard his mother speak. "That was before he ran off with that blonde friend of yours." Blonde friend. Now this did not make sense to Shikamaru. The only one he could think of was Ino, but why would she have anything to do with this? Why would Ino be here so late at night? Shikamaru asked. "Ino?" Yoshino asked with a chuckle, "Are you dumb?" It was that Uzumaki kid who won the chuunin exams today. He tied. Shikamaru was quick to answer as he ignored that his mother had just called him dumb. Shikamaru then began thinking. Why would Naruto want to see his father? Shikamaru imagined something involving drinks, his father making up plans and Naruto executing the plans. This might be the end of Konoha as we know it, Shikamaru said as a drop of sweat fell from his forehead. I have to find them. Troublesome. Yoshino stared at Shikamaru's back in confusion as he ran towards the front door, thinking that he was overreacting. The punishment she would deal out later to Shikaka would hardly be a threat to Konoha. She sighed. Troublesome kid. At Kurane's apartment, Kushina wore a proud smile currently after hearing Kurane telling herself about her and Naruto. Apparently Naruto was quite the gentleman. Meanwhile Teiwa and Ino were pointing at Kurane accusingly, saying things like "no way" and "liar." The story Kurane told earlier, Kurane and her genins belonging to Team 8 had been attacked by 4 ninjas of Rain Village. One of them a jounin and former Konoha shinobi, Rokusho Aoi. Aoi had 3 chuunin level accompanying him. The chuunins defeated Kiba and Hinata quickly but struggled a bit with Shino. But her students fought bravely. Kurane herself was distracted by seeing her students lose, and even more so after hearing what the Rain ninjas had planned for her and Hinata later. Due to her being distracted, Aoi managed to get the upper hand in their battle as he had her pinned on the ground. Just when she thought there was no hope, a shiny figure moved out of the trees towards them. It was a handsome young blonde man riding on a toad. He wore fabulous white clothes and a big black mantle. The young man got off of his toad and looked at her students and said, "This is horrible. I shall defeat these scoundrels and avenge my friends of Konoha." The noble toad riding prince then made short work out of the chuunins and Aoi, impressing Kurane with his skills. "That's what happens when you go up against the force that is Konoha," Naruto said, standing tall before the corpses. "May your souls rest in peace." Kurane then told Naruto to bring a sword that Aoi used, which he had stolen from Konoha. Naruto did as Kurane told him, and then he took a good look at her. "My lady, you're hurt," he said with concern. Kurane blushed. "It's fine, I can walk," she said, but Naruto would have none of that. He gently lifted her and then carried her bridal style. "I will carry you back to Konoha, my lady." The prince then made 3 clones to carry her genins the same way as the gentleman he was. After a few hours, the prince needed a little break as he had been running while carrying them for hours. He had brought with him a fine wine which he offered Kurane before reading her some poetry. Kurane then thanked him for saving her and her genins and commented on how he was a lot stronger than she expected for a young man as himself. Naruto had then blushed and scratched the back of his head and replied, "My skills lacks in comparison to your beauty." Kuraneheim, end of story. Naruto really did all that? Kushina asked in awe. Kushina don't believe that crap. Teiwa yelled the shithead would never wear anything like that or talk that way, and more importantly, fine wine, poetry. Really? She yelled her question comically. Teiwa along with Ino waited eagerly on Kurane to answer. Instead Kurane ignored them in favor of answering Kushina. "Yes, Kaasama. Naruto has always been a gentleman." Kurane blushed. "Last time I went shopping he even offered to carry my bags." Kushina jaw dropped. She never thought Naruto could be so nice. "Liar." Ino yelled red with anger. "When Naruto was in my bed last month he told me you forced him to carry those bags as punishment." Kurane, Teiwa, and Kushina only heard, "when Naruto was in my bed," and ignored the rest. Kurane was thinking of ways to get rid of Ino without leaving any trace, while Teiwa was cracking her knuckles mumbling, "You fucking bitch." Kushina looked as if she was figuring something out before asking, "Are you Inoichi's daughter by any chance?" Ah, yes, Ino bowed politely. I'm Yamanaka Ino. Sorry for not introducing myself. Kushina smiled kindly at Ino, who now stood up straight again. Don't mind that. What a sweet girl you are. She definitely liked the idea of Ino being Naruto's girlfriend more than the old succubus that was Kurane. Teiwa nudged Kushina to get her attention. Kushina-ne. Didn't you hear what she just fucking said? Kushina nodded slowly. I'm sure you got the wrong idea, and besides I doubt anyone ever slept with Naruto. She thought back on the time Naruto had fallen asleep in her bed during their training. Kushina had not seen him in the dark at first and attempted to climb into the bed. She was stopped by the tip of Naruto's sword pointing at her throat. Kushina had jumped back in surprise and noticed that Naruto had done it all in his sleep before she decided to settle for the bed that Naruto used to sleep in normally. Yes, I agree with Kaa-sama, Kurane said, smiling brightly. After all, there was no way Naruto would ever sleep with someone other than her, ever. Meanwhile, Kushina's eyebrow twitched due to Kurane still calling her Kaa-sama. Teiwa and Ino looked at each other thinking along the same lines, then shrugged simultaneously. I want to hear more about you girls, and if possible about Naruto. How about a little trip to the bathhouses, my treat? Kushina said. She didn't have to wait long for the girls to accept the offer. With Naruto and Shikaku was walking along a road in Konoha. A road very close to Abarame Shino's home. Said Abarame Shino was close enough to listen in on their conversation. Shikaku was currently telling Naruto about his plan on how to deal with Kurane. Are you sure about this? Naruto asked. Troublesome, Shikaku answered immediately. Yes, you have to capture her for the plan to work. We need her to be alone. Naruto frowned on the thought of being alone with Kurane. I see. So be it, he answered, and Shino, who was listening on, narrowed his eyes at them. Shino did not like what he heard. Were those two planning on attacking his sensei? He decided that he should go tell his teammates, Kiba and Hinata, about this and work with them to stop Naruto and Shikaku. If everything went according to Shikaku's plan, Naruto would be a man by tomorrow. Shikaku laughed at the thought. Kukyuku. Are you mocking me? Naruto said with a hand reaching for the sheath of his sword. No, Shikaku said hastily, then faked a cough. Guess I'm catching a cold, NGH. HMPF, Naruto responded as they walked further down the road towards Kurane's apartment. Now Naruto and Shikaku was after Kurane, who was with Kushina, Ino, and Teiwa heading towards one of Konoha's bathhouses. Shikamaru was trying to find Naruto and Shikaku to prevent them from endangering Konoha. Shino, Kiba, and Hinata was soon to follow Shikamaru, going after the two, but for a different reason, saving Kurane. But those aren't the only ones plotting plans. One Sarutobi Konohamaru was at the Konoha Academy's playground swinging on a swing with his right hand clenched into a fist. Everything's your fault. Blonde bastard. Konohamaru muttered. Three unknown figures. A woman sat on a rooftop staring at the Konoha village with a bright smile. This seems like a great night for an adventure. Another woman was in her apartment currently wearing a newly bought black dress that showed a lot of skin. It barely covered her thighs and showed much cleavage. Are you ready for that reward, I wonder? She thought with a big grin. A girl with boobs way too big for a 13-year-old had made a cat costume for herself. It was all dark, so she could easily sneak around during the night. She got the idea of the cat costume due to her teammates' tenant and cat-like tendencies. This was the costume she would use to capture her fiancé and take him with her home to Kyumegakure. It was just a regular evening in Konohagakure. Am I lost? Naruto wondered out loud. Shikaku responded with long sigh while Hiruzen asked, you think? Naruto was often drunk, but rarely this drunk, as he stared at Hiruzen in confusion. Didn't I tell you to bring me another drink? He asked the old Hokage, thinking that he was talking to the bartender in the bar they had left earlier. It's late, Naruto, I don't want to deal with your silly antics right now, Hiruzen said with a frown as Naruto unsealed his sword from a scroll in his shirt's pocket. It's been so long since I cut someone, Naruto grinned in a way that could only be described as Ichimaru-jin, like. Naruto closed his eyes as he spoke again. Don't make me do it, Dadabiya, Shikaku. Why are you two drunken idiots here? Hiruzen yelled as he had had enough. It was late and Hiruzen would much rather go home and sip on some sake of his own, not knowing that he no longer has any sake. Shikaku sighed, then pouted as he mumbled troublesome before scratching his beard. I'm helping Naruto score a date with Kurenezen. Hiruzen's eyes widened. Go on. as if Shikaku had just told him about something very important. Naruto here asked me to help him. In fact, he went on and on how he had to see her tonight. Shikaku smiled dumbly with a small blush. Young love. Hiruzen nodded sagely. It's a surprise they haven't gotten a room already. Sunjiraku Pondo Ho. Naruto yelled as he swung his sword in the air towards Hiruzen, launching a long-range attack from his sword. Hiruzen easily dodged it by ducking under his desk. His wall and windows behind him could not be saved, however. Shikaku's jaw dropped as he stared at the destruction of the Hokage's office. Shitty brat. Hiruzen yelled, carving up the sleeves of his shirt. The fuck did I do? Naruto ran as he had started realizing the danger he was in and the fact that the man behind the desk, not a bar counter, was the old man and not a bartender. Naruto ran down the corridors of the Hokage Tower with Hiruzen chasing after him. When they reached the bottom floor and Naruto ran outside, Shikamaru, who was still on the rooftops nearby, was able to localize Naruto again. Troublesome. As I expected, Shikamaru thought with a frown. Shikamaru had observed that he was not the only one in hiding watching the events that transpired below him. Hinata, Kiba, and Shino was on a rooftop nearby mumbling about protecting their sensei. Not Hinata, however, she was here to help Naruto with whatever he had planned for Kurane. Shikamaru's jaw dropped as Naruto and Hiruzen had stopped running and yelling. The reason for that being that Naruto had turned around and hit Hiruzen in the face with a right straight, which caught Hiruzen off guard. Hiruzen was able to shake off the pain from the punch easily but did not get the chance to retaliate due to the genins of Team 8 having jumped into the scene to defend him. Naruto. What are you doing to Hokage-sama, and what is this I hear about you going to attack Kurane-sensei? Kiba yelled out his question as he stood from across Naruto and Hiruzen with Shino and Hinata behind him, all three in battle stances. Hinata was looking around the area searching for Kurane with an evil glare. Naruto raised an eyebrow as he hiccuped before replying, how do you know about the mission? He was referring to the very important mission he and Shikaku was on to get payback on, the Baka Ana. Hiruzen had managed to get up on his feet and was making his way back towards the Hokage Tower. There will be consequences of this, Naruto. He turned around and grinned. I have booked a meeting for you in my toilet for tomorrow. It hasn't been cleaned in years. Naruto's eyebrow twitched at that, since he was probably the last one that cleaned it before he disappeared from Konoha. Cleaning Hiruzen's toilet was one of the many chores he had to endure after pulling one of his worse or better pranks, depending on how you look at it. Kiba and Shino's jaw dropped as Hiruzen walked away. That's it? Kiba asked, not believing that Naruto would get away with attacking the Hokage just like that. Hinata nodded with closed eyes, as expected of Naruto-kun. She then opened her eyes and fidgeted with her fingers. Hello and Naruto-kun. Naruto turned his head towards Hinata and looked at her for a second, thinking, do I know this person? Then turning back to Kiba immediately with a scowl, answer the question or I will take action, as he grabbed the sheath of his sword. Kiba held up his hands in defense while he exclaimed and backed away with slow steps. This is just what Shino told me. I hardly believe it myself. Naruto grinned. Who is this Shino? Naruto sounded very excited while asking. Kiba just threw his left arm in Shino's direction and pointed at him. Naruto turned towards Shino, who nodded back to Naruto. I overheard your plan to attack Kurane-sensei earlier. That's because you and Shikaku were almost yelling at. Naruto grinned even wider. A spy, he thought, and was about to make his move when something else caught his attention. Something more interesting than the spy. It was the target of the mission, Kurane Ui. Kurane walked over to them slowly with her arms crossed under her chest. Kiba, Shino, and Hinata, what are you three doing here at this hour? Kurane-sensei. All three asked at the same time, turning towards her with a surprised expression on their faces. There you are, Naruto said slowly as he walked towards Kurane Baka. Baka Ana, the genin of Team 8, was shocked Naruto had the balls to call Kurane that. This could not end well for him. Hinata, however, were cheering Naruto on in her mind and calling Kurane worse things than that. Naruto, I have told you to call me Kurane-chan or Kurane-hime. Kurane yelled out in frustration as Naruto had made his way over to her. Naruto lifted her up from the ground and carried her bridal style. Would you let me treat you to dinner, Hime? Naruto asked as he stared down at Kurane with a smile. Kurane smiled brightly and moved her close to Naruto to plant a kiss on his cheek, of course, koi. Which caused Naruto to get a tick mark above his eyes. Gee, great. He exclaimed, after that all we have to do is make sweet love to each other and then you will be stuck with me forever. Yeah, Naruto did not understand all the details of the plan. or why this was considered the best payback in that Shikagai's mind. Kurane blushed madly as she stuttered, Did you just propose to me?" The jaws of the genin of Team 8 could not drop any closer to the ground as they stared at their jounin sensei and former classmate in disbelief. "I proposed something," Naruto said fast without a care and without thinking. "I accept." Kurane cheered happily and moved closer to Naruto again, this time throwing her arms around him, then moved in for a normal kiss. Naruto at first tried to move his head back to avoid the danger but accepted the situation. Once Kurane's tongue entered Naruto's mouth, Naruto started to get into it himself. They played with their tongues for about 30 seconds until Kurane ended the kiss. Naruto dropped her on the ground and walked in the opposite direction. "What the fuck have I done?" he mumbled as he started moving faster. "What the hell did I do to deserve this?" Kurane frowned as she nursed her bum that got hit from the fall. Naruto turned around and stared at her with confusion. "Are you coming?" "Huh. Well, you're my woman now, right?" Kurane nodded happily. Naruto grinned. "Good. I expect you to move in with me and keep any inhuman objects away from me." Kurane's sweat dropped. Of course she knew about Naruto's fear of ghosts and that he still thought of Kushina as a ghost. "I also wanted to try out oral sex," Naruto continued while Kurane made her way over to him. "I want that as well." "Great." Was all teammate and Shikamaru, who was hiding on a rooftop nearby, heard as they slowly disappeared from their view. Meanwhile, with Teiwa and Ino was taking a break from their search of Naruto, something Teiwa suggested. They are sitting on a bench in Konoha's biggest park. Teiwa had asked Ino to let her take a break to catch her breath, which was a lie. Teiwa had started thinking while they were looking for Naruto about why they did it in the first place. Teiwa's exact thoughts were, "It's not like I like him or anything." There was something about Naruto that made Teiwa want to get to know him, not just because they share their last name. Teiwa grew up in a small village close to Wave Country. She lived in an orphanage until she was 6 years old. She left the orphanage on her own because she hated it there due to the way she and the others were treated. She lived on her own on the streets for another year until Orochimaru found her. Teiwa was wearing dirty clothes. She could not remember the last time she bathed or showered with anything resembling soap, and she was starved when Orochimaru found her. Orochimaru offered food, a place to live and the chance to become strong under his care. There was no way Teiwa could decline such an offer, so she followed the man, not knowing anything about him. The next 4.5 years she worked for Orochimaru and his underlings. Teiwa was stationed at one of the hideouts where Orochimaru held prisoners. Teiwa's job was to help the warden, who was the one in charge of that hideout, by serving food to the prisoners and cleaning the building. Teiwa did not complain because at least Orochimaru held 2 of his promises, her getting fed and having a place to live. That was until one day when she was woken up by a lot of commotion. All she could hear was people screaming and cheering. One soul man had on his own managed to capture or kill everyone loyal to Orochimaru and freed the prisoners. That same man was standing in the doorway to Teiwa's small room she slept in. The man's eyes widened as he saw her before he spoke. "Come with me if you want to be free."